She appeared oblivious to the rolling waves, the incessant thunder, the lashing rain as it soaked her winding obsidian hair, and she stared at me with a fanatical gaze in her eyes. There was suddenly the lurch of a breaking bus shook me from my dream. In a state of panic, I exited the vehicle. Though it wasn't until I had disappeared into the distance that I realized I had stepped off one stop too soon. And as the memories of my dream faded from my concise mind, I immediately became preoccupied with worries more trivial in nature. I had wasted another weekend fruitlessly inquiring local businesses for part-time employment. You should have tried during harvest, they would reply regretfully, if they didn't just laugh in my face. I was beginning to run out of options. Due to setbacks at my father's work, the same that had led him to slash my weekly allowance, we were forced to relocate to Abbotsford, an agricultural hub with low cost of living. To me, it felt like the apocalypse. I had lost my home, my friends, my indulgent city life, and now I couldn't even find a part-time job. But in retrospect, I will admit these were peaceful days where moaning was the greatest problem of my carefree mind. That was before I realized I had a stalker. I saw you loitering around the stores yesterday. You better admit it. Her name was Ina, a strange, determined girl. Although she was in the same class as I wouldn't be able to say who her friends were. I have no idea what you are talking about. They say a man is only as good as his labor. I have got just the thing for you. Please follow me up to my office. I followed her into a small, cluttered room that was situated next to the teacher's lounge. It's so unbearably hot in here. Let me take off that horrible uniform. Gracelessly she removed her vest and jersey, crumpling them into a ball which she dropped into a corner of the room. I don't understand why they are making us wear viscose. It's practically tropical outside. She turned to me. You are anxious to get started, right? Let me explain what your new guys will entail. I need someone to deliver a newspaper. Don't worry, I can see a panic forming in your eyes. Brains, however, are entirely optional for this job. I. She cut me off. If there's one thing in this village is famous for, it's the stellar quality of our newspaper, the Sunday Abbot. Or at least it is since I took over as editor-in-chief. The Abbot does not play games, you know? Fourth place in the national ranking of school papers, an honorable mention by the Evening Mirror. I didn't know we had a school paper. A school paper? We are much more than that. Crime, corruption, unsolved mysteries. Did you know we were the first to break news on the Sandford House affair? And I have so much more up my sleeve. So what do you say? Will you take the job? I had something more respectable in mind. Maybe this will pique your interest. This week we are reporting on an interesting case. It's linked to a murder that happened about a year before you arrived here. Back then we brought the news of a seasonal worker who fell victim to a violent attack on one of the local farms. It was late at night. He was on his way to his sleeping quarters after his shift ended, when suddenly he was struck from behind by an anonymous assailant. Ina, in her apparent excitement, had begun tapping her right hand against her skirt. His co-workers found him next morning, more dead than alive. By the time the ambulance arrived, he had already succumbed to his injuries. Regretfully, he was not able to give a testimony before he died. Poor guy. A full year has passed since that fateful night, so I decided to do due diligence. I went down to the police station to ask how the investigation into the attack was coming along. However, the receptionist told me the case had been closed. Case closed? I asked her. Then who was the culprit? But she told me the perpetrator had never been found. Then when I asked if I could see the case file, she just mumbled something and directed me to the exit. Ina sighed. I know exactly what goes on around here. They never did a proper investigation. You know, the owner of the farm where it all happened. He has ties to the town mayor. This place is ruled by a small caucus of cronies who can do as they like as long as their powers go unchecked. That's why we need a quality newspaper to shine a light in the darkness. I could detect a tremble in her voice. We really need a paper boy. Do it for your community, Abe. Those poor wretches need you. By then I had already begun to notice the first signs of Ina's compelling presence, although I ascribed it to youthful eccentricity at the time, not paying it any further attention. The afternoon was drawing to an end. Wordlessly, we gathered our belongings and headed to the stairs. Let's get down to business. We have just under 2,000 subscribers. I will pay you 2 cents per paper delivered. That should add up a decent salary for a morning's work. So if you deliver all 2,000, that would be what? 4,000 cents? $40? So $40 for a single day is what you're saying? Now remember, the printer will deliver tomorrow at 5 in the morning, so what you see here, you hear no later than 5:15. I am not much of a morning person. See you then. That night I lay in turmoil, asking myself if I should even indulge Ina's ridiculous offer, while a neurotic, continuous tapping played through my head like a stenotype. Morning came all too soon. So you are finally here. The delivery guys left ages ago. I could have used some help with the boxes. Ina didn't appear the least bit thrilled to see me. Here's a list of all the addresses sorted by proximity to the school. Please try not to get lost. I'm off now. I have a lot of reading to catch up on. You can call me when you are done. She handed me a small business card with her number on it. Chief editor of the Sunday Abbot was printed below her name in tasteful lettering. I have a question. Though she appeared anxious to leave, she turned around at the last moment. What? So why is it called the Sunday Abbot? What do you mean? That doesn't make sense, does it, if it's delivered on a Saturday? That's just the way it's always been. We deliver the paper on Saturdays and people read it on Sundays. Some of our subscribers are very old fashioned, you know? They wouldn't want us working during Sabbath. Anyway, good luck with your first day on the job. I resigned myself to the arduous labor. Even though it was October already, an unnatural sticky heat permeated the air that made my work all the more unbearable. How quickly my situation had taken a turn for the worse. No more than 2 months ago, I had been enjoying my life among the nation's elite, headed for a bright role on the world stage. I would be paid to see myself now, spreading gutter journalism for a slave's wage. But then, out of nowhere, a snapping shadow lunged to me. The street erupted in violent mayhem as I fought to keep the dog's razor-sharp fangs away from my jugular, using my messenger bag to shield myself from its all-devouring clutches. I was in a state of panic, frantically trying to block its strikes as I sought a path to safety. And without further hesitation, I leapt over a garden wall, away from what I figured was the hound's territory. Sigurd. I must have run at least 4 blocks before collapsing onto a playground bench. I took some time to come to my senses, all the while cursing Ina for not disclosing the dangers of the job. If I encounter one more dog today, I will definitely. Sigurd. Over the sound of my heavy breathing, I could discern a fragile voice calling out. Sigurd. Please stop hiding. Sigurd. A girl appeared, her eyes as bright as the summer sky. Hi there. Are you delivering the mail? She seemed distracted by my sudden presence. No signs of her prior distress remained. Calling it mail may be an overstatement. It's just a weekly paper. I would love to work as a mailman one day. The honor, the excitement. To see the delight in people's eyes when they receive life-altering news. I let out a self-depreciating chuckle. I know someone you would like you might like to meet. Sigurd. She was added again at the top of her lungs. Are you looking for someone? It's just my little brother, Sigurd. He loves playing hide and seek. He made me count to 100 this time, but when I turned around, he had disappeared without a trace. Isn't that the object of the game? This was almost half an hour ago. Usually he doesn't stray so far. Well, I really hope you find him. I have to get going. They don't pay me by the hour. Will you please look out for Sigurd? He's wearing a light red fleece. I told him it was far too warm for his winter clothes, but he never listens. Will you let me know if you see him? Sure thing. I will keep my eyes wide open. You are the best. Please send him over here if you find him. Every mansion had a garden, and every garden had a gate, and every cursed garden gate added 3 more seconds to my seemingly endless route. I really didn't mind the apartment complexes, which had their letterboxes stacked conveniently together, but these gardens were ruining my average. And while I gradually began to come to the conclusion that Ina had played me for a fool, suddenly the infernal beast returned. Without abandon, it began furiously snapping at my leg. There, Fierce. The man's doing an important job. Adeptly she wrinkled the dog away from my quivering lips. I'm sorry. Fierce is usually very kind, but it takes me a while to get used to strangers. Your dog has been terrorizing me all morning, madame. Oh, Fierce isn't my dog. He lives here. The community has adopted him. You must be new in town. I'm Karen. I work at the city council. Welcome to the beautiful municipality of Abbotsford. I'm so glad you are willing to do this job. I heard Ina had some unfortunate resignations as of late, but a small town like this really needs free press. Ina mentioned something along those lines. I handed her a paper, and as I was about to proceed on my route, her eyes fell on the headline. Wait a minute, this seems interesting. As she skimmed over the front page, a grave expression came over her face. This is very interesting indeed, what you have dug up here. You should be careful, though. This is a very small community. She uttered the warning with concern in her voice. I am just the paper boy. I know, I know. I apologize. This really is very interesting. And with these words, she proceeded to make her way back to the council building, until I suddenly recalled May's words. Wait, have you seen a little boy somewhere around here? She turned around, a meaningful expression appearing on her face. I figure you have run into May. Don't worry too much. Little Secret always shows up at the end. If you want to experience hell on Earth, I implore you to take on a paper round. My hands lacerated, my legs worn. Sigurd, Sigurd, where are you, Sigurd? Please come out. Mom will be angry. Her voice was reduced to a feeble wail. I hurried in the direction of the sound. Sigurd still hasn't come back. He's never been away this long. She was teary-eyed, shivering like a newborn calf. Please, Sigurd, please. Sigurd, And as she pleaded, her voice grew fainter, as though the last of her strength was slipping away, until suddenly her eyes, which had been vibrant blue a heartbeat ago, turned an ashen white. A silent murmur escaped her lips. Sigurd, please. Sigurd, no. He's only 7. Please don't take him. Having lost all her prior vitality, May had become wholly possessed by a power I imagined entrancement. Staring into her pale white eyes, I continued to remind her life essence was very frail at the time, a faint light in the distance, close to dying out. A growing concern took hold of me. Are you all right? Do you want me to call someone? But my words passed right through her. Please, I promise he will be good. Please let him stay with me. Sigurd. Her knees buckled. Had I not been fast enough to catch her, she would have plummeted to the ground. As I stood there, trying my best to keep her upright, I felt her strength gradually return. As suddenly as it had appeared, the paralysis dissipated from her body. She remained silent for a very long time. I am sorry. Her voice was calm, almost devoid of emotion. I'm sorry. I apologize for causing you trouble. And without any further clarification, she disappeared into the night. I picked up the phone. Where are you? What happened? I fled from the outrage in her voice. Nothing happened. I'm back home from a long day's work. But these boxes, there are still 3 boxes here. That means there are subscribers waiting on us. Ada, the job's killing me. I will be contacting the Civil Labor Board. You better finish this first thing in the morning. I swear if we even have one canceled subscription over this, I will be docking your pay till Christmas. Sure, Ina. The cataclysm of abuse had ended. She remained quiet for a while, before resuming in a more subdued voice. Please be here early tomorrow morning. We need to deliver the remaining papers before the fundies get up for church. Sure, Ina. When Monday finally came, it felt like a welcome respite. I sat in class, dozing a little, plagued at times by flashbacks of rabid dogs. It was after classes ended that a dark-haired girl approached me out of nowhere. I understand how summer's running late, and that we are all young and in our best spirits. I stared at her uncomprehendingly. I would just like you to know that May is strictly off limits. Alarm bells went off in my head. Please tell me what is going on. I can assure you I only had the purest of intentions. Oh, I am sure you did, and that you will continue to. Just understand this is a small community. Rumors travel fast in a place like this. If only she realized that romance was the furthest thing from my mind at the time. She sighed. You may have noticed that May isn't exactly like the other girls. I nodded. She has a learning disability. The school board is currently struggling to place her in suitable education. So for the time being, she's being taught by a small group of church volunteers. Once she realized that I was sympathetic to the situation, her overall stance softened. Together, we made our way to the main exit. It's good to see a new face in school. So, how are you enjoying the Isle of Abbot? My name is Rika, by the way, Rika Cooper. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. Pleased to meet you. I'm Abe. Abe. Abe Jensen. Oh, I heard your father would be coming. It's good to know he finally arrived. He should know my dad. He's the pastor in town. I'm afraid we're not a very religious family, Lee. Oh, he will know my dad. I'm sure of it. As she stood there, staring at me with a beaming smile, it was as if all her prior hostility had completely evaporated. I wouldn't mind visiting your church someday. You would be very welcome. Religion is a lot less intimidating when you grow up around it, you know? Due to my father's status, people have always treated me like some kind of sacrosanct being. But to me, the Bible is just a mysterious storybook. A faraway glance appeared in her eyes. I have always loved to read about the fantastic creatures like the behemoth and the leviathan. Did you ever hear about the leviathan? She began to recite. I have seen a great light in the sea. You may have seen the eyes of Leviathan, for his eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. When Leviathan is hungry, he emits a fiery breath from his mouth and causes the waters of the deep to boil. She allowed a dignified squeal of delight. That would give me nightmares. Isn't it exciting? Oh, I wonder how the Leviathan feels, submerged all alone in pitch black darkness. She ran her fingers tenderly through her flowing hair. And just then the quiet corridor erupted in vitriolic clamor. No loitering during club time. I need you in my office right now. Ina. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you have found someone for the school paper. I'm not on the school paper. It's not a school paper. It's an independent periodical with 2,000 paying subscribers. Come, Abe, follow me. Afraid she may ignite an irate fury over my performance during the weekend, I timidly waited for her to begin speaking. Her initial outburst, however, appeared to have been transient in nature. She was just sitting there paging through a heavy book. After what felt like an eternity, she began to talk. Did you notice the crickets yesterday? I felt no answer was expected. The crickets sing during July and August. It's a sound they make to attract potential mates. I think I heard them chirping last night. This year, something isn't right. Their song tapered off in September, but now they are out in full force again. I'm doing research on this phenomenon for an article. It's a chore, so I'm going to ask you to take over some of my other duties. I will need you to cover the weekly progress section this week. The what now? The weekly progress. is a recurring editorial in which we write something about a local event or inhabitant of the town. Sadly, I inherited it from the previous editor-in-chief. It's a community favorite, so I haven't been able to cut it yet. But never mind. It's only 300 words. You can write about anything or anyone you see around town. Seems perfectly suited for you. I haven't agreed to any of this. If you want to keep your job, you'll have to be a team player. Does that mean I will be paid for this? Don't get any ideas. She returned to her book. Assuming I was no longer needed, I excused myself. But on my way to the door, she called after me. Hey, that girl you were talking to. Rika, what about her? What did she say to you? I was silent for a second. Nothing much. She approached me in the hallway. Apparently, her family is involved with religion. You could say that again. Her father is a powerful figure in town, the leader of the Church of Abbotsford. Whatever that means. Ina stared at me with intent gaze. I want you to befriend Rika. If you get close to her, we will be privy to a trove of information on the sordid power structures in the community. We will have so many exclusives. Wouldn't that be rather underhanded reason to befriend someone? You are a journalist now. You will have to play the game in order to get to the bottom of things. So will you do this for me? Befriend Rika. I would be glad to. Well, well, look at how eager you have become now that a pretty girl is involved. I ignored her unwarranted outburst. There was something strange, Rika said. I believe she called this place the Isle of Abbot. Does that make sense to you? The Isle of Abbot. That's just a phrase the old people use. It's an interesting tale. Did you know this town was once surrounded by miles and miles of water? This place. You can't be serious. You couldn't be further from the sea down here. She sighed. You may have noticed how the village of Abbotsford lies slightly elevated above the surrounding fields. Not really. Well, let me show you on the map. She browsed her phone for a while before handing it to me. Look, this is the situation at. Oh, we actually get a map this time. Okay. Cool. We did get a map last time. That's kind of cool. So, Glimmersburg's over here, right? Okay, so Lightbury's all the way over there, huh? You can see the town of Abbotsford down there, surrounded by the sprawling farmland of the marsh polder. However, it didn't always look like this. The marsh polder is an artificial island constructed during the first half of the 20th century. It was initially conceptualized as a way to meet the rising demand for housing and farmland. The lake used to be an inland sea, but they built a great dam in the north, severing its connection to the ocean. These were times of unfettered progress. The national government didn't shy away from major developmental projects. They stemmed off a large area of water before proceeding to pump it dry. That's how the stretch of land was formed that would become the marsh polder. She took back her phone and called up a different map. This is what it looked like before 1942. Oh, okay. It's kind of cool. As you can see, there's no sign of the marsh polder yet. The lake was still an inland sea or a bay. And Abbotsford was an island. It was indeed. A few graybeards around here might still recall the day when the last of the water was pumped out and their homestead was an island no more. Enid put away her phone and returned to her book, softly muttering to herself. That incessant chirping. I can hear it even here. I wonder if they have entered a second mating season. Maybe Spindler was right. I left the office quietly. As I walked back home, my mind explored all the different strategies I could employ to restore my cherished city life. I could stay at my aunt's house until I would be able to finance a place of my own. That, or I could find a comfortable bridge to sleep under. I was so preoccupied with my thoughts that I didn't notice a familiar figure approaching. Hi there, come to the stones with me. I looked back when I realized who it was. Sorry, I'm not allowed to talk to you. What? Are you joking? Who said that? That Cooper girl cornered me after class. She let out a childish giggle. Rika, oh, she's just teasing you. Please come to the stones with me. If you're sure no one will catch us, we will be fine. There's no one around at this time of day. I followed her along a short country trail which led us to an opening in the trees. In the center stood two massive megaliths, partly buried in the ground. The surroundings seemed well maintained. Do you see these giant stones? There are many of them scattered across the town. I like to come here whenever I am sad. They warm me up inside. She was right. When I placed my hand on one of the rocks, I could feel it emanating a radiating heat, though I figured this was likely due to their exposure to the midday sun. So are you feeling sad right now? She blushed. No, no, no. To be honest, I come here every night. It's not far from the farm, you know? She gave me a tour of the archaeological site, leading me around the megaliths at least 3 times. After she had confirmed that we had studied the stones from every possible angle, she drew my attention to a small placard. She appeared to have difficulty deciphering the writing. She looked up at me. Hey, what does that say? I bent over to look at the text, which appeared perfectly legible to me. I began to read Swifter Band Culture. I decided to read on, not questioning her curious display of illiteracy. It says here that these stones were erected by an ancient civilization. They function as grave mounds and as a place to venerate chthonic deities. She was staring at me with a captivated expression in her eyes. Please read more. Read more. The Swifter Band people lived here between 7,500 and 5,500 years ago, during the early Neolithic. They were an early agrarian society that held livestock, but also resorted to hunting at times. The stones these megaliths were made from aren't native to the region, but were brought here from Scandinavia during the Ice Ages. That means they were carried here by large sheets of glacial ice. When the Sail Ice Age ended, about 130,000 years ago, the rocks and debris that were caught in the ice stayed behind. May was staring off into the distance, making me fear for a second that she would revert into a mysterious episode again, like on the night after I first met her. But she remained fully aware, and then she began to speak. Isn't that a beautiful thought? When the Swifter Band people found these stones, they had been lying here for more than 100,000 years. The centuries since then have passed in less than a heartbeat. She erupted in a smile as bright as the setting sun. It makes me so happy to think that these stones will still be standing here in another 100,000 years. People will move and kingdoms will fall, but these stones will remain. It will be like nothing has really changed. I could say it was a reassuring thought, though I welcomed it at the time, as it put my own growing problems somewhat into perspective. These stones would remain here long after I had recovered from bankruptcy, long after the burden of my part-time job had herniated my spine, long after I had succumbed to lethargy in this godforsaken backwater town, where a couple of oversized rocks were considered, for some reason, a major tourist attraction. When night fell, I brought May back to her parents' farm. As we walked in silence, I clutched my book bag tightly under my arm. My gaze wandered off into the fields, these endless fields of impervious green that faded out into nothingness. And I thought to myself how straight they were, endued with a perfect geometric flatness, as though they had been carefully sneaking out by the trowel of an obsessive god. I awoke to the furious ringing of the doorbell, and as I hurried downstairs, haphazardly dressing myself en route, I wondered for a second why my father wasn't home. He was a notoriously light sleeper. When I opened the door, I was greeted by a familiar face. Ina appeared far too excited to take her finger from the bell. Please stop pressing that. The article, have you done it? I want it at the publisher's by tomorrow. My semi-dormant mind was digging fruitlessly. The weekly progress article. Did you write it like I told you to? At the early hour, I didn't have the presence of mind to throw up a fight. Tomorrow, I promise. Tomorrow. It better not be late. But never mind that. I just received notice that our cover article has set the city council alight. It turns out that the farm assault wasn't an isolated incident. Mayor Van Linden had been receiving signals of worker mistreatment throughout the year leading up to the murder, but he failed to act in any meaningful way. Then last year, the incident occurred, and now that the police investigation has come up with nothing, council members are beginning to openly question the mayor's efficacy. Do you realize our publication could cost him his career? Most of her words flew straight by me, though I remember her eyes burned bright like meteorites on that pale Wednesday morning. We should really be getting to school. On our way to school, Ina would stop lecturing me on the various intricacies of municipal government. The trip had never felt so long. Voices within the mayor's own party are pushing for him to step down. They consider this incident a telltale sign of his continuing incompetence. Members of his own party. Would that be counterintuitive? Well, it's complicated. Abbott Island Reformed, commonly referred to as AIR, is the largest party in the town council. Its electorate consists of farmers and members of the church. But with its size comes inner division. Of the 8 seats the party currently
Shared
occupies,
dialect
4
PX.
are held by members that
Said.
represent the agricultural
Sheet viewers
sector.
stream bookcom remove the space PTDVOKFS.
They generally come from agrarian families and serve as advocates for the local farms. The other four seats, however, are held by the Cooper faction. They are members of the church, mainly descendants of the original inhabitants of the island. The current leader of the Cooper faction is John Cooper, Rika's father. Whatever happened to the separation of church and state? Eva pressed on, ignoring my remark. Even though they are in the same party, there's tension between the Cooper faction and the agrarians. The Cooper faction has always tried to implement a strictly isolationist policy for the town, letting in as few outsiders as possible. The agrarians, however, rely on outside labor during the harvest season and are generally more welcoming to newcomers. The current mayor of Abbotsford is an agrarian, so the Cooper faction is weaponizing this incident in order to strengthen their position within the party. Ayr has always exerted undisputed influence over the town's administrative affairs. You can tell their power has never been contested by an actual free press. I believe there's much more to be uncovered on this matter. I would like you to ask Rika out on a date. Suddenly I was wide awake. I have absolutely no intention of doing that. We will see. We arrived at school today. School early. I'm going to head up to the office to change into that terrible uniform. I will see you in class. Suddenly she dove behind me, as though she were hiding from something. She began to speak in a hushed voice. Look who's here of all people. There, go talk to her. And with these words she slid into a nearby entranceway. Abe, what a pleasant surprise. I hope you have been settling in nicely. I see you are part of the Early Bird Club. We practice with the swimming team on Wednesday mornings. There's a big championship coming soon. She ran her fingers through her long black hair. I'm so glad you're getting involved with the school paper. Personally, I don't really read it, but my father was absolutely lyrical about that cover piece you ran in the last issue. He can't stop gushing about how much student journalism has improved over the last years. I laughed incredulously. All credit goes to Ida. I just see to an timely delivery. Well, he said your paper's an asset to the town. Come on, there's time left before class starts. Let's take a walk over the school grounds. So you know this place used to be an island, right? I nodded. In the early 1800s, it was home to a community of about 400 fishing families. Life was tough, but they made an honest living. Periodically, storms would rage through Ala Bay. The islanders protected Abbot against the water by erecting long barriers built out of wooden poles. But during storms, the barriers suffered, and the islander would have to rely on donations from the mainland to restore them. In 1858, a highly turbulent year weather-wise, the Elizabeth flood swept over the Low Countries, leaving a wake of annihilation behind. Part of Abbott's fishing fleet was destroyed, most of the barrier washed away. Not much later, the government announced a full evacuation of the island. The inhabitants were to be rehoused on the mainland. Instead, it was due to the increasing threat of storms and the unfeasible cost of storing the wooden barrier. However, some suspect that persistent poverty and inbreeding on Abbott played an equally important role in the decision to evacuate. She smiled a mischievous smile. So in the end, the island was left deserted. Not really. A group of 200 islanders stayed behind, all hardline members of a small reformatory congregation. The Church of Abbott had recently been ejected from the mainstream branch of Low Country Protestantism. These were troubled times, theologically speaking, and church schisms were a common occurrence. Anyway, the second seceded congregation vowed to remain on the island, and the government did nothing to stop them. For close to a century they lived isolated lives, with very little contact with the outside world, until reclamation of the marsh polder began. In the 1940s, Abbott suddenly found itself floating on a sea of fertile soil. Farmers from the mainland migrated here to cultivate the fields, but the original inhabitants of Abbotsford, descendants of the islanders who had seceded in 1858, observed the influx of newcomers with sorrow in their eyes. There has always been tension between the two groups. The farmers work hard, but they are blind to our heritage. The grave expression appeared on her face. The islanders are honest people. They would never cover up a crime. By the time we had made it up the stairs, classes had already started. She turned to me. Do you know what's interesting? After the Elizabeth flood, Abbott was never struck by a storm again. So the entire evacuation had been for nothing. You could say so. Some of the more self-righteous members of our congregation speculate that the floods were punishment by a higher power, that there was no more need for them after all the subversive elements had been extracted from the community. The kingdom of heaven is like a net cast into the sea that gathered fish of every kind. When it was full, the fishermen hauled it ashore. Then they sat down and gathered the good fish into vessels, but cast the bad away. Anyway, I have to go to class now. I absolutely love talking to you. Also, I was wondering. She paused for a second, tenderly winding her hair around her finger. Would you mind going out for dinner this Saturday evening? My parents are attending a wedding, and I would hate to eat alone. I could detect a hint of anxiety in her voice. Will you join me? I would be glad to, if I survive my paper round. That's great. I would love to learn more about you. I was struck by the candor of her sudden proposal, so struck that I had no choice but to accept, even though I realized I was playing directly into Ina's plans. Then it's a date. See you next Saturday. With a nod of her head, she said goodbye. Ina pulled me aside the moment classes ended. She seemed nervous. So, I shook my head in ignorance. What did you manage to get out of Rika? She complimented you on your journalism. Yeah, she would, wouldn't she? Just tell me what you guys discussed. Though I still had vivid recollections of Rika's coiling hair, I had to admit the details of our conversation this morning had long since faded to the back of my mind. We talked about the town for a bit, and I thought for a second. She said the Isle of Ebot was evacuated in the 19th century due to inbreeding. Does that make sense to you? Sure, they were ravaged by storms at the time. Only a small community remained, including the Cooper family. Well then, I don't think she told me anything of interest. I should be the judge of that. An awkward silence lingered. The newsroom was a mess. Every inch of floor space was filled up with boxes, newspaper clippings, scattered clothing. So, I was wondering, what? When will you introduce me to the other editors on the staff? She flinched. It's not a school paper. I never said it was. We have got other editors, but they mostly work from home. It's not like I write everything myself. It appeared that I had hit a nerve, and I began to regret my line of questioning. I dug through my memory for something that would cheer her up. You know what? There was something strange Rika told me this morning. What? Oh. Something about a church schism just before the island was evacuated. She was a little vague on the matter. As expected, Ina appeared unnaturally interested. A schism, you say, in the Church of Abbot. Rika said it was the reason some of the islanders stayed behind. Ina had begun browsing her phone while a soft murmur trickled from her lips. A church schism. That seems highly unlikely. If only. There, I have found something. It's called Theological Inquiries into the Congregation of the Church of Abbot. Is it relevant? Some more typing. I'm not sure. It could be. Inquiries were a big deal in the Reformed Church at the time. They could point to corruption or severe theological divergencies. The thing is, the Church of Abbot and the Cooper family have always held a pivotal position of power in this town. Her eyes were glowing. Any dirt on them, old or new, will surely cause a stir, much more than any aberrant migration pattern of insects ever will. She turned her attention back to her phone. There it is. They have a copy in the Municipal Archive of Bremersburg. That's less than 20 minutes away by train. We will go there on Friday. On Friday? Don't we have school on Friday? Oh, but this is much more important than school. And besides, we get allotted time off for mandatory club activities. As we headed downstairs, I noticed she was trembling with excitement. Let's head over to my house for now. I want to run some ideas by you. I wasn't in the mood to protest. Her house had a well-kept, almost sterile appearance to it. As she led me into the living room, I noted a hint of sadness in her eyes. After prying, she told me her mother was touring at the moment. She was a famous conductor, Mina Bingelberg, currently serving as the musical director of the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra. I mentioned I had seen her name on a playbill once, when I still lived in the city. So this is my room. I hate it though. Empty houses give me the creeps. That's why I'm usually at the office. She produced a large book from her bag. the same one I had seen her reading at school. I'm reading Oswald Spengler at the moment, Untergang des Abendlands. I haven't made it past the second chapter. She folded it open to a page that she had marked with a slip of paper. A boundless mass of human being flowing in a stream without banks, upstream, a dark past where our time sense loses all powers of definition, and restless or uneasy fancy conjures up geological periods to hide away an eternally unsolvable riddle. Downstream, a future even so dark and timeless, such is the groundwork of the Faustian picture of human high story. She closed the book and handed it to me. Modern man's yearning for infinite progress is Faustian in nature. Spurred by his endless aspirations, humanity involuntarily seals its own fate. We have left the natural state far behind. We couldn't return even if we wanted to. Being has been altered irredeemably. I'm sorry I dragged you down here. I know you're not really interested in this newspaper busyness. It's just I talk in myself if I don't have someone else to talk to whenever I'm catching onto something great. It drives me insane. I give her a reassuring nudge. I guess you know my predicament. She smiled. You know, I have a feeling this church piece is going to be big. Bigger than anything we have done before. Bigger than the Sanford House affair. What's that Sanford House affair you keep talking about? It was out before I realized what I was doing. Didn't I tell you? Our expose on the Sanford House affair was our finest hour. The scoop that truly put the Sunday Abbot on the map. It was around this time last year when the Evening Mirror, a smutty tabloid, published a series of compromising photographs of an influential Abbotsford politician. The photos were taken inside the notorious Riversburg Cabaret Club, where he was being courted by a dancing girl. The politician in question is named Leopold Marquis of Abbot, to be precise, a member of the nobility. He still holds a seat in the Abbotsford City Council. Leopold hails from an old lineage of lords of the Isle. He has quite a reputation as a party animal, and for that reason the incident initially blew over without much ado. But 4 months later we received an anonymous package at the office. It was another set of photographs, placing Marquis Leopold at a lavish party inside Stanford House, one of the oldest mansions in Abbotsford. There were more girls present during this occasion, and the Marquis appeared to be fully inebriated. In a note, the anonymous source explained that Marquis Leopold had been clearing classified documents with him on the night he attended Stanford House. But after the hedonistic party, the source wrote, his briefcase and the documents it contained were nowhere to be found. We ran an absolute bombshell of an article. Apparently the Marquis had indeed lost classified policy papers on that fateful night, and to make matters worse, he had notified the council of their disappearance. It became a lot harder to forgive the Marquis's decadent escapades when the political integrity of the community was at jeopardy. The Cooper faction initiated a change. charge, declaring that the Marquis conduct was unworthy of a Christian political party. They had a field day with the whole affair. So did Leopold lose his seat over this? He didn't. He's an elected official, after all, and is therefore protected by the Constitution. However, his position with an heir has become precarious since the affair. I doubt he'll return after the elections. She stopped abruptly, looking down and then up at me again. I'm probably boring you. It's okay. You should be on your way home. I'm going to read some more Spindler before bed. I spent most of Thursday afternoon loitering around town, trying to find something or someone to write my weekly progress article on. Sadly, as I searched in vain, it began to dawn on me why Ina had unloaded this piece on me. Abbotsford really didn't have any progress to report. Then, in a flash in the corner of my eye, no, move away, hellhound, I'm not even working today. Virus, leave the man alone. As soon as Miss Voorhees entered the scene, the dog became as docile as a lamb. Hi, Karen. Thanks for coming to my rescue again. I feel like he's warming up to you. He didn't even bite you this time. So what brings you here today? Ina's making me write an article. It can be about any person or event in town. The thing is, it's due today. You wouldn't be referring to the weekly progress, would you? That's a local favorite. Ina must have a lot of faith in you to entrust you with such an important piece of journalism. I could tell she was concealing an impish smile. Anyway, if you want, you can interview me. It may help my re-election if I get some positive press out. Maybe you could write the whole thing for me. She burst out laughing. Come on, let's go someplace where we can talk. She let out a long sigh. Small town politics can be a headache. That piece you guys published last week, to be fair, it caused quite a bit of a commotion. She adopted a more serious demeanor. Let me state first and foremost that our party has always been a proponent of the free exchange of labor. Abbotsford has some of the largest farms in the region, so come August there's always a huge demand for seasonal workers. What party are you in? Abbott Island Reformed. We are currently in charge. Laborers come here from all over the Low Countries, many even from further afield. The work offers them an escape from poverty. It's in our greatest interest that they are treated well. The thing is, not everybody is as welcoming to outsiders. Over the last decades, a new political movement has been growing in membership. Flock 5, they are called. They were founded in 2005. Flock 5 takes a more cautious stance on labor migration. They claim that seasonal workers constitute an unnecessary burden on our local infrastructure. There was a small incident, not long after their party was founded, in which a group of farm workers had been caught stealing food from local stores. It was just petty theft, but Flock really went to town with it, converting the incident into a large electoral windfall. Do you think people from Flock 5 are behind the murder? No, and I don't want you writing that. It's just that the subject matter is more complicated than it seems. AIR has always protected the rights of all farm workers, but the general attitude has been shifting lately. What about the Cooper faction? The Cooper, what? The Cooper faction within your party. Do they share your stance on labor migration? I am afraid you're misinformed. Air is one party. We don't have factions. She began speaking in a hushed voice. Look, I understand you guys feel involved. I will tell you more, but you'll have to consider it off the record. I smiled. No problem. I have more than enough material as is. This is a very painful incident for our mayor. The farm murder occurred on property that belonged to his brother. I nodded. Now, several voices are implying that the police investigation into the abuse was intentionally halted by Mayor Van Linden and the chief of police. But I know the mayor. He wouldn't do such a thing. After the assault, the victims' co-workers returned to their hometowns. They weren't available for further questioning. The police closed the case because they really didn't have any more leads. And the mayor's brother, what kind of person is he? I'm not sure. She paused. He works his people hard, a little too hard at times, but he's not a sadist. He wouldn't do that to anyone. Anyway, I really need to get back to work. If you guys want, you're welcome to come over to my place for coffee sometime. I can imagine Ina would love to have a source inside the council. On Friday, we snuck out of school during lunch. Outside of commuting hours, the train to Riversburg only ran sporadically. We had to rush to make it in time. I loved your article. She appeared reluctant to admit it, like a child enjoying broccoli. It had its flaws, of course. It's just, I had never thought about using the weekly progress section that way, for actual journalism. I just happened to bump into Karen in the street. We shot past miles and miles of farmland. Ina had begun murmuring to herself. I haven't seen any bees this year. There were a few last year, but none this summer. It's just crickets now. You know they kept me up last night. The crickets and their maddening song, like a thousand voices crying out in terror, as if they could sense their impending death once winter comes. If winter ever comes. I shrugged. I spoke to the archivist on the phone. He confirmed that the publication should be there as part of a larger collection of church inquiries that were commissioned by the Presbytery of the Low Countries after the secession of 1834. The Reformed Church has always been prone to schisms. In 1834, however, three congregations succeeded at once, out of dissatisfaction with liberal tendencies within Reformed theology at the time. During the subsequent decades, many more churches followed in their wake, to the point where the remaining pastors felt the time had come to take action. The Reformed Church is an essentially coordinated institution. Due to the particular state of affairs, however, the remaining pastors agreed to converge in what was named the Presbytery of the Low Countries. The Presbytery resolved to root out churches that appeared to stray from mainstream Protestant theology. By proactively excluding troublesome congregations, the church hoped to end the broader trend of insurgency once and for all. The document we will be consulting is a church inquiry, commissioned by this very Presbytery. It pertained to the congregation on Abbot Island, led by the Reverend Johann Cooper. It would eventually lead to their expulsion from the Reformed Church. This all took place in 1857, not long before the evacuation of the island. Is Johann Cooper, yes, her great 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 grandfather, if I'm not mistaken.
Stream elements, said.
We made our
Stay
way
moist, my
to the
friends, hydrate.
archives. The city was noisy as usual. So this is Primmersburg. I assume it's the first time you have been here. It was built shortly after the war, carefully planned to function as the metropolitan hub of the newly reclaimed land. How could something that's been thought out so meticulously grow into such an abomination? In the past, cities arose out of the countryside, nourished lovingly by their surrounding communities. But now the giant city sucks the country dry, insatiably and incessantly demanding and devouring fresh streams of men, till it wearies and dies in the midst of an almost uninhabited wasteland. Bremersburg has become a dismal necropolis, wrapped in the sounds of countless invisible cars, all attempting to find their way in its inorganic street plan. It appears completely amorphous to me, like a welded together amalgamation of leftover parts of other cities, lacking any differentiating feature. The municipal archives were curated by the University of Riversburg. We made our way through a few galleries of natural history exhibits until we reached the library. Without as much as looking around, Nina went up to the archivist and asked him for the document she was looking for. He eyed her up with a bemused glance in his eyes. So you're the students that made a reservation for the theological inquiries? Sure. Is there a problem? He chuckled. Oh, not at all. It's just that we don't get many requests for these dusty church annals. He left briefly to dig up an old book. Here it is. It isn't available for loan, so you'll have to consult it at one of the reading tables. We sat down. For the moment Ina opened the heavy leather-clad book, a musty fragrance poured forth through its yellow pages. In a hushed voice she began to read. Journal of the Reverend Thomas W. H. Backer, Inquirer for the Presbytery of the Low Countries. Saturday, 19th of September, 1856. We set sail early in the morning to favorable winds and quiet waters. Aboard were the captain, Jan H. M. Board, and his two crew members, a traveling merchant, some islanders, and the gentleman Marcus P. Braschert, who would be serving on this island as a replacement school teacher. You are excused to read silently if you would like. Let me skip ahead a bit. With the good south wind behind us, it took us less than half an hour to catch first sight of the isle in the distance. But as we approached Abbot, we struck harsh and impetuous waves, and whitecaps formed around us. Within a matter of minutes, the formerly peaceful sea had erupted in a fierce tempest, rocking our ship to and fro. Though we as passengers were distraught by the sudden onset of the storm, our captain reassured us that sudden gales were not uncommon on the Strait of Alabay. But as I lay cooped up at the ship's stern, I prayed fervently for our safe voyage. There appeared to be no end to the tempest. As I had a clear view of the firmament from my hiding place, I began to notice that the storm was imbued with a strange quality of shortness. For although the sea was in unruly turmoil, erupting in waves and eddies of violent fervor, the sky above remained blue and completely devoid of wind. It was as though not a gale, but a submarine vortex was kicking up these crashing waves. And when I gathered the courage to look overboard. I fancied at times that I could see a thin black ripple coiling through the waves, glistening whenever it broke the surface in the ever dazzling sun. It took us the greater part of an hour to reach the harbor, and when the ship finally moored, the tempest abruptly came to a halt. In a matter of minutes, the waves disappeared and the sea returned to its original calm, as though no storm had ever laid hands upon it. Scores of islanders spilled from their houses to congregate around the pier. Immediately, I could discern the tall figure of Reverend Cooper, with his chalky white hair that appeared to glow against the black of his cassock, standing with outstretched arms as if to consecrate the weather-beaten ship. She read silently for a while. Thomas stayed at the manse, where the Cooper family provided him with food and dry clothing after his dire journey. He described Reverend Cooper as a dignified gentleman, and he makes special note of Johann's daughter, Hendrika, a charming though secretive young woman with flowing black hair. Then it skips over to Sunday morning when Thomas will attend his first service on the island. I attended Sunday service next morning. Observance proceeded in great solemnity in commemoration of two fishermen who were lost to the sea last week. The sermon contained many nautical themes, alluding to both the calling of the fishers and the beast Leviathan. However, I believe this to be nothing out of the ordinary for seafaring communities. On Monday morning, the two men conversed together, delving deep into Cooper's religious teachings. Let me skim through this part quickly. After what felt like a century, Ina looked up at me and began reciting. What I have come to learn is worrisome. I can only conclude that Cooper's theology in its essence lacks the eschatological underpinnings of our shared faith. Substituting these core tenets with a view on historical redemption that is cyclical in nature. For Cooper, the New Testament culminates seamlessly into the book of Job, leading all biblical history, including the Synoptic Gospels and the New Covenant, to recur again and again ad infinitum. Based on our conversation, I am inclined to agree with the complainant that the creed that is proclaimed on this island is fundamentally alien to the doctrinal axioms as set forth in the canons of Dort and the Heidelberg Catechism. I am even inclined to doubt Cooper's worldview is fully Trinitarian. After lunch, I recused myself for an afternoon walk in order to meditate on our conversation. As I made my way across the perimeter of the isle, looking out into the glittering, endless sea, I couldn't help but notice that I was being trailed by a dark figure. I turned around just in time to catch a glimpse of Hendrika leaping behind one of the gargantuan stones that lie scattered across the aisle. I called out, asking if she would care to join me, but she let out a shrill laugh and ran away, with her black hair trailing behind her. Ada pulled a concerned face. That's strange. There isn't much more to the report. He skips over a few days and then recounts a last meeting between the two men on Friday evening. I am now confident to write that the Reverend Cooper and I have reached a mutual degree of understanding. Cooper has further clarified his theological positions to me, and I am fully confident now that his doctrines are wholly in accordance with the three forms of unity, in no way contradicting our shared Reformed confession. I believe Cooper is a fine man who operates as a good shepherd for his congregation. Our prior misunderstandings appear to have derived from my own ignorance of local culture and customs, not from any fundamental unorthodoxy within the religious teachings of the Church of Abbot itself. In conclusion, I therefore recommend no punitive or expulsory action is taken against the Reverend Cooper or his congregation. She put down the book. That's strange. Did you notice anything? Sounds pretty tame if they got in trouble for this. It does, doesn't it? And the sudden change of tone at the end. Oh, he got his dick wet, and he changed his tone. Yeah, Hendrika changed his mind, if you know what I mean. I don't understand. The sources state that the Reformed Church of Abbott was ejected based on this report. However, the conclusion doesn't point in that direction at all. I have no idea why this would be cause for Abbott to be cast out of the presbytery. This trip appears to have been a waste of time. Let's head back to the station. Lethargically, Ina went to return the book. We were on our way to the exit when a figure approached us. Hey, it's cool you guys have taken an interest in these old pieces of ecclesiastical bookkeeping. As I said, they haven't been requested in decades. You must be high story buffs, right? Ina eyed him up suspiciously. We are conducting investigative journalism into the Church of Abbott. Abbott. He went silent for a while, as though trying to remember something. I guess the report on them is pretty boring. You wouldn't say. She pulled me by the sleeve, signaling that we should leave. I remember there was more to that story, though. There should be an addendum somewhere, some notes that were left out of the public report. With this, he appeared to have caught Ina's attention. They are pretty rare, though. I believe only 2 copies were ever printed. And where may we find these copies? Good question. He headed back to his desk where he spent some time browsing the cat evolve. One is in the private library of the Council of Reformed Churches. You could try to petition them, however, and the other was sent to the Isle of Abbott in 1857. The town had the right to know why their church was being ejected from the presbytery. If it hasn't been pruned from the collection, it should still be in the town archives. Well, that's all we needed to know, dear man. You could have saved us a lot of time by telling us up front. And with these words, she was out the door. I thanked him briefly before running after her. On our way back to the station, we passed a small, indistinct-looking theater. Ina nudged me. Look, this is the nightclub I told you about, the one where the Marquis was spotted. It looks as grimy as ever. We were just in time to catch the 6 o'clock train. Throughout our return voyage, I could hear Ina mumbling to herself in excitement. Saturday came. I sat to work. Everything went noticeably smoother than last time, and I was struck by the sad realization that must be becoming an experienced paper boy. When my workday ended, I returned home for a shower and a change of clothes, after which I briefly spoke with my dad. I brought up how he hadn't been home much lately, but he told me not to exaggerate, that it was actually I who was away all the time. Though I doubted that was the case, I sensed there was little point in arguing. When I arrived at the Omophagia, one of the few licensed establishments in town, Rika sat waiting for me. Are you hungry? We should order some side dishes. The fresh anchovies here are tasty anchovies. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, please. I nodded in agreement. As I settled in, Rika sat staring at me, beaming in playful anticipation. She let out a restrained cough. So I heard you have been hanging out with May again. Your spies are doing excellent work. She laughed. Oh no, it's not like that this time. May told me herself. In fact, she hasn't stopped talking about you since last Tuesday. Your misadventures among the megaliths and such. Gently, she had begun brushing her fingers through her onyx hair, and the subtle repetitive motions exuded a soothing calm, as though she were comforting a frightened creature. And, you know, I think that may not be so bad. It's good for her to have someone to converse with on her level. What do you mean on her level? She giggled. Oh, don't take it the wrong way. It's just that May's always been a bit of a loner. Because she never attended regular school, she hasn't had the chance to make friends among her peers. But for you, as an outsider, it should be the same. Just let me know if she becomes a burden, okay? I nodded, not really sure if that point had already been reached. But tell me, how did your workday go? No big headline this week. I tried to feign offense at her statement. How dare you say such a thing? Didn't you read our exclusive report on the idiosyncratic migration patterns of the hairy honker dragonfly? I will. She turned her attention to the laminated menu card, her bottom lip pouting in disinterest. The restaurant wasn't anything fancy, Italian in name only. Don't think that headline will cause any trouble this time. She looked up at me. And that's good. We don't want any trouble down here. That girl Ina, she really attracts trouble, you know? I feel like she seeks it out at times. We have a gentleman in town who caused an embarrassment last year. Ina, of course, wrote all about it. She flapped her hands rapidly as if shaking off a disgusting substance. To think he considers himself nobility. Nobility? You wouldn't be referring to the Marquis, would you? Oh my, Ina has been mentoring you very well. The current Lord of the Isle is quite the character indeed, though I wouldn't say he deserves his title. From the late Middle Ages onward, his clan ruled the island. They owned most of the land over here, but only to collect taxes. They lived on the mainland, on a large estate near the Hague, and to finance their lavish lifestyle among the nation's elite, they leached on the poor fishers and clergymen of Abad. But the lords never contributed anything of substance. She smiled. You can imagine how distraught they were when the decision fell to evacuate in 1857. With the fishers leaving Abad, there was no source of income left. The waitress came to bring us our side dishes. To stay out of poverty, the clan sold about half the island to the Church of Abbot, whose members would remain on the isle. Their glory days were indisputably over. They had to live frugally in their castle, which began to crumble from neglect. Things changed, though, after the reclamation. In 1947, when the marsh polder fell dry, Marquis Louis of Abbot was one of the first to return to Abbot's Ford, to lay claim on the part of the island that his family was still legally entitled to. Louis played an important role in developing Abbotsford in the 20th century. It was in his interest that the housing prices rose so that his family could collect rent again. He turned Abbotsford into a major agrarian hub, inviting farmers from all over the Low Countries to move here. He had a little boy with him at the time, young Leopold, a spoiled brat even at that age. She paused for a second to move the plate of fish in my direction. I can imagine the native population wasn't too happy with that. They weren't. Initially, was lots of strife. As more and more farmers arrived, the newcomers began to outnumber the original islanders. Now, politically, Eyre had always maintained complete control of the town council. The islanders feared that the farmers would form their own political movement that would be able to seize power. So how did that work out? Well, it wasn't all bad. Since the evacuation, the church was the second largest landowner on the island. The inflated housing prices were too good for us, too. In the end, Marquis Louis played an important role in reconciling the two sides. The agrarians were welcomed within Eyre as long as they agreed not to occupy more than half the seats on the council. This meant the church would retain control of the state affairs of the island, while the newcomers still felt represented. So is that how the two factions within the town council arose? Eyre doesn't have factions. All politicians operate in the best interest of the community. She winked. Except for Leopold, of course. He's a blemish on our town. I wouldn't mind you writing another article on him. Let me know if you need more information. I was beginning to realize that her loose tongue didn't necessarily stem from the light or the amicable atmosphere. It was as though the information she was disclosing was being carefully measured out. We sat in silence, eating fish, while it gradually grew darker outside. Then she gently wiped her mouth on her napkin and looked up at me. Is there anything else you would like to know? Is there anything else you would like to tell me? Oh, plenty. It's just I like to stay one step ahead of Ina's games. While I was surprised at her sudden change in manner, I managed to remain collected. It's getting very late. I have to be at church tomorrow by 9. She smiled a faraway smile. Can you imagine what it's like? A reclamation like that? Can you imagine how it would feel? You have been living your whole life on a secluded island, and then suddenly you witness the waters dropping around you, until all that's left is an endless wasteland of stinking marshes. The people here had spent their lives in the midst of a majestic sea, but in a period of less than a year, all that was reduced to a swamp strewn with decaying fish corpses. I stared at her in silence. There have always been higher powers that decided over the people of Abbot, be it the lords, the national government, the presbytery of churches. But through their inhumane treatment of the islanders, they have sown the vines from which grapes of wrath would grow, and left them feeling futile and angry, helpless against the forces that be. She sighed. For some reason, it strengthened their faith. They realized they had to rely on a far higher power to deliver them from these tyrannical pharaohs. The native inhabitants of Ammon truly feel they are God's people. Without asking, she impaled the last of the fish on her fork, bringing it to her mouth in one motion. After swallowing, she resumed her monologue. During the reclamation, as the workmen built the long embankment that would keep the water out, incidentally strange reports would emerge. I looked up from my drink. The men would experience an impromptu storm, a sudden succession of roaring eddies that hindered work for as long as they persisted. The thing was, these storms were highly localized. They would even occur on the most tranquil of days, when there wasn't a gust of wind in the air. I think they ascribed the phenomenon to ocean currents sent wayward by the altered flow of the great rivers. However, that doesn't sound at all like what these workmen described. They spoke about raging tempests and huge waves. She took out her purse and placed a 50 on the table. Anyway, I had a great time, Abe. I'd love to do this again. I thanked her and told her I felt the same way. Then I reached for my wallet to pay for my share of the meal. Save your hard-earned money, Bodie. My father said he would cover the tab. I grumbled appreciatively. I was awoken at 9 by church bells, after which I fell back asleep until I was woken for the second time by the bells for the Deluge service. For a brief moment, my heart went out to Rika Cooper, who was likely expected to be present and presentable for all of today's services, until I dozed off yet again, to be awoken conclusively this time by mysterious ticking against my bedroom window. When I made it out of bed to open the curtains, I could see May standing outside, dressed head to toe in immaculate black. She told me. Rika finally told me. I poked and pestered her throughout the service until she finally agreed to give me your address. I think she was embarrassed in front of the congregation. You sure like to sleep late. I tried throwing stones at each of the windows. Isn't your father home? I grumbled a reply, still half asleep. Come on, it's Sunday afternoon. Let's go on an adventure. Have you had lunch yet? Don't worry, I took some peppermints from church. In my groggy state, I tailed May through deserted streets. From her determined gait, I could tell she was leading me somewhere. It wasn't long before we left our grab suburban estate behind to enter a patch of brushwood that bordered the village. She stopped for a second to hand me some mints. They stood out chalky white against her jet black dress. So that was with the depressing outfit. You had a funeral this morning? Oh no, we always dress in black for church. If there had been a funeral, they would make me wear a veil. Giggling, she placed a mint in her mouth and took off again. On the other side of the trees lay a rolling meadow. It wasn't far beyond here that the landscape made a sudden, steep drop into the endless stretches of a farmland formed by the remnants of the former seabed. Hurry up! I could barely make out her golden hair in the blinding October sun. It wasn't much later that we reached what appeared to be the destination of our journey. You have led me to a pile of stones again. Not just stones, a dolmen. Can't you tell by the way they are stacked? Though smaller than the megaliths she had shown me last week, the stones had indeed been arranged to form a tiny abode. Excitedly, she pulled my hand. Look, S and S. She was pointing at a crude S-shaped pentagram engraved into the surface of one of the rocks. It does look like an S, doesn't it? Figuring May had brought me here as her personal translator, I walked over to the obligatory tourist sign that pointed a few yards from the archaeological site. Dolmen M4, commonly referred to as the S Dolmen, likely built as a megalithic tomb by members of the Swifter Band culture, dated around 3500 BC. I skimmed over some further text. A salient feature of M4 is the S-shaped petroglyph engraved on its southeastern side. Though resembling the letter S, it was carved long before the emergence of the Proto-Semitic alphabet. This rune likely depicts a housemark, a type of symbol that was used to identify clans during the late Neolithic. Though the discovery of petroglyphs inside megalithic tombs from this period is not uncommon, the prominent placement of this S-shaped rune on the dolmen's outer exterior is unique in the Low Countries. May stood there, slinking down in disappointment. So the S is not an S. I read on. The stone stood quite close to the shore when this was still an island. Did you know Abbotsford used to be an island? Oh, hey, look at that. It's even gone in the background. I just noticed that right there where my mouse is. There's an S. That definitely looks like an S. Right there. Right there to the left of the entrance. They even added that detail to the background. Very good on them. No, she was looking at me all glassy-eyed. You didn't know. What do these people teach you? No, not an island. Abbott was connected to the mainland once. Her voice was no more than a whisper, and before I knew it, her eyes had turned a cloudy pearl. She had drifted off, a faint smile lingering on her face. We were playing here on the beach, Sigurd and I. I had 4 younger brothers, but 3 of them died in infancy. Sigurd survived, though. Sigurd was the strongest. We dragged a fallen tree far into the water that day to pretend it was a sea monster. I already knew he would be leaving soon. I remember his hair, how it shone bright in the sun on that last summer day. Her expression darkened. Sigurd, I prayed so long for your return. I would pray here by the stones. I prayed to the chthonic gods who dwell through the immeasurable depths of the earth. Sigurd was sent away to live with an allied tribe. It was a ritual we would perform. Whenever an eldest son turned 7, it was meant to strengthen regional bonds and to prevent madness. Sigurd. After that, they remained silent for a very long time. It wasn't until the sun began to set that the color in her eyes returned. During that moment, she looked vulnerable, helpless, as though she could begin to fathom the intricacies of the episode, that mysterious absence that had come over her. I helped her to her feet, supporting her as we slowly, wordlessly commenced our journey home. Not looking to run into anyone in town, we took the long route back, around the perimeter of the former island. After a while, I became aware of May's gentle humming in my ear, and by the time we had made it to her parents' farm, she appeared to have returned to good spirits. Thank you for bringing me home, Abe. I had a great time at the shore. Though I was caught off guard, I was happy to see she had regained her former cheer. Do you want to come to the lake with me some day? The water should still be warm, like summer. She appeared almost drunk with fatigue. Will you come with me, Abe? The lake is so big, like an ocean almost. Will you come with me? I would love to. Thank you. Sigurd. Cheerfully, I bade her goodbye and headed back to town. Police sirens swelled in the distance as I drew closer to Abbotsford. I followed them into Main Street, where I was nearly knocked down by a small, dark figure. There you are. Finally, we need as many reporters at the scene as possible. Cecile, didn't you read my messages? There's been an attack on Karen Voorhees. Rise and shine. Have you slept at all tonight? She looked exhausted. I had spent the previous night by her side, assisting her as she darted around the police perimeter, snapping pictures and throwing questions at the forensic investigators that poured in and out of Karen's residence. The officers, however, were reluctant to discuss the case. It wasn't until 2, when most of the police had left the scene, that I could finally convince her to go home. But even there she remained restless, immediately setting to work on a laborious feature article covering the case. And though she appeared sharper than ever, tirelessly paging through her notebook, making phone calls, transcribing audio recordings she had made, I myself was fully completed. Hence it wasn't long before I collapsed onto the couch. Well, I am making eggs. I haven't had a solid meal in days. Do as you wish. I'm going to call the police station again. If you really think they will answer. An attack on a politician in Abbotsford of all places. It does make me wonder. What if this could be linked to the interview you conducted with Karen last week? Please don't bring me into this. It's like someone wanted to silence her. We have been receiving warnings, you know? We. I have. The paper. I found one again last week after we reported on the farmhouse case. It was a very short message sent from an anonymous email address. Sad to hear your office burn down, is what it said. Did our office burn down? No, you dimwit. It was a threat. Why didn't you tell me before? For a second her eyes turned distant. She had been fidgeting with the fabric of her bed sheets. I dismissed it as a prank at the time. I am still sure it's a prank, you know? Don't worry. Ina spoke with the resigned apathy of a war correspondent who had stared into a far greater peril. So, do you have any idea who planned the attack on Karen? For a long time she was silent. No, not really. What about the mayor and his brother? They have been brought up a few times. An involuntary contraction flashed across her eyes. The mayor's brother. There certainly have been rumors concerning him. After our latest article, we sparked interest in the murder case. He was at the center of suspicion again. It's a small town. People gossip a lot. She shuddered. George Van Linden, a scary guy. When we were younger, we would tell stories about Grumpy George. He was known for igniting imperious rage whenever someone came on his property. There was even a time. She stopped abruptly, swallowing her words. Never mind. But I'm sure he's the kind of person that could coldly eliminate someone who got in his way. It chills me that someone like him holds so much power in a town like this. The thing is, we don't have any evidence. George Van Linden, you should see him. There's a disquieting shimmer in his eyes. A slight squint that, though barely noticeable at first, somehow warps his entire face into an expression I can only describe as detached. It impacts his every feature. The curt, rude way in which he speaks, his disheveled movements, his acute outburst of aggressive rage. But these are only the external symptoms of an underlying decay. The true cause for his demeanor must come from a place far deeper inside. She paused, as though carefully measuring out the following sentence. That strange look in his eyes, it's so unmistakably crucial to his whole persona, like a character of a certain physiological type that's slowly emerging from within him. Ina was becoming increasingly grave, bringing down her voice to a level barely within the audible range. That behavior, I don't think, can be explained as a primitive attribute of the uncivilized mind. No, quite the opposite. We can see his type all around, in our neighbors and random passers-by, even in politicians and world leaders. I could barely make out her tired whispers. The short temper, the decadency, these are all qualities of the future man. She stared at me in silence, as though she had just divulged something of the greatest significance. And though I didn't fully understand the thoughts Ina was trying to convey that morning, I was stricken by the seriousness that had come over her, as it was unlike anything she had previously subjected me to. Then she took out her phone. I'm sorry. Go cook your eggs. I need to make a few calls. And as I switched on the stove, I could hear her calling out to me from the bedroom. Oh, and Abe, please ask Rika to take you to the council library. I'm still interested in that Pendex document that they keep there. I went looking for Rika as soon as classes ended. It didn't take me long to find her, hurrying through the hallway at a steady pace. Rika, what's cooking? She chortled. I'm on my way to the pool. We are running double training sessions up until the regional championships next month. She brushed aside her hair. You can walk with me if you like. And just as she was about to continue onwards, she stopped, as though she had just remembered something. So, you must be preparing for your big trip. I stared at her in confusion. May told me you would be taking her to the beach sometime soon. You should have come to me first. I thought back to Sunday evening, and the words May had drowsily muttered into my ear. It was just a wild idea of hers. I don't care. We have been very tolerant of your little outing with May up until now. Uh, but if you are going to take her out of town, I insist she be accompanied by a chaperone. Her eyes were like hellfire. I guess you have someone in mind for an unwed girl to go on imprudent beach outings with a man. I have my reservations about the whole situation. I haven't promised her anything. We could just cancel. However, as I feel May is due for an excursion, and as I have some busyness of my own to attend to at Ryebury, I am willing to accompany the two of you. Accompany us. Sure, or will my presence ruin the little plan you had in mind? Not at all. Fine then, I have already made arrangements. Classes end early this coming Thursday, so we can leave after school and be back before midnight. I'm sure we will have a blast. When we arrived at the pool, I was still somewhat taken aback by Rika's sudden takeover of the occasion. But then I remembered my initial motivation for approaching her. Rika, before I leave, I was wondering, there's something I need from the town council library. She tilted her head, a curious expression forming on her face. From the council library. Could you get me in? It isn't usually open to the public. What would you ever need from there? Where did it go? That's weird. Where did it go? It was right here. That's weird. When things suddenly go missing from your desk and you don't know where they went. And it's like, okay, it was just right here. How curious. Oh, just some old records. It's something for a high story assignment. And I figure you owe me a favor, considering how I am letting you come on this beach trip. Well, I could get you in, though we would have to go soon. They are tightening security protocols after the whole attack on Miss Voorhees. Did you hear about that? I did. We will go this afternoon, after I am done with my workout. Please meet me outside the council building in about an hour. I was met with the fresh scent of chlorine emanating from her hair. There you are. Let's get going. I have to be home in time for dinner. 」 . Rika immediately went over to the receptionist, with whom she seemed to be on friendly terms, and received a small copper key which she pocketed quietly. We were let through into the back rooms without issue. Wordlessly, Rika unlocked a nondescript door and let me in. Please don't get your hopes up. The municipal collection isn't actively curated. It's just a heap of whatever books the town gets their hands on. I began to browse the shelves, which appeared to have been crammed full without any system or catalog. I will help you. What title are you looking for? Though it was an obvious question, it caught me completely off guard. Well, don't tell me you have forgotten. Forgotten? Yes, I mean, can you at least tell me the name of the author? I believe he was called Spangler. I had thrown out the first name that came to mind, but it seemed to appease Rika. Spangler. Never heard of him. We searched silently for a while. I scanned the shelves one by one, paying special attention to any publication that appeared over 100 years old. As time passed, I could sense Rika growing increasingly restless. Zoning restrictions on the construction of prefabricated cupolas. Third revision. Annual report of Homeowners Association, the Gilded Bulrush. The amount of junk they keep here is appalling. They need someone to prune it all down. On the reproductive habits of fruit flies. What kind of person holds on to this trash? After a further 20 minutes of pointless browsing, she had finally had enough. That's it, Abe. I have to go home now. You can look further if you want. Here's the key. I will let the receptionist know that you are still in here. Thanks, Rika. Sorry for dragging you along for this. It's okay. She was smiling again. Just make sure you are prepared for a big outing on Thursday. I have sent May a message already. She's delighted. With a restrained wave of her hand, she exited the room, and I continued my hunt. After ascertaining I'd been through each and every bookcase, I started anew, just to be certain. When suddenly I heard a door open, followed by a loud shuffle. Before I could even turn around, a booming voice rang out. Great to see young people take an interest in the art of politics. I turned to see an older gentleman who, apart from the distinct fragrance of liquor that surrounded him, appeared impeccable, and immediately I knew who I was dealing with. It was as though he emanated a certain aura that I could sense, even before he had addressed me. This must be him, the man of whom Ina had told me every rumor, the illustrious Leopold Marquis of Abbot. This library is the greatest resource we have. It's sad so very few people find their way here. Is there anything I can help you with? I saw no reason to lie to him at the time, as I knew he wasn't exactly partial to the church's dealings. I'm looking for the appendix to the theological inquiries into the Church of Avant. Instantly his demeanor changed. He let out a short, throaty laugh, and I could detect a captivated twinkle appear in his eyes. The inquiries into the Church of Avant, you say? I believe I have heard that name before. He looked over his shoulder. I suggest we go for a drink, you and me, somewhere where we can talk in private. So I saw you come in with Cooper's daughter. She's a fine catch, that girl. Be wary of her father, though. He coughed out a dry chuckle. Oh, I remember what it was like to be young. Between the two of us, some say I haven't changed much since those days. He scratched his beard with an agonized gesture. Pretty women will always be my Achilles heel. So I have been told. Leopold had chosen a table away from the other patrons. You are 18, right? I nodded. Let me order you a beer. He signaled the bartender by holding up two fingers. Anyway, about that document you were looking for. I'm sorry to tell you it's been lent out. You are wasting your time searching. Lent out. That's right. The appendix has been removed, as they say in medicine. But tell me, what were you planning on doing with that thing? Give it to your girlfriend. Not at all. I need it for a school project. Well, that's a sign of great ingenuity. It's an interesting piece. It isn't requested much. I would say people had all but forgotten about it. But then you came along. You mentioned it had been lent out. Lent out. Yes, it has. He let out a long sigh. It's been lent out to me, to be precise. I was overcome with confusion. To you. I figured your girlfriend would have known, considering her father's position. She's not mine. She really had you on a wild goose chase, looking for things that weren't there. She didn't know what I was looking for. This comment appeared to put him at ease. That's good. Very good.
Stream elements,
Stay vigilant.
said.
You don't have
Stay
to tell
moist,
the
my
ladies
friends, hydrate.
everything. Keep them guessing. You are a stronger man than I. Then he bent forward and lowered his voice discreetly. You must have heard the story, Abe. It was about a year ago. There was a guy we employed to do our garden on Sundays. Jan was his name. Jan wasn't from here, you know. But more importantly, he was a cigar smoker. My wife doesn't let me smoke in the house anymore, so we would often sit on the patio outside and smoke together. I don't work my people too hard. You need to take your time. Enjoy life. He winked. Anyway, I was having a lot of trouble with your father-in-law Cooper back then. Sometimes I would vent about it against Jan. And that's when he told me about the church inquiry. He had been conducting some private research of his own, and he had reasons to believe that that document contained compromising information pertaining to the high story of the Church of Abbot. Personally, I'm more of a worldly man, but Jan was very much into these theological matters. He was a Catholic, like the priest of his group, so you can figure why he didn't like Cooper too much. As I had access to the council library, I promised I would retrieve the appendix for him. He suggested it contained enough information to cause a national scandal that would take down Cooper for good. But it didn't. A self-depreciating smile appeared on his face. Well, he's still here, isn't he? You should know. I'm a selfish man. I went to the council to retrieve the document. I kept it in my briefcase as I had my own plans with it, and I had it with me when the whole Sanford House affair occurred. You mean you lost it? The document you lost at Sanford House was the appendix to the church inquiries. Quiet. Oh, it wasn't lost. So they were keeping an eye on that son bitch, and they stole it. No, you didn't lose it, bro. You didn't lose it. Was stolen. That's way too smooth. Way too coincidental. Yeah, no, yeah, no. I never lost it. It was stolen. It was all a ruse conjured up by these church people. I may have been a bit loose-lipped that day when I found the document. You know, after a long day at the council, I like to come down here to drink a few glasses. I may have boasted my mind here and there. Not much later, a call came in that our party, heir, would be entertaining a wealthy donor that night. Cooper was happy to provide Sanford House, the most exquisite property in town, for the occasion. They wanted me to come right away. I should have known better, but I was in the best of spirits, so of course I attended. And they knew all my preferences. There was liquor and female entertainment, and somewhere during the night I must have blacked out. If they didn't drug you. In Sandford House of all places. Beautiful, stately Sandford House. Did you know my clan used to own that manor? It was residence to the Lords of the Isle whenever we visited Abbot. But my great-great-grandfather sold it to the Cooper family right after the evacuation. He was hoping the church would take good care of it, that they wouldn't let it fall to ruin. I figure he was right. Ever since the reclamation, we have been trying to buy it back. First my father, then me, but to no avail. That snake Cooper knows how much we wanted, and then he uses it in such a humiliating way to orchestrate my downfall. My position with an heir has become precarious due to the whole affair. As a democratically elected representative, they cannot remove me from my position right now. However, I doubt they will keep me in the party when elections come. And that one guy, whatever happened to him? One, he left shortly thereafter. One of his friends had something terrible happen to him, you know? A guy named Michael got killed on one of the farms. Most workers from his group returned to their hometowns after that incident, never to return. I reckon they had seen enough of this place. Anyway, I never had the chance to look into that document. To be honest, I had all but forgotten about it until I found you two snooping around the council library. Your safest bet is that Cooper still has it, if he hasn't burnt it by now. You will probably have to pry it from his cold, dead hands. I apologize. I'm a man of many flaws. I should have known Roman would spell my demise. Those heavenly creatures. Life's a feast. You should enjoy it while you are young. On my way home, I went by the town store to buy some salmon. Oh, salmon! Yes, tasty, tasty salmon. Yes, 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 yes. That sounds amazing, friend. Although the selection of produce was predictably basic, somehow managed, well, you are right, consistently maintained quality supply of fish. Fish, 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 fish. After briskly searing the salmon in a pan, I headed up to my room, intending to finally enjoy a quiet evening. But fate clearly had something different in mind. Ina, who let you in? Your father did. He was on his way out when I got here. Said I could wait until you were back. So how did the investigation go? You got the document? Have you been spying on me? I told her about my meeting with the Marquis, how he had been notified of the appendix's existence, and how the church had conned him into losing both the document and his reputation. After I was done explaining, I caught Ina staring into the distance, as though 1,000 cogs were turning in her brain. So Leopold's gardener, one, was a friend of the worker that was killed. Yes, a colleague. I feel that may hold some significance. We will have to try to get a hold of one. But before that, we should see if we can extract the appendix from John Cooper. What? What makes you think Cooper hasn't gotten rid of it by now? With Cooper, you can never be sure. Her voice sounded strangely muffled, as though she were chewing gum. The document holds historical significance to him. If there's one thing the church is keen on, it's preservation. But in the end, there's only one way to find out. We will have to break into the church offices to see if we can find it. Do you have time this coming Thursday? I'm afraid I have a lot of studying to do. Studying? You? I nodded. Strange. You always struck me as the carefree type. Then let's do Saturday, after you're done with work. Anyway, it's late and I am dead tired. Thanks for dinner. You should know for next time that I'm not too fond of seafood. She was already out of the door by the time I realized she had finished more than two-thirds of my plate. Bitch, you stole my fish? You're gonna get your ass shanked, bitch. No, no, you don't steal my fish. I'll fucking kill you. The sun was blindingly bright that day. It shone its lazy beams into our carriage, which was empty save for the three of us. To get to the beach, we had to ascend a small flight of stairs, up over the concrete embankment that shielded the lower lying islands from the waters of the lake. So what do you think? Amazing, isn't it? It's so big you can't see the other side. Our very own sea. Rika sniffed. A sea, you call it? All I smell is rotten fish. I held my nose up to the air, but couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. May continued speaking, unfazed by Rika's snide remarks. And isn't the sun nice? It's as warm as a summer's day. Rika, can we have ice cream later? I don't think there will be a vendor at this time of the year, but we can eat something in the village when the sun begins to set. May seemed entirely too excited to listen to her friend's words. So, first things first, the coach would only let me skip practice if I would do 30 minutes workout down here. Anyone joining me? May began shuffling awkwardly. You are going swimming. In October, I think I will pass. Suit yourself. Rika bounded to the shoreline. Then, in a graceful motion, she removed her dress, revealing a modest sports swimsuit below, before wading into the lake. A perfect halo of ripples propagated out over its glass-like surface. You should come in. The water's lovely. You could take a shower after to get the stench off you. I would rather play on the beach. Rika waved one more time, and then she was gone, swimming parallel to the coastline in skilled butterfly technique. May turned her attention to me. I'm not much of a swimmer. They tried to teach me when I was very young, but they say I never took to it. Were you afraid of water? I'm not sure. Somewhere shallow is fine, like a swimming pool, but I wouldn't want to swim anywhere where I couldn't see the bottom. I looked over to the water, where Rika was still tirelessly continuing her athletics. There was a beautiful symmetry in her strokes, and the way her endless hair, which had failed to tie into a bun, trailed behind her like a black veil, gave her an otherworldly appearance. I stood mesmerized by the sight, as it evoked images of mermaids and nymph-like beings. Rika's wonderful, isn't she? She's all right. Rika's projected to take first place at the regional championships this winter. It's the nationals after that. The whole town will be cheering her on. At that moment, Rika dove down, continuing underwater for a good while, until she appeared again far out, waving at us, her head almost invisible against the indigo waters of the lake. She could stay underwater for more than 5 minutes. Isn't that amazing? I remember when we were small, we would hold breath holding contests. Rika would always beat me. At times she would hold her breath for so long that I would begin to panic, begging and pleading her to start breathing again. She does have a sophisticated sense of humor, doesn't she? May giggled. Rika is the pride of the town. I'm delighted to be her friend. Most girls around here look up to Rika, though they don't always let it shine through. Ah, da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Where is she anyway? I had to admit that I hadn't been paying attention. I'm not sure. Probably still underwater. We stood and looked out over the lake for what felt like an eternity, but the waters remained without a trace. Rika, Rika, if she had truly gone under, there was now only a narrow window of time before it was too late. Rika, 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 but the lake lay deathlike before us. She's been under for more than 10 minutes. No one can survive that long. Impossible. She's an excellent swimmer. Rika, stop playing games. It's not funny anymore. And that's when the gravity of the situation truly hit me, like a lead cylinder impacting with my stomach at 20 knots per hour. If Rika truly had gone under, there was no hope she would ever emerge again. It was over, finished. What was intended to have been a pleasurable beach trip had turned into the darkest possible tragedy. What should we do? She isn't coming back. We had better call the emergency services. That's a great idea. Quick. As I took out my phone to dial the emergency number, I noticed that my fingers had gone completely numb. But then, look, in the distance. I saw it immediately. A black dot, clearly discernible far out in the lake. It was rapidly traveling in our direction. That's got to be her. How could we not? Rika, she's back. Casually, a dark-haired figure stepped out from the waves and slipped into her summer dress. Where were you, Rika? We thought you had disappeared. Oh, I apologize. There's an interesting geological feature out there in the water that I felt like examining. It's a black granite rock, hidden just beneath the surface. At times you can see little parts of it sticking out from the waves. A rock. Instantly, May seemed to have forgotten about our recent crisis, completely captivated by Rika's new find. I looked into the distance, but saw nothing. There's lots of high stories surrounding that stone. It used to be a hazard for ships back in the days when this was still a sea. If fishermen hit that rock, it could sink their vessel. Over the centuries, it racked up quite a death count, and eventually it became so notorious that it was given a name, the Humming Stone. It was said that strange creatures lived within the rock, who brought forth a mysterious whirling sound. They were dangerous, too, as they feasted on the corpses of sailors that drowned there. Ridiculous folk beliefs, of course, but these things do amuse me. I wanted to ascertain if the stone was still there. I'm glad you didn't get eaten. Oh, how could you two worry about me? Are you doubting your champion swimmer? Rika and I spent the rest of the afternoon lying in the sun while May scoured the shoreline for pretty stones. When the sun began to set, we headed up to the nearby town of Ryebury. Rika took us to a small cafeteria where they served locally produced fish cakes. Oh, fish cakes, yes, yes, yes. You like, I love them. I nodded eagerly. Though fried in gratuitous batter, oh, they use too much bread. That's a sign of poor quality fish cakes. Still good, but you can't use too much batter, bruh. I could tell the fish was fresh and of excellent quality. It had a delicate, flaky texture, signifying skilled preparation unusual for fast food joints like this. May sat chewing reluctantly on a piece of batter. They taste very local. It's okay if you don't like them, May. I'll order you some potato fritters in a minute. I like the sea, but I don't really care for what. Well, each their own, I suppose. These are made from saltwater cod, you know? They have to sail all the way past the great floodgates to catch them. Is there still a fishing community down here? A very small one. The lake itself is mostly useless for fish, especially now with the quota on eels. But there are a few families that still sail up north. It feels like a fool's errand at times, but I guess it's what they do. To them, it's a matter of pride, which, as a general rule, is a fool's errand because pride comes before the fall. Rika ordered another round of fish cakes and a plate of fries for May. After you two finish your meal, I want to show you something. Her mouth curled into a promising grin as she held up an innocuous-looking key. You should know by now that I'm very well connected. We followed Rika along the concrete embankment into something that looked like an industrial estate. She held still at one of the buildings, unlocking its heavy metal door. She switched on the lights. What is this place? This is where the magic happens. Ryebury Pumping Station. As the terrain of the marsh polder lies below sea level, rainwater has nowhere to run off to and will inevitably flood the land. To prevent this from happening, all excess water is led to this station through an extensive system of drainage ditches. A high-tech centrifugal pump lifts up the water and jettisons it out into the lake. My father is deputy to the Regional Water Board. That's how I have access to this place. Though the halls draughty and uncomfortable, I felt a tingling sense of privilege as I stood above these great machines. This entire building was vital for the well-being of thousands of civilians, and we were fortunate enough to have unmitigated access. I love it here. It's so big and a little scary. Look, the stairway leads down to the basement where the pumps are. They replaced the machinery just a few years ago. Each pump now has a capacity of 150 tons per minute, which should be plenty for the coming decades. But still, you should realize that whenever you are behind the embankment, you are treading on a former sea bed. A small rupture in the concrete embankment would expand quickly, causing all the waters in the lake to flow back in. She let out a compulsive giggle. Isn't that an arousing thought? You are safe while you are on Abbot, of course. The island still lies higher than the surrounding farmlands, though I don't know how long that will last. They say our town is slowly sinking down into the soil. This place has seen the birth of the marsh polder. It was the first of these stations built, you know. It pumped out the lion's share of the seawater. After the land fell dry, it was a putrid mess. You wouldn't make it far before sinking away in the sludge. People had to wear boots with broadened soles, not unlike modern snowshoes, in order to make their way from town to town. And it wasn't long before the flies came, swarms of them, multiplying rapidly in the former seabed, where they feasted on seaweed and rotten fish. It was the birth of a whole new ecosystem, where the fly population went unchecked. They had no natural enemies at the time. The poor inhabitants of Abbot were driven mad. Millions and millions of flies descending upon their little town, buzzing through the houses, smashing themselves against the window panes. It didn't take long for the pavements and window sills to fill up with piles of dead flies. My great aunt still tells tales about how the children would play games with their corpses, stuffing them into each other's school bags or crunching them up into balls with which they had morbid snowball fights. That's disgusting. But the seabed made for fertile ground. It didn't take long for all kinds of plants to sprout in the new formed soil, and as their roots spread through the mud, the ground gradually grew steadier, to the point where you could traverse it normally on foot. Spiders spun their webs among the countless shrubs, and just as the insect population had initially exploded, now the spiders reigned supreme, engorging themselves upon the endless supply of flies, often catching more than they could eat in a single summer. Rico was smiling with sadistic glee. Many islanders welcomed the arrival of the spiders, as their presence would finally put an end to the nuisance of the flies. But for some, such as my great aunt, who is wary of all things creepy and crawling, the circumstances became all the more dire. I noticed May was cowering silently. Due to the abundant prey, the spiders grew to unnatural sizes. Larger than a human hand, they would hang, legs outstretched, within their massive webs. My aunt recounts one traumatizing afternoon, when she was sent down into the cellar to retrieve a bowl of cured herring. It was dark down there, and she didn't have a light. She carefully made her way to the large, brine-filled barrel that stood far in the back. And then, when she raised the lid, out crept two humongous, hairy, Bay stood petrified, her eyes wide open. Please stop, Rika. You know those stories frighten me. I'm sorry, Bay. I forgot how sensitive you are. Rika mumbled soothing words as she sat and comforted May, though I could tell she was concealing some silent mirth. We played a game of hide and seek and indulged ourselves on May's seemingly endless supply of peppermints. It wasn't long before it had turned completely dark outside. Rika let out a theatrical yawn. It's getting late. We should probably be heading home. As I mentioned before, I have some printed business to attend to in Ryebury. It will only take a minute. Could you two go on ahead to the railway station and wait for me there? I will catch up with you in time for the 10 o'clock train. And as we walked over the embankment back to the train station, it was as though I could detect a very slight fragrance of burning meat in the air. I figured it must be beach goers who had lit a bonfire. And as I looked over to the water, I could indeed detect a small fire burning in the distance. On Saturday afternoon, I met up with Ina outside of Ichthus House of Prayer. These are the Church of Abbot's headquarters. They host a worship center and an adjacent office complex. So the plan is we head in, grab the appendix document, and then we are out again in less than 10 minutes. Is everything clear? Sounds pretty foolproof to me. Of course it isn't, but I have implemented some safeguards. The church itself is open to visitors until 8, so as long as we are just looking around, we are not breaking any laws. However, they probably keep their valuable documents somewhere inside the administrative offices. As soon as we venture further, we will be engaging in breaking and entering, which is a crime. Anyway, it's dinner time now. Most clergymen are at home with their families, and if we get caught, we will tell them we are high school students who are searching for meaning in their lives. We may get scolded, but then again, they can't go too hard on repentant sinners. Come on, let's go. Try to appear interested in 17th century religious architecture. I will try. On our way inside, we passed a small booth where a church warden sat. Ada placed some money in the glass donation box at a permanent place near the entrance. The man nodded at us. The church itself was deserted save for the organist, who was rehearsing for tomorrow's service. This is it, the devotional heart of our town. I'm afraid there isn't much to see in here, apart from the organ. The high story of this place goes back a long time, you know. It used to be a Catholic church with a far more ornate interior. But during the Reformation, all the statues were smashed and the decorations were removed. The people of Abbotsford practice an austere devotion, where large displays of ecclesiastical wealth are frowned upon. But that doesn't mean the church isn't wealthy, you know? It sure is, considering all the property it owns. They just don't feel the need to parade their riches. Anyway, it's time for us to make our move. If we stay in here for too long, the warden will grow suspicious. Ada grabbed my arm and led me to an indistinct wooden door hidden away in the walls of the church. From her pocket she produced an elongated iron wire, the end of which she had carefully bent into a small hook. Quietly she inserted it into the door's keyhole. You appear to be a seasoned burglar. Not really, but I have been looking it up on the internet. These old locks should be so simple even a child can open them. With a muted click, the door gave way. The church annex was dimly lit. Attempting carefully not to make a sound, we descended the tall staircase. Remember, we are just looking for a youth pastor to talk to. We are seeking inner enlightenment. Do wayward souls carry lockpicks? Let's just maintain the door was slightly ajar. There should be 2 offices downstairs. The stairs led into a dark hallway, not the most cheerful work environment. Ada pressed her ear up to one of the doors. After confirming it was empty, we entered the room. All these books. Looks like we have struck gold. This must be John Cooper's study. Immediately, we started browsing through the piles of paperwork. As expected, Cooper's library was mostly theological in nature. It was like searching for a needle in a needle stack. Church Dogmatics, Volume 12, Compendium of Theological Hermeneutics, The Belgic Confession. Why is nothing kept in order? They should teach this man a system. His daughter's pretty tiny, I would say. I bet she takes after her mother. We continued searching. Ada appeared to be growing more frantic by the minute. Are you sure the Marquis was not lying to you? He doesn't have a good reputation, you know? I bet he was drunk at the time. I can't deny that. And even then, Who says Cooper didn't just burn the documents after he obtained them? There's no use keeping them around if they are so incriminating. But you said. I froze, for over Edith's frustrated whispers, I suddenly detected a strange noise that was coming from the room next to ours. It was a hesitant gurgling that burbled just within the audible range. There was something distinctly guttural to it. I pressed my ear up against the wall, trying to get a better gauge of the sound, when suddenly, there, I have got it. Appendix to the Theological Inquiries. Let's get out of here. She clasped her hand to her mouth, realizing suddenly how loud her voices sounded in the deathly silent office. Then she resumed, in a hushed tone. It was in his desk drawer, which was childishly simple to break open. That's great, Ina. But listen, can you hear that sound? She grew quiet. There, listen closely. It seems to be coming from the room next door. Come on, let's check it out. We exited the room. On her tiptoes, Ina headed over to the adjacent door. There seems to be someone in there. I can hear a voice, though it sounds heavily distorted, as though in agony. Come on, Ina. We should leave. We have what we came for. Just let me listen for a second longer. I would love to get a recording. What do you think you're doing down here? Ina jumped up, almost dropping her papers in the process. A figure had appeared at the end of the hallway and was eagerly making its way to us. Almost mechanically, Ina called out her alibi. We are looking to speak to a youth pastor. But she had already grabbed me by the arm, dragging me up the flight of stairs, through the door that led to the main chapel. And we sped walked past the warden, who, though clearly oblivious to the whole affair, stared after us in amazement as we set off over the town square at Olympic speeds. Ada led me on detours in order to shake off our imagined pursuers. It took us more than half an hour to get to school. We sped through alleyways, jumped a hedge, spent time hiding behind a dumpster, cut through the woods, until we eventually reached the school grounds near the east gate. Once Ina had ascertained that we weren't being followed, we entered the building. Though my newfound profession had measurably increased my general fitness over the past few weeks, I was unaccustomed to the sudden outburst of physical exercise that had just been demanded of me. Fully at the end of my tether, I collapsed into a chair. They really had it out for us there. They must have some hidden secrets for them to be so wary of visitors. Well, we were trespassing. Ina, who appeared rather unfazed by our close escape, took out her captured documents and began paging through them intently. Addendum to the Journal of the Reverend Thomas W. H. Backer, Monday, the 28th of September, 1856. Due to the extraordinary circumstances that have arisen during my inquiry into the proceedings of the Church of Abbot, which will be elucidated upon further herein, these pages shall serve as an appendix to the journal that I have submitted prior to the Presbytery of the Low Countries. Given my circumstances, I did not feel at liberty, during my visit, to commit to paper those occurrences that I have witnessed upon the isle, the sheer distressing and even blasphemous nature of which will immediately become apparent to the reader. Ada cleared her throat. As described in the paragraphs previously divulged, my initial welcome and contact with the Reverend John Cooper was cordial and without notable event. It was not until the third day after my arrival that I became aware of certain behavioral eccentricities within both the Cooper family and the community of Abbot at large. It was not until my third day after my arrival that I became aware, though not immediately apparent, this anomaly manifested itself as a creeping awareness, a palpable sensation, as though I was never fully alone during my stay on the isle. Wherever I went, there was a mystifying presence that gradually grew more discernible. It could take the form of a muted giggle, or a glimpse of black hair dashing away in my peripheral vision. But whenever I tried to confront Hendrika with her strange behavior, she would act coy, evasive even, avoiding my glances. And there was more. Slightly alleviating the annoyances of the constant espionage, though none the less unsettling, there was a peculiar, habitual occurrence within the town that immediately drew my attention. For every evening, after dinner, when I would retreat to my room for prayer and meditation, I noticed that the entirety of the island became shrouded in a deathly quiet, as though every living being had disappeared from the face of the earth. The streets below would be without stir, and even within the manse itself I could detect no trace of the Cooper family. These absences would always start before 7 and never lasted for less than an hour. After picking up on the regularity of these intervals, I would utilize them to embark upon walks around the desolate town, as even my dark-haired sentinel appeared to be absent during this period of time. It was on Wednesday evening, during one of these walks, that I first noticed a distinct fragrance of smoke coming from the dunes. With my interest piqued, I cautiously headed in the direction whence the scent came from. As I drew closer, I ascertained that it originated not from the dunes themselves, but from the beach beyond, whereupon a great bonfire had been ignited. I had already entertained the notion that the inhabitants of Abbot held a covert observance in the evening hours, and my heart jumped as I finally beheld the large crowd of people that had gathered upon the shore. With the bright flames casting elongated shadows over the chalky sand, the assembly made for a haunting scene. For upon the bonfire lay the carcass of a sheep not raised above the flames, but placed directly upon them, so that a great fire emanated from its carcass, sending smoke and the stench of burning flesh up into the sky, to be swept away by the evening breeze. Taking shelter in the dunes, as not to be discovered, I continued to observe the haunting spectacle. Though most of the winds blew out over the sea, some of them blew over the land, and although these gusts were infrequent and far between, during those times I could clearly make out Cooper's voice. He was preaching a sermon upon the shore, his voice drenched in a fervor and devotion that had been absent during that observance I had attended on Sunday morning. And just as I arrived, the Reverend led the congregation in prayer, and the people spoke in unison so that it was clear for me to hear these words that are commonly referred to as the Song of the Sea. The Lord is a man of war. The Lord is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host hath he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank to the bottom as a stone. And in the greatness of thine excellency thou hast overthrown them that which rose up against thee. Thou sentest forth thy wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of thy nostrils the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. After this communal prayer, the Reverend resumed his sermon, and he spoke in an enthused vehemence. More could I make out from his words alluded to the most ancient parts of the Pentateuch, and even to arcane Talmudic texts that are completely foreign to Christian scripture, and I heard him utter blasphemous monikers, such as these belonging to the great serpent Leviathan. And he spoke this name with such exalted reverence that it was as though he were heaping praise upon the beast. And he spoke more blasphemous and unholy names, many of which I had not seen in any text, religious or profane. And a name I distinctly recall crossing his lips was that of a certain Lotan. And he described Lotan as infinite, as being without end. And during his sermon the carcass burnt, and it burnt fast and hot, for it had much fat in it. And when the carcass had been reduced to ashes, two members of the congregation came with shovels and swept the ashes in the direction of the sea. And as they swept the burnt remains to the water, Reverend Cooper raised his hands, much like he had done on the tempestuous afternoon when I arrived 4 days ago, and he spoke a blessing unto the waters. And it was at that moment that the sea rippled in fanatic rage, and a large wave rose up over the shore and swept away the remains of the charred carcass, which I deduced must have been a burnt offering, as was custom in Nova's days. And thus the beach was wholly clean again, and there was no evidence for the morning tide to lay bare. The Reverend led the crowd in solemn chant. He who coils through immeasurable depths, he who traverses impenetrable darkness, Lotan, Lotan, ill without end. And they repeated this incantation many times. But I had become nauseated to my stomach from the decadent display of depravity that I had witnessed upon the shore that night. Highly distraught, I returned to the manse. And it was not. Whoa! Suddenly, we were shaken by the sound of breaking glass. A large stone had crashed through the window and came hurtling onto the floor. For a second, Ina sat frozen, still clenching the document tightly in her fist. But then she stood up from her chair. It's the church. They are on to us. Run! We scrambled down the stairs and out through the fire escape. I hadn't fully recovered from our previous sprint and began to lag behind, but Ian grabbed me by the arm, pulling me on through the streets. We made it to Ina's house. As we entered her room, she locked the door and hastily closed the curtains. "You think they will find us here?" "Oh, they will. But I think they have stated their case. They are bound to leave us alone for now. I hope we don't end up like Karen." But Ina was already rifling through her papers, trying to find the passage where she had left off. The next morning I spent indoors, resting my weary head. I had abstained from putting my recent discoveries to paper, as I was aware the family would habitually go through my belongings whenever I was out. When I returned to the beach later that afternoon, all traces of yesterday's vigil had been erased by the morning tide, and it wasn't long before I caught Henrika sitting against a sand dune. She was quietly singing to herself an old fishwives' tune. Herring ashore, herring ashore, put on your boots, they will be back with more. Herring ashore, herring ashore. She was no longer making any effort to conceal her perpetual surveillance of me. The following day I conversed with Cooper. He appeared to have returned to his affable self. Without any trace of the possessed fervor that I had witnessed in him 2 nights ago. I surmised to him that I had not found anything abrasive within his teachings, and that I would take the night's ship in order to relay this message to the presbytery. Cooper seemed pleased and thanked me heartily for my visit, and to be honest, the man made such a wholesome impression on me on that afternoon that I felt inclined, when the evening silence fell upon the town once more, to embark to the beach for one last time, just to confirm that my conclusions were truly correct, and as not to make false judgment upon his character. That night, as I headed through the dunes, I noticed that the air was devoid of smoke, and when I arrived at the place where the salon had previously been held, I found it to be desolate. The tide was fully out that night, so that the island was at its largest, and I could walk out far over the moonlit beach. And that's when I saw it. Far in the distance, at the northernmost tip of the isle, there shone a faint light, and as I hurried to the light, under the cover of the dunes, so as not to fall prey to watching eyes, I saw that a large gathering of people had converged once again, and that some of them carried torches. And Cooper was speaking, leading the sinister ceremony in his animated manner. I took shelter behind a cluster of large stones that stood close to the dunes. But as the tide was out, and the congregation stood near the shoreline, I could not clearly make out the Reverend's words. However, the torches and moonlight illuminated the nocturnal scene, and I had a clear line of sight of the spectacle which took place upon the shore. For more than an hour the Reverend preached, and over time I grew aware of a certain visceral change in his gesticulations. It was as though the motions of his hands and his body became more erratic and disjointed in nature, and simultaneously with this change his voice grew louder, to the point that I could clearly make out the sounds he brought forth. But what reached my ears no longer resembled any human speech. for it had acquired a strange, guttural quality that sounded wholly alien to me. In all his characteristics, Cooper had become ill with an unholy, demonic possession that made me pray to any remaining forces of good on this forsaken isle. And after his sermon, the noise died down, and I could see a silhouette upon the shore which I recognized as the silhouette of a young woman, and I could see that she was unclothed, her pale white skin reflecting the moonlight to the extent that it appeared to be glowing, and she had waving black hair that reached down to her thighs, and from what I could tell it was Hendrika, the pastor's daughter. And as she stepped forward and knelt down into the surf, with the eyes of the congregation upon her, I saw a ripple passing through the waters, and though it was completely windless night, the sea erupted in a sudden tempest, and in the pale light I fancied I saw 100,000 pitch-black wires coiling through the waves, and then something emerged from the waters. I deemed it to be a shadow, at first, as it was blacker than the dead of night, but as it rose higher I soon found it to be wholly opaque, a solid mass, pitch black, as though no light could ever escape from it. And as it emerged, the crowd erupted in ecstasy, uttering words in heathen tones and reciting the name of Lotan. The bee crept onto the
Stream
sand and
elements,
into the ring of
said.
bystanders,
Stay moist, my
slowly
friends,
entering too
hydrate.
the black-haired girl, and I fear I have no other word for this wholly unspeakable act. But it knew Hendrika. It knew her there before countless eyes upon that moonlit shore. But already I was running, back through the dunes, down the entire stretch of fields that lay between me and the harbor, and I clambered up to my room, gathering my clothes and papers haphazardly, before rushing to the dock, where the mailboat lay that would leave for the mainland that night. And I sat there until it departed, all the while quivering, thinking of these things that exist beneath the waves, of which no good Christian man has any understanding. Ina sat there, reading the last pages in silence while she dragged her nails through the fabric of her skirt. It ends with a long technical appeal, in which she recommends expulsion of the Church of Abbot with the highest prejudice. That was quite the story. Ina nodded. Suddenly she had become languid, as though all the excitement of the past hours had instantly seeped out of her. I have a lot to process. Her voice drawled. I'm sorry. I really need to go to sleep. We can discuss our findings tomorrow. If you want, you can take the couch. I paced through the desolate streets, an unsanitary sensation washing over me, as though everything had suddenly been tainted by the strange superstitions that the church document had laid bare. Whatever it was that Ina had read to me yesterday evening, it appeared like something from a horror novelle, and the realization that the inhabitants of this town, Leopold, John Cooper, Ina herself, had placed so much weight on it, showed just how underdeveloped their minds must have become. I have been heedless. I have treated these people as my peers, but I should be careful. Suddenly a voice rang out behind me. Down in the dumps. I choked. Marika, nice to see you. Looks like someone has a bad conscience. She smiled. Anyway, how are you doing? I'm okay. I had a rough night. I hope Ina hasn't been keeping you from your studies. She looked at me with all knowing eyes, making me wonder how much exactly she had learned about our brush in with the clergy last night and the mystifying document we had managed to capture. Say, I wanted to thank you again for letting me join you on your beach trip last Wednesday. I realized I didn't leave you much of a choice, but I wanted you to know it meant a lot to me. I'm blessed to have you as my friend. Sometimes I'm afraid to let myself go. You see, I get caught up in my workout schedule and my church duties, but sometimes I forget to savor the moment, to make lasting memories. At the beach with my friends. Youth is far too short to waste. I'd like to make more memories with you, Abe. She spoke with such honest candor that I couldn't help but be touched by her words. But then, before I go, I'm curious. Did you find it? What? That book you were looking for last Monday? My heart skipped a beat. I forgot to ask if you managed to find it in the end. Her eyes shot fire. I was unsure how to respond. It was clear that she knew more than she was letting on. The question was, how much? I'm afraid I didn't find it. You didn't. Her face warmed into a menacing grimace. Didn't you? Will you please drop the charade? Her soothing words, her voice, the mockery in her smile, her entire presence ignited an explosive rage in me that burst out all at once. Just shut up. I have nothing to say to you. Already regretting my sudden outburst, my anger was over the second it erupted. Silenced, but further unfazed, Rika took a step back. Wow, Abe, please control yourself. But you're right, I apologize. I will cease playing games. I will cease playing games. I have been keeping you in the dark about a lot of things. You must have many questions by now. Though she feigned remorse, the playful glare hadn't completely faded from her eyes. I have to change for the afternoon service soon. Let's say you come over later tonight. Then I can answer all your questions. Later tonight. Will your parents let you have a guy over on Sunday evening? Oh, but I have something far better in mind. She winked. Recall me telling you I was well connected. I have the keys to Sandford House. Let's say we meet there at 8. I will explain everything to you then. I promise. So, will you join me? Sure, see you at 8. I'm so happy, Abe. I'm overflowing with joy. I promise everything will be a lot clearer after tonight. Please excuse me for now. I have to look my best for the afternoon service. See you later. Okay, so I guess we've gotten to Rika's route. Cool. I think Rika might be my favorite girl, to be honest. But I am biased to fish people and fishes. When I returned to Ida's house, I found her in the bedroom in mostly the same state as I had left her. She appeared listless, hardly responding to my presence. I ran into Rika just a moment ago. I think she knows that we have the appendix document. No reaction, but she didn't seem too upset about it. I figure the church is aware it's just a load of occult nonsense. I let out a repressed chuckle. She even wants to talk to me. This evening. Ina sat still for a while, staring at me. She says she will explain everything about the mysterious occurrences around town. Then she stirred. I'm inclined to go. I mean, it's probably a good thing, right? To just talk to her instead of all the covert spy busyness we have been doing lately. She got out of bed. Sure, go. Let me know what she says. Ina appeared a deathly pale, as though she were coming down with a fever. Say, can I maybe make you some dinner? Heat up some noodles or something. No, it's okay. I'm not hungry. Just go. You need to prepare for your date tonight. Realizing she'd rather be left alone, I gave her a quick nod before making my way to the door. But as I was about to exit, shuddered one last sentence in a clean voice. Please be careful tonight. That Cooper girl can't be trusted. Hi, Abe. Let me restate how glad I am you chose to speak with me tonight. I have always believed that interpersonal differences stem from an inability to communicate. Don't you agree? I'm sure that once we have open-heartedly talked things through, it will not only take away any misgivings you may have about our church, but that it will also strengthen our relationship lastingly. She smiled. But please disregard my platitudes. Welcome to the Sandford House, most illustrious property on the island. This place isn't open to everyone, you know. The church only rents it out for high-profile occasions, such as weddings and conferences. Let me show you round the manor. The property has 16 guest bedrooms. Did you know that the high story of Sandford House dates back to the 17th century? It once belonged to the Lords of the Isle. I believe someone may have mentioned that to me. Anyway, as it's fundamentally a wooden structure, the property has underwent countless renovations over the ages. However, the spirits of the island's past haven't departed yet. She took me by the hand, leading me through the main hallway. This is the master bedroom. After the evacuation of Abbott, the church acquired Sandford House. This was of immense symbolic importance to the islanders as it solidified our restored sovereignty. Like conquering a tyrannical ruler's palace, we were finally autonomous over our homestead. To this day, Stanford House remains property of the church. No matter how much the old ledge Leopold offers us, we will never relinquish it to him. She led me through the ballroom and the library until we had finished our tour. It's a great place, isn't it? And we have it all to ourselves tonight. Let's hang out and talk in one of the bedrooms. That way I will just have one room to tidy after. Do they compensate you for your work at the house? I bet you are looking for something that pays better than your paper round. They don't give me a formal paycheck. This is just one of the duties that comes with being the pastor's daughter. I have never really liked anything material, though. You have probably realized by now that my family is rather wealthy. The church makes tons in rent, and the members of our congregation tithe generously. Yes, how did your service go? She let out a contained laugh. Just the same old. I have listened to my father's preaching for so long now. You learn to zone out after a while. I know it's embarrassing for me to say, but Dad's sermons have a tendency to go on and on. I usually go into my own private bubble. I pretend that I'm swimming underwater in an endless sea of blue. During those episodes, nothing gets through to me, not even May's excited whispers. Her face grew dark. It isn't always easy, you know. As a pastor's daughter, the entire congregation looks up to you. Like living in a glass house, all your actions are magnified and judged. She winked. Better make sure no one sees us together tonight. Anyway, I wish my misery ended there. But while I am placed upon a pedestal inside the church, outsiders regard me as a freak. They view my father as an eccentric witch doctor, a relic from long forgotten times. I have always been given trouble at school, by farm girls mainly. They would try to ridicule me, drag me down, but I never let them. You hear that? She was shaking with anger. As soon as you let them humiliate you, you become lower than them, an outcast in your own town. They will always try to debase you, those kinds of people. Do you understand? Her voice became quiet. It's just, this is exactly what they are trying to do at the council right now. I apologize. I became emotional. I don't want you to see me this way. Just wait here for a minute. I'll get some drinks from the bar. And away she was. I remained in the opulent room, which was adorned lavishly with statues and bas reliefs, featuring figures I had never read about in the Bible. A few minutes later, Rika returned with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. You should try this. It's a Chateau Lambichon Haut-Briand. She poured a glass and handed it to me. A great vintage. There's nothing sour about these grapes. But anyway, I have promised answers. The largest farm in the region is owned by a man named George Van Linden. He has about 400 acres, which he tends to with a small group of farm hands. The name immediately drew my attention. When harvest comes, however, he employs a large team of seasonal workers to help him bring in the crops. These workers are paid a slave's wage. He provides accommodation for them on the farm, and a large barn that has been converted into makeshift sleeping quarters. His practices are undoubtedly in violation of the labor code. George, however, doesn't care. All that matters to him is his bottom line, and the workers don't complain out of fear for their jobs. As you have probably figured out, George's brother is the mayor of our town. He makes sure George stays out of trouble for the abysmal treatment of his employees. I took a sip from my wine and was met with intense, overpowering aroma of smoke and berries that lingered in my mouth for a great while. Rika looked up at me expectantly. Do you like it? Sure, this isn't some ordinary wine. She smiled. Oh, I just grabbed what we had back there. Anyway, you should know George is an impulsive man. I remember once, when I was a kid, we would pass by his orchards on our way to school. Even though we had been taught to be wary of George, we sometimes picked up apples that had fallen by the wayside, figuring he wouldn't be able to sell them anyway. But one day, George was there. When my friend Naomi picked up an apple, George saw her and immediately flew into a fit of unrestrained maniacal rage. He dropped what he was doing and came bounding at us, all the while snorting in an almost bestial display of fury. As soon as we noticed him coming in our direction, we fled to the school, making it into the building just before he could catch us. Remembering that look of pure, animalistic rage that I saw in his eyes that day, I realized right then that there was something fundamentally broken with that man. I'm sure he would have inflicted serious harm if he had been able to catch us that day. And this was not an isolated incident. George was a tyrant. He was known for acting out his anger on his employees. Whenever someone made a mistake or went against his will, he would make them feel it. And of course, the seasonal workers, desperate to keep their jobs, were an easy target. More and more stories of worker abuse came out, so much that even the mayor had a hard time keeping the whole issue under wraps. So, are you saying? She lowered her voice, even though there was no one there to overhear us. You must understand, what happened that night was an accumulation of coinciding factors. George's firm had been struck disproportionately hard by a series of tariffs on ammonium nitrate. Also, it was a bad year weather-wise, with extreme droughts plaguing the land. And then on top of that came the allegations of worker abuse, which were likely sparked by an anonymous source from among his own employees. It all ignited on that fateful night. There had been a small confrontation earlier that day between George and one of the laborers. When George became angry, the group of workers had formed a front, preventing George from lashing out against the insubordinate employee, Michael. George wasn't able to go up against them all, yet he also could retaliate by firing them, as there was no time to hire replacements. Humiliated by his own subordinates, an intense rage ate at him from the inside. Later that night, when Michael came home, George was lying in wait. While speaking, Rika had wrapped her hair tightly around the palm of her hand as though it were bandaged. She appeared reluctant to describe what came next. George must have dropped down from the granary, 200 pounds of concentrated fury, wielding a 10-inch pruning knife. All was red before his eyes. All he could do was raise the blade and plunge it down, again and again. She let out a loud, grief-stricken sob. It is just, I can still see it perfectly in my mind. The anger in his eyes from that day as children when we stole those apples. Something so irrational, so hell-bent on revenge. I could easily imagine him brutally take away another person's life with 87. God damn, bro. 87. Even Lizzie Borden didn't do that many. I think, if I remember right, how many was Lizzie Borden? 18. Up to 18 or 20. That's like so many more times more than that, bruh. I apologize. The whole tale still brings tears to my eyes. Come on, let's go outside. I poured a new glass and followed her through the Art Nouveau conservatory. Sandford House lies on an elevation. It's higher than even the surrounding island. Quite suitable, isn't it? Like a palace. And as we stood in the mild evening breeze, looking out over the distant lights of the town, feeling of the majesty gradually took possession of me. Out here, in the sticks, simply spending time with Rika at this magnificent mansion stilled me with an air of importance. Just walking through its halls, drinking wine in the courtyard. Isn't it delightful? How warm it is. I just adore coming out here for walks in the dark. I love how no one can see me. It's so exhilarating. She spun around, giggling, sending wine spilling from her glass. Sometimes I just want to dance, to go out and dance, without anyone knowing. She took my hand in an attempt to initiate a waltz of sorts, but I was caught off guard by her sudden spontaneity, and remained rigid as she pulled me. Clumsily, I followed her around the nocturnal yard. I'm sorry. I am making you feel uncomfortable. Come on, I will get us some more wine. She led me back inside. Oh, that evening air has done me well. Are there any more questions you would like answered? I thought for a second. Well, I spoke to Karen Voorhees before she was attacked. She mentioned something about a group named Flock 5. Karen, that's so typical of her. You should know, after the attack on his farm, it didn't take long for George to fall under suspicion. On behest of the mayor, the police wasn't allocating many resources to the case. Still, rumors started to spread like wildfire. In an attempt to keep the accusations at bay, the mayor tried to shift the blame onto Flock 5. Their party harbors a long-running grudge against all migrant workers. It sounded plausible at the time to assume they had orchestrated the gruesome murder. This, however, is where my father stepped in. There's a limit to the amount of evil that can fester within a community like ours. Our church may be regarded as close-minded by some, but we are still Christians, and we will always stand up for the rights of the innocent and downtrodden. Blessed is the man that endures temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life. Though my father understood he wouldn't be able to have George Van Linden brought to justice, knowing the corruption that creeps within the police force, he did put his foot down when it came to framing an unrelated party for a crime they didn't commit. This has caused something of a rift within AIR. Would you say the party split into two separate factions? She glared at me playfully. We returned to the bedroom where we sat down upon the bed. The lingering aroma of wine seemed to encompass everything, as though it had drifted from my taste buds and sailed out into the room. Karen has likely led you to believe that the church is against all forms of migrant labor, but that's a very one-sided representation of our point of view. No farmer ever hires workers from a farm without self-serving reasons. Migrants are often cheap and willing to work under appalling circumstances. The agrarians like to paint themselves as regular philanthropists, but if you knew what went down on their farms, you would realize it's all a ruse. The sweet fragrance enveloped everything. My eyelids were gradually growing heavier, as though they were being borne down by the sticky, sugary wine. I could barely make out Rika's delicate features, and began to curse myself for drinking so much. It's a disgusting transvaluation of values. The slaveholder pharaohs have deemed themselves as righteous god kings beyond all reproach. Watch out, Abe. Don't drop your glass. Deep burgundy lines traverse my vision, slowly growing darker and fading into thick, luscious black. Her hair, her black hair coiling into infinity. My parents always read to each other from the Bible before going to bed. Wouldn't that be fun to do? God is jealous and the Lord avenges. As my mind drifted off to distant shores, the Lord avenges and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries down into sunlit seas, and he reserves wrath for his enemies. The Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and we will not at all acquit the wicked. Abe, good morning, Abe. You are such a sleepy head. Time to wake up. Suddenly I was wide awake. Rika sat crouching beside me, attempting to comfort me in my acute terror, her face completely normal in the pale morning light. Abe, are you okay? You must have had a nightmare. A nightmare. Yes. She smiled at me. I apologize for yesterday evening, for how I behaved. It's not in character for me to let myself go like that, especially not with a man present. It's okay. I had a great time. I'm sorry for falling asleep on you. I don't want to be a burden. I will help you clean and then leave as soon as possible. Oh no, it's okay. Please take your time. We can leave in the afternoon. We had our breakfast of coffee and smoked salmon in the morning sun, after which Rika paced around the courtyard, brushing her hair slowly, counting every stroke. Rika, 22, 23, 24. Yes, I was thinking about what you were telling me last night. 26, 27. I think everything makes a lot more sense now. I was just wondering. 29. What? That whole affair about the Marquis and the secret document that got lost. Who was behind that? She put down her brush. You mean the document that was stolen from my father's office on Saturday night? I could feel the blood rushing to my head. Yes, she stared at me with piercing eyes. Though that's not the first time it's been stolen, right? Well, I'm very sure you have familiarized yourself with its contents. So what did you make of it? She looked eager to hear my response, as though a lot depended on it. They seemed like implausible fabrications. Perhaps, she giggled. I guess you can't imagine why Leopold wanted to get his hands on them. He's such a disgrace. It's one thing that the sadistic romance of outsider persecution persisted into the 19th century, but to think that people are still trying to reinvigorate them in this day and age, only to demonize our church, that bears witness to an immense bias and destructive bigotry that has been held against the inhabitants of these lands throughout history. What kind of nonsense do these papers contain? That we obey a demonic sea god, that we sacrifice newborn infants to the roaring waves. Did Leopold really think he would be taken seriously with these kinds of allegations? Nonchalantly, she resumed brushing her hair. I admit we did take the appendix off him, but not through any of scheme or trickery. It was late. Leopold was being entertained by a troop of harlots that he himself had invited over, disgraced in the halls of our illustrious house. My father just happened to stumble upon the papers, crumpled, sticking out of his briefcase. They are very rare manuscripts. Only one other copy exists. And John's something of a conservator, you know? Anyway, he took them right there and then, to save the Marquis the embarrassment of trying to use them for fruitless blackmail. Then word got out about Leopold's behavior. We still have no idea who took these photographs. They were damaging for my father, too, you see, considering how the whole affair took place on his property. There wasn't any malice involved. My father is a man of love. He loves his enemies. Sometimes a little too much, I would say. I think, with a town like this, the murder, deceit, and corruption that goes on, forgiveness and love can only bring you so far. A place like this needs cleansing. She smiled a telling smile. When the earth was corrupt and full of violence, God looked upon the earth and saw how degenerate the earth had become, for all flesh on earth had corrupted their ways. And God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all flesh, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. Go make yourself an ark of gopher wood. Sometimes you can't get by on forgiveness alone. When evil is ubiquitous, when mankind is immutable in its ways. The farmers, the surrounding lands, they are new lands recently reclaimed from the sea. Just like when the earth was new in Noah's days, sometimes you need to push the reset button. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. On the 17th day of the second month, the fountains of the great deep broke apart and the windows of heaven opened, and the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. A flood, wouldn't that be beautiful? A nourishing, all-consuming flood that sweeps away all the fields and farms, and washes the putrid excrement from our beautiful seabed. We would be safe up here. This island still lies above sea level. It will shelter us against the waters like a wooden ark. She stared at me with mesmerizing eyes. I know it's a horrible thought, Abe, but it excites me to the fullest, for we truly are protected by a powerful God, a God that can wipe away the foolish constructions of man with only the flick of his finger. I feel so good about you, Abe. I want to take you through town up to the shore. I want to show you so many things. It may frighten you a little, but you need to trust me. You need to trust me that I can show you a true path to righteousness. Will you join me on my path, Abe? Do you trust me? I trust you. I'm so happy, Abe. So indescribably happy. Come on, We have no time to lose. There are so many things I want to show you. In a swift and practiced manner, Rika changed the bedding in the room that we had occupied, while I gave my best shot at vacuuming the carpet. After that, she took me by the hand, leading me along the road that led to town. And as we ran, the glowing warmth of the midday sun and Rika's sweet, invigorating fragrance made it feel like the first day of spring. Oh, once beautiful Abba, to see what they have done to you. The quaint streets and fishermen's houses of old have been replaced with driveways and prefabricated mansions. To think that this place was once alive with the chatter of fishwives, the sound of rolling waves, the fresh sea air, all the toil and suffering. To think that it was all for naught. I truly long for the day when everything returns to how it once was. Look, this is one of the drainage canals I told you about. Though the marsh boulder doesn't appear so different from the mainland at first sight, it relies on a highly sophisticated apparatus to keep it from sinking back into the sea. Via these ditches, all the residual water and rainfall flows to Rybury pumping station, from where it is discharged into the lake. I felt a drop on my right hand. The skies had become clouded, and an oppressive tension hung in the air as though a great thunderstorm could erupt at any second. I think it's about to start raining. It is, isn't it? Well, that's formidable. Everything is proceeding as planned. It hasn't rained for weeks, you know. The farmers were beginning to complain. Maybe if they had prayed more, they wouldn't be so prone to irregular weather. Uh, she giggled. That's what they would say in the past, among fishers when storms would plague the isle. If only they had prayed more. God had become an intellectual god, sitting safely in his heaven like a conceited watchmaker. He no longer dealt with our everyday quarrels, engaging only in abstract theorization. Good and evil, eternal salvation. The God of the new covenant was tied up with matters that stood far away from our day-to-day lives. It's very different from Noah's time, when God still interacted with his people, when God was still responsive to sacrifice. Noah built an altar to the Lord and offered burnt offerings on it from every clean animal and every clean vow. And when the Lord smelled the sweet savor, he said in his heart, I will never again curse the land for man's sake, even though his inclinations remain evil from youth, nor will I smite every living thing ever again, as I have done. That is what the people of Abbot needed, a deity that stood close by us and rewarded our devotion by safeguarding us from harm and misfortune. When you are on a cutter boat, putting your life at risk in the open sea, braving the elements, you need a power close by. I was overcome by an unsettling sensation. Did the people of Abbot turn away from God? Oh, how dare you suggest such a thing? We are good Christians, you know that. We do as the Bible says. For the Lord is good and greatly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. Even the 10 Commandments teach us, Thou shalt have no other gods before me. We remain first and foremost devoted to the Lord, consulting Him for all metaphysical matters. For there is no other God as powerful as He. But there is a realm beneath the waves. Oh, I can't wait to show you. Although first we need to collect something. She led me to the Ichthus building, where the church warden seemed stunned to see me in good grace with Cooper's daughter. We entered the annex and descended down the stairs into the basement where Ina and I had carried out our covert operation. Leaving me out in the hallway, Rika slipped into the room that was adjacent to John's office, the one from which we had heard that mysterious gurgling sound. But the noise was entirely absent now, and whatever I could see of the interior of the room appeared bare and sterile, almost like a laboratory. Rika exited the room, holding 3 glass bottles that were filled with a clear liquid. She put them into a bag, which she handed to me. I implore you to do a gentleman's duty. I took it without complaint. Now let's head for the station. There's a train leaving in 10 minutes. During the train ride, the rain outside swelled into a torrential downpour. Ryebury Beach. Did you expect to be back so soon? Gargantuan waves washed over the shore, whilst lukewarm water thrashed down in buckets from a colliginous sky. I could feel sand and surf lashing against my exposed flesh. Rika, however, appeared unnaturally calm under the extreme weather conditions. The windows of heaven have opened. Everything is coming together right now. A large high-pressure area has been building up over the last months, causing unnatural temperatures and weather patterns to sustain into late autumn. Not many people seem to have noticed, though, not even after Ina wrote an article on it. Fortunately, it wasn't cold, but the damp was rapidly penetrating my clothes. Although I admired Vika's sturdy constitution, I privately longed for the consoling comfort of Sandford House. Since today the high-pressure area has slowly begun shifting, it will soon give way to a stationary front that will float directly over Abbott. Isn't it mysterious how these meteorological phenomena occur? A stationary front like this can persist for months, hanging in perfect stasis and causing all kinds of extreme weather effects. For 40 days and 40 nights it will rain. A perpetual deluge will cover the land. The windows of heaven have opened. The highest sheds its countless tears from the fate of our beloved isle. The large waves swept over the beach, drenching my already wet shoes. Come on, there will be plenty of chances to soak up the rain. Let's go inside. A soft rumble emanated from the machine room below. Listen, the pumps are running at full capacity. With so much rainfall, it's almost like carrying water to the sea. I wonder how much longer they will hold. Mankind has always worked so hard. Look at all it has built, creating land out of sea. You wouldn't imagine such a thing to survive. But humanity builds clever contraptions, a pumping station to keep the water out, creating land out of sea, And God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters he called seas. But isn't it inconvenient to have seas, when humanity needs fertile farmland to devour? Let's take that useless, unpredictable water and subject it to the arrogant, profane ways of man. I wonder how clever these contraptions really are. She shifted into a more casual tone of voice. A superintendent comes by to inspect the pump several times a week. If we were to outright sabotage the machinery, he would be notified immediately. Even a slight fall in the RPM would be cause to someone a repair crew. Therefore, we must leave the machines themselves untouched. Nevertheless, to effectively slow down the pumping capacity, we can limit the throughput of water. Some day-to-day blocking of the pump is natural to occur, and due to frequent blocking and unblocking of the pipes, the throughput of water isn't monitored as strictly as RPM. If the superintendent notices that throughput is down, he will likely attempt to remove any mud and branches blocking the pipes, thus causing flow to rise again. However, if we systematically limit flow by about 20%, it will take him weeks to notice the root cause. With the amounts of rainfall that are predicted, that's more than enough time. Once the soil is saturated with water, there will be no stopping the flood. The embankments that had already been cracking under the extended period of frost will engorge themselves with the overabundance of water, eroding under the slightest pressure. I was so unprepared for this unexpected outpour of technical detail that I remained unaware of the ominous implications it spelled. She opened my bag and produced 3 glass bottles, each containing a colorless liquid. We had to be careful now. The perchloric acid inside these bottles is known to be highly volatile when disturbed. I have been carrying these things for the past hour. This building houses 3 large centrifugal pumps. I will install these bottles to slowly release their contents into the suction side of the installation, giving the water that leads through the pumps highly corrosive properties. At the pressure with which the water is pumped through the machines, the acid will gradually eat away at the metal wear rings that prevent backflow of water, thus creating a tiny clearance. And in an installation like this, a clearance of even a fraction of a millimeter will significantly decrease pump efficiency. It will be like years of wear, all happening within the span of one night. No one will suspect the rings until it's too late, and replacing the rings is a complicated process that will cause further days of downtime. Please hold guard here while I head down to the basement to install the bottles. If anyone shows up, you'll have to tell them that we are using this place for a romantic encounter. As the rains continued, we sheltered at the pumping station, letting our clothes dry on the warm exterior of the engines. To the late afternoon, the storm subsided a little, and under the veil of perpetual drizzle that instantly undid the drying of our clothes, we returned to the shore. Isn't the water beautiful? You should know there's a whole world beneath the waves, a whole realm uncharted by mankind. She looked me straight in the eyes. I know you like me, Abe. I nodded. The thing is, as though I was living in biblical times. Notwithstanding our humble surroundings, I truly felt that our movements and actions at the time were embodied by a new grandeur, and the natural self-confidence with which Rika spurred me to these deeds made me feel even more attracted to her. She had changed so much from the uptight church girl that had introduced herself to me no more than a month ago. I could truly tell that this was her and her element, and made me want to see it through with her to the very end. After we had finished our meal, she turned to me. I see such a wonderful future for the two of us. We could become the town's foremost couple once it has been rid of all the unwanted elements. You would have to take on my surname, which is not exactly tradition in our community, though as a metropolitan man you surely must not mind. Abraham and Hendrika Cooper. I like the way it sounds. It has a certain ring to it. The island may be lonely at first, but I'm sure our unification will be exceedingly fruitful. Abe, the ties between our families go back longer than you may be aware of. On Abbott, we found out the hard way that it was necessary to have a firm grasp on national politics in order to persevere as a community. Your father was one of our most loyal allies. Unscrupulous and loyal, he would do anything for the right price. Lobby, pressure, bribe. I'm so sorry he had to take a fall. I heard it messed up his reputation for good, but we were happy to provide his family with a rent-free place to live. Even on Abbott, there is plenty of use for his talent of persuasion. I heard Karen will be out of hospital soon. The weight of her last words didn't truly sink in. I was too busy working out her previous remarks in my head. I was never really sure what kind of work my father did. He would refer to himself as a consultant or a business man, the way I was kept in the dark about his day-to-day activities. We were wealthy, had a nice house close to the beach. I never had any material needs before we came here. Then the headlines appeared, sweeping accusations of corruption, suggesting ties to notorious figures in the underworld. My entire world unraveled. Classmates would call after me, yelling that my dad was certified mafia, and my mother moved out to stay with her sister Maren for a while. I asked my father what was going on, but he explained it all away, saying that was just an unfortunate sequence of misunderstandings, that his reputation would soon be cleared. We would simply have to escape the limelight for a while. That's when he devised the plan to move to Abbotsford. In a sense, I was comforted by Rika's praise of his character, although I always wondered, in the back of my mind, if there wasn't any truth to the allegations. I figured that if my father had done good work for the church, that it hadn't all been for nothing, that his
Stream
legacy
Elements
wasn't wholly
said,
tarnished.
"Stay moist, my friends,
Rika,
hydrate."
what is it? I have one more question about the church document. I was expecting that. I mean, you have been hinting at things. It makes me wonder how much of Thomas Backer's account was truly a fabrication. Oh, Abe, you are right. I may as well come clean. You should know they have always been with us. The relationships we have fostered with them may wax or wane depending on the times, but they never disappear, like something hidden in the corner of your eye. During the early Middle Ages, before the Low Countries were Christian, we worshipped them like deities. There was a fertile magic that sprang from the sea, But after the missionaries came and forced us to accept Christ as one of our gods, our only God, our adherence to them was forced underground. The more Christianity came to dominate the land, the less people performed the ancient rites, and our distance to them grew. We could no longer communicate out in the open, although they still played a significant role in our lives, like remnants of an innocent folk belief. We would thank them whenever the catch was bountiful, or scorn them when a ship was lost. And this wasn't just ordinary superstition, for in secret they continued to accept our prayers and sacrifice. Oh, the world under the waves is enormous and encompasses far more than the ordinary mind could even fathom. All of human civilization equates to no more than a thin dusting of mold on the earth, in comparison to the gargantuan edifices they have brought forth. During the 17th century, the Low Countries became a place of unparalleled religious freedom, and it was difficult to mask our polytheistic adherences in a veil of eccentric Protestantism, and thus the bonds between our worlds grew stronger. We began to reforge our old alliances. It wasn't until 1856, when that inquisitor came by, that there came a pushback from the Central Church. We were cast out, and our island was cut off from mainstream society. But to be honest, that suited us quite well, for we do not require the primitive distractions of modernity. The bottom of the ocean is as dark and uncharted as outer space, only dimly illuminated by countless Threnody that drift omnipresent, witnessing only a tiny fraction of the expanse below could drive the uninitiated mind beyond the brink of insanity. And He permeates all, without beginning and without end. He coils through immeasurable depths, traversing impenetrable darkness. We crept into bed, and though I was fatigued from the day's events, my head was far too preoccupied to fully come to rest. A storm swept through my mind, a limitless gyre of coursing waves that stretched out into the deepest crevices of my soul. It felt like 1,000 lifetimes drifted by, as the blanket of darkness shrouded us. Even after I had drifted off into sleep, it was not long before I was wide awake again. The room was black, my senses dull. All that came to me was her odor, the sweet scent of her youthful pheromones, laying thick in my nostrils, my taste buds surrounding and tangling me, and I felt and stared in the pitch black, as though her hair had grown to inconceivable lengths, extending into each and every nook and cranny of the room, stuffing my every orifice, suffocating me. We stayed in bed until the early afternoon before leaving for the pumping station. Rika had calculated that the acid must have dispersed by now, that enough damage had been done to the internals of the machinery to account for a notable decrease in throughput. We would now dispose of all evidence of our satellite age. Like before, Rika descended the spiral staircase, whilst I stayed on the lookout for prying eyes. I must confess I was not at my sharpest. It had been a restless night for me, and due to Rika's demanding presence, I hadn't been able to catch up sleep in the morning. Safe to say, I wasn't at my most vigilant. Abe, I knew you two were up to something. Tell me, where is Rika? You need to tell me right now, Abe. Abe, you have been gone for 2 nights. Ada, how did you even get in? Do you think that there's a lock that I can't open? It was child's play. You should probably leave. Leave? No, Abe. I have it all figured out. The murder, the attack on Karen Voorhees. The church was behind it all. And now Vika's trying to disrupt part of the municipal water management system. This is an act of domestic terrorism, Abe. You could go to prison for this. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded through the building, ricocheting off Claire's walls and metal machinery. An empty glass bottle had connected with Ida's pale cheekbone, shattering on impact and sending shards of glass flying in every direction. Ida, what brings you here? I don't recall sending out a press release. Ada stood unevenly, clearly in agony from the blow, frantically holding onto a banister to prevent herself from collapsing. Your little paper has served us excellently. We would only have to send you anonymous messages, and you would publish them without questions asked. However, I feel that your use has come to an end. That's not true. Though Ina's voice was weakened, it still contained a tone of dignified conviction. The Sunday Abbot always checks its sources. Checked their sources, you must be. Did you receive notification that the school board ended your funding? Ada stared at her contemptuously. Abe, look at her. There is madness in her eyes. Centuries of inbreeding must have taken their toll. But when I looked at Rika, I saw no madness. I saw only glory. Ina sunk down, quivering. I could see a thin trickle of blood running down the side of her neck. Abe, please. It's all so irrational. Come, Abe. I believe we should leave Miss Gelber to her own devices. As I followed Rika out to the shore, a sustained current of anticipation surged through me, electrifying my every nerve. Can you hear the roaring waves? Can you hear their sound? Almost like a wailing dirge. They are singing their elegy for Abbot's fate, the centuries of scorn and humiliation. Rika stood defiant, her bare feet planted on the ash-like sand, and her face twisted into an expression of utter ecstasy. It is no easy task to identify the point in time when our misery began. For so many centuries, forces from outside have waged war upon our people, our traditions. Was it truly so impossible for interfering powers to simply let us be, to leave us to our own devices, our own beliefs and patterns of being? No, violent missionaries, greedy lords, they intruded upon the worldly and spiritual life of our isle ever since their first ships arrived, forcing us to submit to their dominance until they had extracted our every last morsel. Because for these men, these heralds of Moloch, there exists nothing which is unto itself. All is instrumental for the advancement of their kind. They left us barren, depleted both physically and mentally. And even as the world became enlightened, with the dawning of the modern age, their interference never faltered. No, exactly the opposite was true. With the emboldened zeal these rational, disenchanted men came for us, this last pocket of untainted culture within their wasteland of a modern world. But their systems of suppression have become all the more methodical, cutting us off, first from the mainland society, and then from our beloved sea. How can a civilization become so overconfident to deem itself worthy to meddle with God's creation in such a way that it becomes fundamentally degenerated in every sense? How can you look upon such a civilization that has completely poisoned the land and breeds corruption from every orifice? How can you look upon such a world without innately feeling the visceral urge to orchestrate its very obliteration? Rika held her hand outstretched, as if she were addressing a massive crowd. Even though the only ones present in the storm washed me toward myself in a quivering, deathly pale Ina, the indulgent beauty of her female form, the natural charisma and the creaturely eloquence with which she spoke her iambic verses, captivated me wholeheartedly. You, Abraham, you belong among us. Already you have aided our community so well, even though you have only resided in our midst for a brief period of time. Maybe I should have told you sooner, but this morning I was awakened by titillating nausea. We are one. We in this forsaken isle, our destinies are intertwined to such an extent that disentwinement would be a procedure akin to murder. How often have they tried to separate us? Through eviction, through coercive land deals, yet Abbot and its inhabitants remain one, indivisible. We would not leave our homestead behind, not even in our darkest hour. And yet again, a new evil is upon us. Every century its malice grows, developing new schemes, new ploys to jeopardize our very existence. Oh, Abraham, you have seen how it operates, how it attempts to demonize us through its wicked and treacherous ways. Us, the original inhabitants of this isle, as though we do not have the first right to live here. We have waded through tides of darkness, wandered in loneliness. For so long we have witnessed death encroach upon our home, standing powerless against forces that seem far greater than ourselves. So much injustice has come our way over the course of the centuries, hell-bent on quashing that small flame of hope that remained. I want to protect this world, our world, that is so fragile. We must turn our hope to forces that are not so easily silenced, that hide quietly in impenetrable depths of endless sea, and under the soil of the land we claim. These forces cannot be banished by human measures. They cannot die. They lie silently in wait, slowly building up a bitter resentment against the humans that have buried them, waiting for a moment to strike. At that moment, a great thunder cracked the sky and the waves swelled in tumultuous crescendo. When I was little, the waters of the lake would ripple whenever I came near. They say I have a special bond with those that live below, a special bond that heralds back to my great 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 grandmother, after whom I was named. I am envoy of resting powers. Only I can restore them to their former glory. Can you smell it, Abraham? The hint of brine in the air. It's arousing me to my nostrils, excites me through and through. Oh, Abraham, the sensations that are currently thrashing through my body are impossible to describe. For I realize that even currently, as we speak, salt water is slowly flowing back into the lake again. The great purification is commencing as planned. The intensity of the storm increased, and though it was difficult to make out among the waves that were boiling with unmatched fervor, I swore I could discern a glistening black ribbon winding through the waters. And that ribbon, that hypnotizing serpentine shape, was not just limited to one location. No, its unending, ever coiling form appeared to fill all of the sea before me, and maybe a thousand seas beyond. Finally, we will be able to break through our veil of despair and become once again the proud people we were. I believe our fated justice is finally ready to break into a brand new future. Oh, a flood will come, a powerful, all encompassing deluge that will sweep away every morsel of this wicked land. Rise high, Lotan, eel without end, who coils through immeasurable depths, who makes the waters churn. The time has finally come to brandish our courage, to reclaim each and every inch of man-made land. Once and for all, the grapes of wrath have fully ripened. Their vines bring forth an intoxicating fruit. Rise high, Lotan, eel without end. Let us proclaim this new gospel of remnant hope. Let us build a safe world that is illuminated in the shining light of our shared righteousness. Come, aim, to the ark. Mommy, yes. Mommy, yes. Mommy, yes. And for 40 days and 40 nights the waters of heaven rained down upon the earth, and an unstoppable flood stretched out from the lake, taking down houses and villages in its wake. And even after the rains dried up, the waters remained upon the land for a further 140 days, and many more days after that. And from the waters emerged abominations, more horrid than the world had ever known, for they came from a realm of unspeakable depth. But these beings did not venture upon the land, for the sea is theirs, just as the land is ours. And among these washing waters about rose an island once more, lonely, defiant, as it had always been, and Abbot was spared by the great flood due to the unbreakable bond that existed between its people and the lords of the deep. 1 month later, after the afternoon observance, we headed up to the office to discuss next week's publication. Welcome to the second post-Diluvian staff meeting of the restored Sunday Abbot. Vice Editor in Chief Ina, will you please introduce the agenda for today? There's not much to discuss. Our cover article on the remodeling of the Ixthus building should be available for review tomorrow. Oh, and your father is late in submitting his copy for the letter from the Reverend periodical. Please ask him to hand it in, or we will go to press without it. Rika giggled playfully. Please let me be the judge on that. Anyway, I have to go now. I have promised to pick up the updated roster of school services at the chapel at 6. As Ina left the room, I could hear her introverted murmuring. The recent changing of the guard at the Sunday Abbot had clearly taken its toll on her. Ina, she's a stubborn one. How do you think she's reacting to the change? Oh, I'm sure she will manage. She seems determined to make the school paper a success. We embarked into the midday streets, impervious to the drizzling rain that endured perpetually as though it had existed since the birth of time. And I imagined it could sustain for 1,000 years more, indefinitely, into the endless bounds of the future. I felt, as I looked into Rika's eyes, more blessed than I ever had. I do not trust you. Instantly, the excitement dissipated from her eyes. Abe, do you not see the injustices? We could build a better world together. I'm imploring you, Abe, please. Will you join me? I can't. That's clear. I'm afraid I overestimated our relationship. I apologize for getting carried away. Now please have the decency to leave me to my melancholy. We must realize that your presence is currently too much for me to handle. I spent days in bed, drifting in and out of existence, lost both mentally and physically, as though I wouldn't even be able to point out my current location on a map. And I feared it would come to the point that even I myself would begin to disappear, simply forgotten, skimmed over like a footnote without reference. Guard your heart, guard your heart above all else. It was during winter break that I invited myself to stay with my Aunt Marion for 2 weeks, and after that I simply refused to return to Abbotsford, especially now that finals were near. It wasn't hard to get transferred back to my old school. I was still in all their systems. I have already started hunting for a place of my own, preferably close to the beach. It wasn't until April that I set foot in Abbotsford again. I needed my father's signature in order to apply for my high school degree. My father acted distant, signing the papers wordlessly, and after he was done, my presence felt like a burden. During the preceding months, my ties to this place had slowly faded away. I saw no other option than to leave. But it was on my way to the station that I detected a vaguely familiar figure crawling along the pavement. Although a lot more trepid than I recalled her, it was unmistakably Rika, the girl that I used to know. She flinched when I approached her. I thought you had left, Rika. I paused, not really knowing what to say. Rika was staring at me with a detached look in her eyes, indicating that I was the last person she had hoped to meet that day. I have left. Then please be on your way. You should know that we don't take kindly to strangers down here. For a second, her demeanor softened. I gave you a chance, you know? I let you into my heart, and for a brief time you truly appeared intent to make it your home. But as an insolent wedding guest, you have taken advantage of my hospitality. She stared at me like an angered swan. Please be gone into the outer darkness, where there is weeping and gnashing of teeth. For many are called, but few are chosen. I didn't, I swear. I apologize. I will cease playing games. I have been keeping you in the dark about a lot of things. You must have many questions by now. Though she feigned remorse, the playful glare hadn't completely faded from her eyes. I have to change for the afternoon service. Let's say you come over later tonight, and I can answer all your questions. Later tonight. Will your parents let you have a guy over on Sunday evening? Oh, but I have something far better in mind. She winked. Recall me telling you I was well connected? I have the keys to Sanford House. Let's say we meet there at 8. I'm afraid I have to pass on the offer. Suddenly Rika grew cold. I'm sorry, Abe. I felt we were getting along so well. However, you leave me no choice than to respect your decision. I believe for the coming future we should observe some distance between the two of us, to protect both our feelings, if you understand. We may run into one another sometime, Abe, but please keep your distance. Guard your heart above all else, for it determines the course of your life. A girl's heart is so easily broken. Please excuse me for now. I have to look my best for the afternoon service. With these words she turned away, trotting off at a brisk pace. Pushing the mystifying encounter with Rika to the back of my mind, I set off homeward through the sunlit streets which were alive with the gentle chirping of birds, until I detected a suspicious movement in the bushes. Reflexively, I adopted a defensive position, throwing up my arms to shield my vital organs. And while I observed the figure that emerged from the shrubs, I readied myself to flee the scene as soon as the situation necessitated it. But the hound made an unusually calm impression. Entirely devoid of the aggressive behavior I had previously grown accustomed to, he stared at me with pleading eyes. Not intending to lower my guard, I slowly edged backwards. Good doggy, you just stay there. No need to get physical with me. But when Fierce saw me back away, he immediately leapt up at me, playfully sniffing my fingers before letting go a short, loud bark. I almost jumped out of my skin. Eagerly he hopped down again, dashing back to the bushes from whence he came. And upon closer inspection, I saw they gave way to a forest trail. Fierce let out another bark. Do you want me to follow you? Again a bark. I must remain wary. He could be attempting to lead me to a secondary location where no one will find my mutilated corpse. But Beers was already off, running up the forest trail a few yards, before turning around and barking for me to follow him. And driven by macabre curiosity, combined with a latent death wish, I followed the dog to see where it would lead me. Beers led me along the old perimeter of the island, past the dolmen May had shown me last week, and through the nearby woodland, until we reached a patch of forest where the trees were bare and the ground was strewn with rocks. In the center stood a large headstone. Fierce, you brought him here so quickly. The voice belonged to May, who was standing among the trees, dressed in archaic-looking clothes. Fierce appeared excited, leaping up at me expectantly. Poor dog, he's all worked up. I told him it was an emergency. that if he would fetch you, you would surely give him a treat. You did bring him something, didn't you? Bring him something. You made an empty promise. Fierce whined in disappointment. I saw some of his prior hostility return to his eyes. You could offer him a peppermint. My suggestion was met with an angry snarl. Please don't be sad, Pierce. You did great. I will get you a marrowbone when we return to the farm. So what is the big emergency you called me for? She contemplated for a second. Oh yes, the emergency. It's a secret. She smiled at me self-consciously. Well, if it is a secret emergency, I don't see how I could be of any help. Wait, I can tell you the secret. Again she pondered. This is the secret. My secret hideout. Nobody knows about the hidden clearance. I highly doubt that. It's true. You didn't know about it, did you? There's lots of things I don't know about. She pouted. I didn't even want to show it to you at first, but decided I had to repay you. Repay me? For what? For taking me to the beach. I hadn't been down there since childhood. The church is really strict, you know. Even when Rika goes for shopping trips in the city, she hardly ever lets me come. So it's true, you never leave the island. Not an island. I thought I told you so. You are beginning to sound like Rika. But you are right. That was my first trip in years. Anyway, there are enough pretty spots nearby. What do you think of this place? The forest floor here is littered with rocks. Do you know why? I shook my head. Well, I know. She grinned triumphantly. The soil around this town is filled with all kinds of different stones, which have to be removed to turn it into suitable farmland. So for hundreds of years, farmers have dumped their unnecessary stones up here, in the woods. It makes for a pretty sight, doesn't it? Like a castle hall. My castle hall, bound to your queen, loyal subject. It was clear the excitement had risen to her head. You should know they crowned me the Queen of Abbotsford every morning. Do you like my royal attire? As long as you are in my halls, you have to do exactly as I say. That goes without question. She pointed at the large gravestone behind her. There, the tomb of my forefathers. Their names are etched into the stone. Please tell me who lie buried there. Let me take a careful look. I crouched down to inspect the faded epitaph. It says that this is a memorial to Saint Winfried, the missionary who Christianized the Low Countries. In the year 750 AD, Winfried was murdered by Germanic tribes at this site. That's all it says. Thank you. I've always thought as much, but I wanted to be certain. Poor Winfried. The tribes mustn't have liked his teachings at the time. I guess in the end he did get his way. I glanced around the clearance. The trees here were without leaves, as though they had died a long time ago, their austerity adding to the concentrated atmosphere of the place. And while I strained my eyes to make out my surroundings, I grew aware of a steady fatigue that had been creeping up on me unnoticeably. The trees melted together in swaths of brown of gray. After I caught my balance, I turned to May. I have had an eventful weekend. I'd like to go home now. to get some rest before school starts. You are leaving already. Come, Abe, please stay for a little longer. I command you, as your queen. I am sorry. She squinted at me tellingly. But, Abe, if you leave now, you won't find out my secret. I thought you told me this place was the secret. This isn't a real secret. You said so yourself. She giggled playfully. So do you want to know? I won't ask you again. Sure, I'm curious to find out. Thank you, Abe. I knew you would be willing to listen. But I have to admit, you do look tired. Please come and visit me tomorrow evening. Then I will reveal my secret to you. But you have to promise me you will not tell anybody else. I dropped May off at her farm on the way back to town. Don't forget, tomorrow evening. See you then. On Monday, when I returned home from school, I encountered an unlikely visitor waiting outside the house. An apprehensive uncertainty had taken over her usually so lofty attitude. It was clear that she had been dreading this conversation. Rika, I thought we were through. Please don't make this any harder than necessary. I realize I may have been a little harsh yesterday, but try to understand. This is not about me or you. At times we must put aside our differences to protect those who are dear to us. In this case, May. May. Over the past month, her condition has been rapidly deteriorating. She has been displaying increasingly aberrant behavior, even out in public. People are beginning to talk. But behavior? What kind of behavior? May has not been herself recently. Last Saturday she was nearly hit by a tractor as she fled from some kind of unseen hallucination. She has always been an imaginative girl, but this is giving way to delusion. And do you know what I think? Not much of Rika's initial trepidation remained. I think it is the excitement, the exploits among the grave mounds, the trip to the beach. It is all too much for her. And at times I feel like you do not really care, that she is just another trophy to you. But you cannot treat May like the other girls. She is too fragile. But she, oh, I wish I would put my foot down sooner. Rika's tone softened. I apologize. It is not your fault, Abe. As long as May moves freely in this world, she'll meet people who will influence her. She is 19 now, a legal adult. There's not much we can do to protect her. In a sense, your interaction with her has served as a trial to see how she would fare under new social relationships. Relationships we cannot protect her from. The thing is, May's mental issues, they stem from deeper psychological trauma. At times, she has difficulty distinguishing between what is and is not real. The reason she never fared well in school, she would be out causing commotion all day, chasing her imagined fancies. Is she not receiving therapy? She is, and she has made great progress. But now that she has outgrown the programs instituted for children with psychiatric needs, she runs the risk of falling into a dark hole. The adult world preys of fragile minds. We need to protect and prepare May as well as we can, though I am not sure if we can offer her the right help. She sighed. Oh, I apologize for moaning. There has been a lot on my mind lately with the indoor sports exhibition coming up next Friday. I have no business meddling in other people's affairs, and I will not obstruct you any longer. But please promise me you will keep an eye on her. If you witness more unusual behavior, you must inform me in a timely manner. May is a highly vulnerable young woman. If her episodes become any worse, she will be in acute danger. Later that afternoon, I went to check up on Ina. I found her in her room, wholly torpid, and as she still seemed unwilling to discuss our investigation any further, I decided to ask her what she knew about May. She stirred. May? You mean the slow-minded girl? She cast me a bemused glance. Everyone down here has a story about her. I let her corner me once when I was heading back home from school. I must have been in 8th grade. She started spouting a whole story about a family of rock rabbits who were all friends with her. It took me a while to tear myself loose, without being mean. You could say she has a vivid imagination. I believe she is mostly harmless, though, and the town loves her. Each year, on the 1st of May, they crown her May Queen and parade her through the streets on a decorated wagon. And then the villagers dance around the maypole, while May oversees the spectacle from her throne. The church really abhors this tradition. You will probably understand why. But aside from that, she mainly just loiters around town. You get used to her after a while. A wrinkle appeared on her forehead. But why do you ask? I can confirm she is single if that is what you are after. I've been talking to her lately. Ina smirked. If you show even the least bit of interest, she will never let you go. I have noticed. Sounds like she has found a willing victim. May seems very interested in the geological features of the area. Sure, old stones, right? They are an obsession of hers. She has one or two things that she really fixates on, and rocks are always one of them. If I ever get my newspaper back, we could ask her to write a weekly geology report. I do not think writing is really her strong point. But speaking of geology, May has stated a few times now that Abbott never was a real island that used to be connected to the mainland somehow. I guess like a peninsula. Can you make any sense of that? Ada thought long and hard. Not really. I told you she has a lively imagination. Even though May's farm was just a short distance away, a sticky heat lingered in the evening air that made it an unpleasant journey. I arrived to find her standing outside. It was clear she had been waiting for me. I am so glad you made it. A concerned look formed in her eyes as she inspected my worn out appearance. I am sorry for acting so childish yesterday, but I really am glad you came. It's still early. Do you want me to show you around the farm? It is nothing special. My parents run it by themselves, and I help them as much as possible. That is the cowshed over there. She gestured to a large concrete barn that stood adjacent to the house. It appeared to have been erected during simpler times. We deliver milk to the village store, and we make our own cheese. She took me down a small country trail into a clearance between the trees where an old henhouse stood. This is where we normally keep the chickens. Sadly, they have all been transferred to a hospital for the time being due to the recent avian flu outbreak. I will introduce you to them when they are back safely in their coop. I was impressed by the level of responsibility May displayed now that she was in familiar environment. You seem to really know your way around this place. I do. My parents are very old, you see. They know their way around the farm, but they haven't really kept up with the times. She smiled. I try to help as much as possible, but it is hard. I do not know for how long we will be able to stay in busyness. I followed her up to her room. This is my room. She cast me an apologetic smile. Not really a place fit for a queen. It feels more like a prison at times, a lonely dungeon tower, where I suffer the same torture every night. She looked me straight in the eyes. Have you ever had the same dream? Over and over again. What do you mean? Have you? A dream that repeats itself night after night to the point you wake up screaming. At first it was hazy, like a fog, but every time the dream returned, it became clearer and clearer, to the point where I could smell the smoke of the fire, feel the warm snow beneath my feet, hear the lapping of waves and the distant yell of the night watchman, as though I was really there. I could even hear the tortured breath of the man standing before me, wounded and weary. May had closed her eyes, recounting the dream frame by frame from memory in a grave, monotonous voice that had lost all its prior playfulness. Tonight marks 13 years since Sigurd was taken away. I am still unwed, though likely not for much longer, and I go up to the dolmen every night, by myself, to pray to the All-Mother for Sigurd's return. But this time I am not alone. A man has appeared from out from shadows, heavily weakened, spear in hand. He says he is looking for shelter, that he was sent away by the night watch, but that he saw a light burning nearby, and now he is asking for solace and a place to rest his head. May stared at me intently, as though pleading me to make sense of her words. But all I could do was stare back in silence. Although I distrust the man, I bandage and feed him. His naked body appears valiant underneath his wounds, and his eyes regain a transparent blue. And as he rests, I inquire further into his past. He tells me enemies hunt him, that they have taken all but his spear. The fire has died down and is slowly replaced by a faint morning light. I ask him his name, but he laughs at the question, tells me woe is him that I can refer to him that way. And the way he laughs, that boyish giggle, not at all woeful, reminds me of a time, long, long ago, when we played by the sea. Suddenly I heard a crack. as a spontaneous fracture appeared in one of May's plant pots. But before I could stand up to inspect the damage, May had already resumed speaking, her voice sounding more frantic than before. We are shaken by the sound of voices and the clatter of steel coming from the village below. The enemy has appeared at the gate, laying war upon our homestead for harboring a fugitive. I can tell he is in anguish. I must leave soon, he says. My pursuers will burn down the village if they find out who you are hiding. But I beg him to stay, to at least tell me his name. Please tell me, I cry. I need to know. May let out a bitter laugh. This is where the dream ends. The moment when the world becomes intrusive and the morning sun awakens me. Do you understand my torture now? Of dreaming the same dream again and again, never knowing. Her eyes flickered. Saturday night, I taped cardboard all over the window so that no light or sound could penetrate my room. I know now how the dream goes on. Amidst the sound of spreading violence, I asked him once more his name. Although I knew the answer inside my heart, and as he held me, he smiled, his eyes radiating in childlike brilliance. Do you not recognize me? Those eyes that I had cherished. Do you not recognize me during those sun-filled, youthful days? Now that I have returned, my sister. May grasped my arm. Is it you? Is it really you? Sigurd, my little brother, for whom I have awaited these countless years. She was staring at me as though I were the apparition from her dream, begging me with pale eyes. Sigurd, it really is you. I knew all along. Please do not leave without me. I will follow you to the edge of the night. She embraced me with an iron grip, not letting go until she was fast asleep. It was nearing the end of the year. The school was alive with the carefree bustle of holiday preparations and communal events. But my own mind was occupied with other matters, like the case of the fair-haired
Stream
girl that
elements.
had recounted me her
Said.
dreams the previous night.
Stay moist, my friends,
And it
hydrate.
was with these thoughts in mind that I was approached by Rika, who was laying the last preparations for the indoor sports festival that would be held this coming Friday. Abe, could you please help me? The basketball team is so irresponsible. They never have their preparations done in time. They consider themselves star athletes too good for a Manuel label. But who's ever heard of Abbotsford's achievements in basketball? She cast her eyes over the deserted sports hall, which looked no different from usual. If it were up to me, I would discontinue the whole program. We should focus on our strong points, like competitive swimming. I helped Rika with a few menial tasks, such as mopping the floor and positioning the bleachers. Then we adjusted the height of the nets to conform with national standards. It isn't much, but it will have to do. I don't expect many people to show up anyway. She turned her attention away from the court. Are you coming to cheer for me this coming Friday? We are holding a demonstration and tournament at the Olympic pool. I would like it if you took my picture. while I am standing on the podium. You seem pretty confident of victory. Oh, I apologize for sounding so self-absorbed. It's just that it's important to create memories, especially when it comes to matters as transient as sports achievements. I promised Rika I would be there, and before we said goodbye, I decided I wanted to share some of last night's events with her. She seemed like the only one who was aware of May's condition. I saw May again last night. An expression of both condemnation and curiosity flashed over her face. There. How was she? I hesitated. She appeared anxious. She has been having recurring nightmares, all centering on her little brother. Instantly, Rika took me by the hand, leading me to the adjacent locker rooms, where we could speak in private. Her little brother, her long-lost little brother, right? Yes, she sighed. I was afraid of that. You should know, May does not have a little brother. I nodded. How should I put this? It is important to keep in mind that not everyone has been as fortunate in life as you and I. The Lord's ways are as mysterious as the pathway of the wind. Poor girl, we've all been condemned to suffer on this world. But for some, the suffering is made so much more unbearable. She cleared her throat to keep her voice from breaking. It all happened about 1 year before I was born. On Sunday morning, the church warden gets up at 5 to prepare for Sunday service. It was spring, but a biting chill still lingered in the fresh morning air. As the warden unlocked the wooden doors that led to the main chapel, he heard a faint, exasperated wail. Many things have changed since the days of arcs of bulrushes. May had been left on the front porch in the early hours of the morning, wrapped in a blanket and plastic shopping bag. There wasn't even a note. If she had been found any later, she may not have made it. Rika cleared her throat. There exists a long-standing custom of leaving foundlings on church steps. In the Middle Ages, there would even be a hatch near the entrance of the church, where desperate mothers could safely abandon their unwanted children. But during the 20th century, as the standard of living improved, the hatch fell in disuse and was bolted shut. May was the first family to turn up in Abbott since the war. Poor girl. What a miserable start in life she had, to be abandoned by the very people who were chosen to protect her. For the first few weeks, she was in and out of hospital, receiving treatment against the effects of undernourishment and hypothermia. Then she stayed with my parents for a while. But little May made an impressive recovery, and by the time she was about 3 months old, she was placed with the Walsing couple. They are good people, somewhat simple-minded, but I truly believe they have May's best interest in mind. They were never able to have children of their own, you see. So you will understand how overjoyed they were to welcome the baby in their midst. But there was a rough road ahead. The first months of an infant's life make up the most crucial part of its formative years. May had not received the undivided motherly love that is so essential for the development of a person's cognitive abilities. As a child, May would always lag behind. She worked so hard, but still. When I was 3 and she was 4, May was already like a little sister to me. She was the kindest child I ever knew, with such an active imagination. But her speech remained baby-like. She never figured out the alphabet or how to count. And it wasn't like she did not try, it was just that it was also hard for her. So hard, like something was in the way, inside her mind. Something so brilliant, so beautiful that drowned out her understanding of the world around her. At times it was as though we lived in different worlds. May entered elementary school 1 year late so that we were in the same class, but even there she struggled. The staff, the children, they did not understand May. All the teachers saw was her weird behavior and the developmental milestones she kept missing, and the children took advantage of her kind-hearted nature by bullying her. And though I tried to protect her, I was only small. She simply could not go on this way. At the start of our 2nd year, they chose to put her into a separate program. All social services in the town are coordinated by the church, including special education. We could not do much, but at least we could protect her innocent, kind-spirited nature. I would have hated to see her go through the regular school system. The savagery. Rika had clutched her fist tightly and stared tightly around a strand of her ink black hair. May has been with us for 19 years now. The church's protection is coming to an end. She is not a child anymore. We need to find a place for her where she can learn real-world skills in a sheltered environment. Do you have a place in mind? Rika swallowed. We do. A boarding school just over the border in Germany. I was seized by a paralyzing terror. They are fully equipped to deal with May's mental challenges. You're sending her away. It is not, but she loves it here. I know, Abe. It's just that we cannot offer her the care she truly needs. The recent episodes you speak of, they have only been growing stronger. After a while, they may no longer be able to distinguish her fantasies from reality. Do you not see? There is something so large, so splendid inside of her, as though she is not truly of this earth. But with a mind as beautiful and unique as hers, there always lurks an imminent danger. If the figments of her mind are not accurately tempered, she could lose her connection to this world, and then she may fall victim to herself. I sunk down, defeated. Are you sure it is a good place? The very best. Heilanstalt Olsenkirchen is what it is called. My father maintains a professional relation with their chaplain. I promise we will go visit her every month. During the moments I would spend with her, May always seemed so bright and easygoing, though she acted childlike at times and displayed a stupefying fascination with minerals. I realized I had no idea of the deeper lying issues that surrounded the young woman. And though Rika's plan of deporting May to a faceless faculty filled me with an incumbent dread, I had to admit the church has been an inexhaustible effort to May's well-being. an effort that was entirely unthinkable to me. And this realization made the situation so equivocal that I was unable to think of anything more to say. I know it is a hard choice, Abe, even for me, but we need to do what is best for May. I am absolutely positive this is what is best for her. Over the next days, I want you to spend as much time with her as you can to make her time here worthwhile. But please do not tell her anything about our plans. If she catches wind of her upcoming relocation before being in the right care, it may trigger an intense episode of delirium. She could harm herself or others. May, Rika told me they are moving her to a special faculty. Really? May. But she is an integral part of our town. I could not imagine not having her around, roaming the streets, harassing people. She turned more serious. Was this her parents' decision to send her there? Or is the church behind this? The church. Her parents are not even her real parents. Where are they sending her? A place in Germany, in Uelsenkirchen. She took out her phone. I think I read about that place. Rika says they are optimally equipped to handle people struggling with her condition. Still, I do not like it. These types of places are often run by fundamentalists. They do not hold a rational view on psychiatric care, but consider mental disease a symptom of spiritual impurity. They have a bad record of dealing with their clients. Take a look at this inspection report. She handed me her phone. It speaks of an unsafe environment and unsanitary living conditions. I have also found a lawsuit that is currently running against the institution, accusing personnel of false imprisonment and physical abuse. This is not a place where they will help May. They are locking her away in a private prison, maybe for good. I saw a panic forming in Ina's eyes. You need to warn her, Abe. Now. What? Me? Why me? You are friends with her. She trusts you. I will try to think of something. I was about to leave when Ina stopped me. Hey, do you remember the conversation we had the other day about how they told you Abbott was never an island? I looked it up on the Heritage website, and I am afraid I stand somewhat corrected. This area has underwent a lot of geological changes over the centuries. The Isle of Abbott was created by terminal moraine, an elongated accumulation of stones and debris that was left by the glaciers of the late Ice Age. It used to stretch out long enough to reach the main land, but due to rising waters it became an island around the year 1400. So in a sense she was right, even though she probably just made it up. I mean, we had not even covered this in high school. I wonder. It would be like May to know these things. When she talks about the past, I hesitated. Never mind. I spent the following day restlessly contemplating my next move, while the uncertainty of May's approaching fate hung above me like a bronze sword. I asked myself if it would be better to follow Ina's advice and warn her of her impending move. Maybe May would not even mind the prospect. It would be a change of environment for her, a chance to meet new people. I thought back at how much she had enjoyed our trip to Ryebury Beach, how much good the new surroundings had done her at the time. And lured by these optimistic thoughts, I found myself casting stones at her bedroom window. It was not long before she emerged from the adjacent workshop. Careful with those stones, you could break something. I thought it was custom around these parts. She giggled. We have single glazing, which makes it impossible to get insurance. Come on, let's go to my room. She closed the door behind her. My parents are growing old and forgetful. I have to help them with a lot of things, especially since I am an only child. I often wonder what will happen when they are no longer here, if I will live here by myself to continue the farm. Do you want to? She thought for a while. I like it here. It is so close to the woods. Although the farm work is demanding at times, I do not know if I would be able to carry on. Still, I feel a very strong connection to this place, and when I saw the delight glimmer in her eyes, I just could not put it off any longer. May, I have come to tell you something. Rika told me that the church wants to transfer you to a new school in Germany. May stared at me uncomprehendingly. She said it would be a place where you would be able to learn many new things. Rika, did Rika really say that? I am not sure if she came up with the idea, but she was the one who told me. I do not understand. I have to stay here. My parents need me. I don't want to be transferred. A faraway shimmer was forming in her eyes. I know I said the farm work was hard at times, like the chickens. I know they are not really brought to a hospital. They get killed, all of them, when a pandemic breaks out. Not just the hens, but the little chicks too. It does not matter if they are infected or not. It is just a preventative measure. Papa would always tell me they were moved to a hospital just so that I would not cry. But now that I am older, I am the one who oversees the process, and it does not change a thing. I still cry. Do you understand how hard it is? I want to stay here. I want to go to the dolmen with you. Why did Rika not tell me? There was a knock at the outside door. May leapt up, letting out a muffled scream in the process. We hurried to the window, and in the faint light we saw a black Mercedes Benz parked in the driveway. At the gate stood two dark clothed figures, led by a handsome looking man who appeared to be in his early 40s. That is John, Rika's father. Another knock, louder this time. Mamma is home. She will answer to the door soon. May's voice was trembling with fear. Are they coming to transfer me? Not wanting to lie to her, I just stared at her wordlessly. I do not want to go. Why did Rika not discuss this with me? Rika, I really do not want to. No, no. Her breath intensified. An abstract terror had formed in her eyes. Then she addressed me. clearer and more coherent than ever. I cannot leave. I like it here. I like you, Enrica, and even the church. I have to stay here in Abbotsford with the stones. I promise I will not cause any trouble. I will stay inside. I will try harder. Tell Rika to let me stay. Please let me stay here. Tears were rolling down her cheeks. I need to stay here to wait for him. I need to be here. In the meantime, I could hear Mrs. Walsing answer the door and conversing with John Cooper. She sounded unfazed by the nocturnal visit, and it struck me that, like myself, she must have been informed beforehand. It would not be long before she would let the men in. May had sunk to her knees, paralyzed with fear. The intensity of the moment weighed down on me, and I suddenly grew aware that, right now, we stood before a gambit that would irreversibly change both of our futures. I looked her in the eyes. Her quivering form appeared so far removed from the cheerful girl I had come to know that I suddenly felt a rare courage take hold of me. May, we could escape. And the second that last word passed my lips, she grew calm. Escape. We have to escape again. I am not afraid as long as I am with you, Sigurd. At the moment, a tropical wind spread through the tiny bedroom, blowing back her golden hair and revealing the pale, spotless white of her mesmerized eyes. I am not afraid. I trust you. If it is really you, Sigurd. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Is it really you? It is not. But the dream. It must be you. I am sorry, May. Immediately her eyes went back to normal. You are right. I am sorry. I am not myself at the moment. I am sorry for causing you so much trouble. There was a loud knock at the door. She straightened her summer dress. Please visit me often while I am away, and do not worry about me. She got up and opened the door. After May's departure, I returned home quietly. 3 days later, Rika came by to thank me. She reassured me that May was fitting in brilliantly with her new surroundings, and that my presence that night had made the transition all the more manageable for May. But even though I tried to find comfort, assuring myself that I had made the right decision, a lingering doubt gnawed at my conscience. I questioned my decision to confide in Rika, to deliver May into the clutches of the church. And no matter what I told myself, that doubt remained, growing into a large dark hole into which I gladly stepped. With May gone, I lost interest in everything. My grades suffered, and it was not long before I sank to the bottom of the class. And when spring came, the inevitable happened. I flunked my finals, condemning me to another year of school in this dead-end town. By that time, Ina had already stopped talking to me, and my friendship with Rika was reduced to an incidental formality. At times, I felt that, with the Sunday Abbot gone and May conveniently locked away abroad, my utility to both girls had evaporated. I had been no more than a useful idiot to them. What a cruel fate to be cast aside this way. It was not until autumn next year that Rika contacted me, suggesting I come with her to see May. It would be my first time since her departure, though I had initially planned to visit May regularly. Her caretakers had explained that my presence would jeopardize her successful integration into the new environment, and I had not contested their decision, as I had been as reluctant to face her after my betrayal. But now that May had settled in, once May had been trained how to properly respond in case of questions of abuse, there was no reason to further postpone the visit. With a heavy feeling in my stomach, I boarded the Cooper family car. It was a 1 hour drive. As we approached the German border, the perpetual stretches of endless lowlands made way for an undulating landscape of wooded vales. Hay-installed Uelzen-Kirchen was beautifully situated on one of the northern floodplains of the Rhine. Clearly familiar with her surroundings, Rika led the way up to the ward where May's room was located. She punched in the security code that opened the door. May, we are here. Carefully, a pale figure scuttled to us. Rika, I am glad you came. And look, I have brought a visitor. May stared at me for what felt like a full minute before Rika broke the silence. You have not seen Abe for almost a year now. May's lips curled into a watery smile. Rika, Rika, I am starting on linen duty next week. I am really looking forward to it. Linen duty? Oh, May, that's such a responsible task. You are settling in so well. But May appeared distracted. It is 1 o'clock already. How long are you staying? I have a session at 2:15. Do not worry, May. We can entertain ourselves for a while. Rika cast me a sideways glance. Say, May, I need to speak with the staff for a moment. How about you talk to Abe? The two of you used to get on so well. Okay, Rika, but do not stay away for too long. I have a session at 2:15. I am sure she will be back by then. A tense silence filled the room. May sat eyeing me suspiciously. Abe, how have you been getting on? She smiled. Very good. I will start on linen duty next week. I really like it here. Everyone is so kind to me. I looked into her eyes. Are you sure? Are you really happy you came here? From the way she drew backwards, I could tell I had unintentionally raised my voice. I am sorry. I mean, that night when they first took you here, do you not think we should have escaped? If you remember that night. I do not remember everything, but I know I was unhappy back at Abbotsford. They say I saw things that were not there, that I was a danger to myself and others around me. But now that I live here, I have not seen anything strange in a long time. The bad thoughts are slowly disappearing from my mind. So please do not be sad. I am very happy here. People like me should not live alone, you know? But here I can do so many things. In a few years, I may even be able to move into an assisted living home where I can have my own things. Even a cute pet. It is already a quarter past one. I will start on London duty next week. And as May sat there, droning up her day to day activities, I would not want to flee from here. Fleeing is dangerous. It dawned on me that there is never truly such a thing as a wrong decision. We had a girl here called Jerlyn, and she ran away a week ago, or maybe it was a month. No matter what choices we make, in the end, life always finds a way. And do you know what happened when they found her? She had been run over by a train. A train. Do you see how dangerous that is? One moment you're not looking and you get run over by a train. I would never. What is the matter? Are you okay? Why are you crying? It's better than nothing. I'll take it. Great. Let me show you my mock-up for this week's issue. I really do have a lot of work to do. That's okay. I know mailmen have to focus on their duty. But if a little blonde boy happens to cross your path, please tell him his sister May is looking for him. I have no idea what you are talking about. You think you can lie yourself out of this one. I should probably be on my best behavior when dealing with the pastor's daughter. I've been teased about that more than enough. I thought I was just a paper boy, and a terrible one at that. You know, I have not been paid yet. She ignored my remark. No way, I will definitely end with my head in a pike. But you have a reason to go to the stones. Is that not where you lost your bag? And one fell swoop May had snatched my book bag from my shoulder and set off to the edge of town. Oh no, we got robbed! We get robbed! What? It is me. A relieved smile crossed her face. I knew it was you. I am so happy. Come to the window. The drop was not more than a few meters. I leapt down first. As I caught May, who was a lot heavier than I had imagined, I heard the door to her room open. But May took me by the hand and led me out over the yard and into the nearby undergrowth. And I followed her, her golden hair guiding me through the pale moonlight. The first minutes were hectic. We crawled through the thick bushes, gradually growing aware of the frantic shouts and heavy footsteps that emerged from the house behind us. But by the time Cooper and his henchmen had made their way outside, we had left them far behind. Our progress was slow. We tried to stay away from the major footpaths and roads, taking detours whenever our path led us over exposed terrain. But the woodlands surrounding Abbotsford were wild and expansive enough to disappear into. And so we did, for a good 3 hours, until it was completely dark outside, and even May was uncertain of our current whereabouts. She looked exhausted. What do we do? Where do we go? I was hoping you would answer that question. Slowly, we made our way through an opening in the trees that led to a narrow trail. May looked around, trying to discern our location. Then she let out a sigh of relief. I know this trail. It leads to these stones. I gestured her to lower her voice. Are you sure it is safe? She looked up at me drowsily, her eyes almost falling shut. I could tell she would not make it much further. Let us go. In the dead of night, we arrived at the archaeological site. We settled down in an alcove between the two megaliths, where we were visible from the road. They feel warm, do they not? We are safe here. Before I could even say a word, she had drifted off into sleep, as though I had made a resolve to hold watch all night. It was not long before I joined her. Aggressive shouting, footsteps. I found myself wide awake, tugging at May's sluggish body. Her eyes shot open. The danger! They are onto us. We need to move fast. I think they have a hound. In the corner of my eye, I saw two of Coop's men making their way in our direction. Then a white bolt split the sky. I saw one of the thugs rolling on the grass, clutching his leg in agony. It is fierce. May had scrambled to her feet. Come on, run! While Fierce kept our assailants at bay, we bolted over the lawn, into the dense forest that led northward. May seemed sharper now, rejuvenated by the few hours of undisturbed sleep. We traveled where the woods were at their darkest, so that we had to find our way by touch. And though we kept moving, it was not long before we grew aware of an ominous rustling of the bushes behind us. I froze. They cowered behind me. The rustling intensified. The bushes opened, and out leapt Fierce, our silent protector. Fierce, May spoke in excited whispers. Thank you for helping us back there. They did not hurt you, did they? Fierce sat panting quietly. Though I urged May to head on further, she remained concentrated on the dog. Fierce, can you help us with one more thing? We want to go to the castle hall. You remember, the place in the woods where the floor is covered in stone. The dog stared at her with a playful look in its eyes. There was no indication that it had understood her request. Could you lead us there? I promise there will be a real treat this time. The dog turned its head. Thank you. And through the thick undergrowth we continued, slowly but steadily, never resting for longer than a minute. At times Fierce led the way, but he would also lag behind, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. But from the highly inconsistent moss patterns on the trees, I could tell we're roughly traveling northward. The morning light had grown in intensity and was now tentatively making its way through the blanket of misty trees. I felt tired to the point that I cursed myself for ever embarking on this pointless journey. May, however, had grown unusually quiet. Carefully she made her way around the clearance, muttering softly to herself and casting anxious glances through the trees. Then she turned to me. We are fleeing again. Always fleeing, just like back then. We traveled for months through inhospitable terrain, but no matter how dangerous our journey was, I basked in a consoling bliss, for I had reunited with Sigurd, my little brother, and my happiness drove away the fear. The terrain was made up of treacherous marshes, intersected by patches of pine wood. Over the past centuries, the seas had slowly encroached upon our settlements, gradually turning the arable pastures into basins of brackish swampland. Food became scarce, and many of the tribes that had been allied in the past resorted to warfare over the dwindling resources. Wherever we went, we were met with distrust and hostility. Traveling outcasts left to fend for ourselves, with only Seeker's spear for protection. Then one day, when crossing a woodland fen, a large appendage lashed out from the shallow waters. It wrapped itself around Seekerd's waist, evading the blows of his spear, preparing to strike with its large toothed maul. When suddenly, out from the shadow leapt a great gray wolf, and the creature lunged its fangs deep into the snake's flank. lacerating its scaly armor. The serpent shrieked out in pain, dropping Sigurd as it turned its attention to its canine assailant. It coiled itself around the wolf, trying to squeeze out its very life. But the wolf was strong, much stronger than any mortal beast, and it resisted the serpent's strengthening grip long enough for Sigurd to thrust a spear into the monster's gaping bowl, impaling it in the mud. Slowly the wolf rose to its feet, shaking out its drenched fur. Bayfrey, the All-Mother, ancestor to our tribe, is capable of taking many forms. Although the serpent was defeated, we realized he was a herald of an encroaching kind. As the sea spread out through our domains, nautical deities became gradually more dominant, pushing back our traditional Catholic gods into the depths of the underworld. Summer turned to autumn. Autumn turned to winter. Nature died. Now that the marshes had frozen over, serpents stood at bay, and we built a shelter in the forest against the winter storms. But we could not stay in the same place for long, as food was always scarce, and I was 5 months pregnant. Did you and your brother did you and your brother? I could not travel fast. During the coldest nights, Bayfrey, or was it the dog, would enter our camp, sleeping between the two of us, and her radiating warmth would drive away the freezing cold faster than any furnace. Bayfrey, the great wolf, our mother, always watching over us. We rested for a while in the castle hall, but the ground was cold and barren. And urged forward instinctively by our fatigue, we made our way to the Estolmen, which stood nearby. Inside its earthen interior, which turned out to be quite spacious, we constructed a comfortable burrow for moss and fallen leaves, while Fears camped outside to defend us against potential threats. This used to be a grave mound, right? What a morbid place to hide in. A grave mound, indeed, but it was far more than that. A place of worship, an assembly hall. Her voice was beginning to drawl. We lived together with the dead back then, our ancestors. Nothing to be afraid of. We slept all morning and most of the afternoon. I awoke completely disoriented, more fatigued than before I fell asleep. The adrenaline that had fueled my previous actions had dwindled, making place for an intangible dread. When I looked down at my phone, I saw a few missed calls from Ina. I dialed her number immediately. Ina, Abe, I've been trying to call you all day. What have you two been up to? Her voice sounded unwaveringly curious. I did what you told me to. I warned her. I provided Ina a summary of last night's escape. Has the town reacted to our disappearance yet? I heard some shouting coming from the central square this morning, but I'm not aware of any large-scale search operations. The church probably wants to keep May's escape under wraps for now, as not to fall under scrutiny for their actions. Anyway, what is your current whereabouts? Dolmen and 4 near the northeastern slope. Please wait. I will head down immediately. Make sure no one follows you. It was not long before we were alerted by Pierce's muted barking. There, there, Fierce. I brought you some sausages. Please be quiet. Ina, I am glad you could make it. I have brought groceries for lunch and dinner and tomorrow's breakfast. You probably have not eaten 4 days. May cast Ina a ravenous glance. I also brought you some sleeping bags, as you will probably have to stay here for at least another night. I will start looking for better options this evening. I do not understand. Why did Rika do this to me? Ina gave May a comforting nudge. Do not worry. We will find a solution. I promise. But let us eat first. Under the setting sun, we feasted on the bread and canned goods that Ina had brought us. After our meal, Ina, who still had a lot of research to do, got ready to leave. And while May stashed our new gain supplies aside of our burrow, Ina took me aside for a second. I want to get May some clean underwear. The poor girl must be suffering. I felt the blood rush to my head. Would you happen to know her, sizes? Her sizes? Well, why do you not ask her? She blushed. I do not know. It is embarrassing. I mean, I thought you might know. I definitely do not. She pouted. Well, I think she is larger than me, but not by much. Now that I think of it, the clothing store is owned by church people. They may become suspicious if I suddenly start buying larger sizes. You could tell them you have increased your dairy intake. Ina glared at me. She'll just have to deal with some of my spares. Ina went home, and May and I turned in early. And while I fell into a restless, fragmented sleep, May remained sitting upright, whispering long stories to herself. And sometimes it was as though I felt a quiet rumble passing through the stones below us. After breakfast, Ina returned, carrying clean clothing for May and additional supplies. I could do with some boxer shorts, you know. Oh, please, I am not your brother. I have been working tirelessly all night just to get the two of you out of this sticky situation. I have scheduled a call with a representative of the women's shelter in Brewersburg this coming Thursday. May be able to stay with them for a while. The church will not be able to find her there. Have you looked into places for me to stay? Not really, but you'll have a roof above your head once they lock you away for kidnapping a mentally impaired individual. I am not mentally impaired. May glared at Ina disappointedly. I'm sorry. I must have had the two of you mixed up for a second. Anyway, May, I brought you something else. Ina reached into her bag and produced a large book. Illustrated Geological Lexicon was written on its cover. May eyed it apprehensively. I thought it might provide you with some distraction while you are keeping a low profile. Thank you, Ina. It is just, I am not a very good reader. Ina smirked. Are you sure about that? Come on, let's take a look at this together. I'd love to find out how bad your reading truly is. Even Abe here can read, can you not, Abe? The two girls giggled as they seated themselves against the base of the dolmen. And as soon as Ina opened the book to reveal the illustrations inside, May's initial hesitation turned into pure delight. Oh look, that is limestone and hematite. Around noon, Ina got up to help me prepare lunch, while May remained fully engorged in her book. So, how is she doing? Slow but steady. May did not even know all the letters of the alphabet, just her name and the letter S. The church has been actively keeping her away from books, convincing her she was incapable of reading. That is terrible. And nonsense. After just a few hours of practice, she is already reading words and short phrases. The human ability to read has evolved a relatively short time ago and is not ingrained too deeply in the structure of our brains. An adult can overcome illiteracy quite rapidly with the right training. Other functions, such as speech, which need certain synaptic networks to develop, they cannot be learned at a later stage. Also, you may be interested to know, Karen called this morning. That is great. Is she making a steady recovery? Gradually. She suffered a cerebral contusion, which will take a while to fully heal, but she will be able to leave the hospital soon. I took the liberty to tell her about May. I jumped. Do not worry, I have not told her your whereabouts. And besides, she seems sympathetic to our cause. Karen told me how the mental health service is organized in this town. It is the council's responsibility to allocate accurate care to their beneficiaries. At Abbotsford, however, we only have one mental health care institute. It is called the Lazarus Foundation, and it is run by the church. Due to Cooper's influence in the town council, all underage patients with psychiatric needs are automatically redirected to
Stay
Lazarus.
moist, my friends, hydrate.
There is no viable alternative. That is bad. Probably. But now that May is of age, we have the agency to change that. If her legal custodian states a case against the council, she may be able to have her funds redirected to a proper mental health organization, one that actually works for her instead of doing everything within its power to keep her in the system. Unfortunately, her current custodianship lies with her parents, who are loyal to the church. Which means that, once they find her, the Lazarus Foundation will ship May off to Germany, never to be heard from again. I sighed. Also, there is one more interesting detail Karen let loose, which is the Lazarus Foundation celebrates their 15th anniversary this year. Well, that is good for them. No, Think about it. 15 years. It is 15 years ago that May was taken out of the regular school system and placed under the auspices of the church. Before that, mental health cases were handled by a regional healthcare provider. Lazarus was founded to harbor May, specifically for that purpose. What kind of disturbance could that girl have caused for an entire institute to be established solely for her cause? When evening fell, Ina returned home, and May and I returned to our sleeping bags inside the soda thick tube. How long do you think we will need to stay here? Just a short while longer. Ina says she has a plan. It is okay. I could stay here forever if we had to. I sleep much better here than at home. And do you know, the nightmares have stopped. They have disappeared ever since we ran away, almost as though they were urging me to flee, to move out over the indomitable marshes. Inch by inch, the sun painted the walls of our burrow with its morning rays. And after breakfast, May returned to her geology book, in which she progressed at an accelerating rate, while I just basked in the midday sun, paging through the increasing list of missed calls on my phone, some of which were from Rika, some from school, but none, unsurprisingly, from my father. Suddenly, May called me over. Come, look at these marks. She was pointing at one of the stones, trailing her finger along a series of perpendicular grooves that ran along its side. This is called glacial striation. It is formed by the wear the stone suffered when it traveled inside the Great Glacier. It runs lengthwise along the face of the rock, as that is the direction that causes the least friction. While she was speaking, Pierce suddenly came up to us, visibly alarmed. And when I listened, I detected the faint sound of footsteps and voices coming from the forest trail. Do you hear that? They are coming. She closed her book, and hurriedly we gathered our belongings, stashing our sleeping bags and food far inside the dolphin, hidden from outside view. Come this way. May took me by the hand, leading me in the opposite direction as where the sounds came from, while Furious stayed nearby. Soon the chirping of birds and rustling of leaves had all but disappeared. Due to the lack of foliage, the castle hall was engulfed in a death-like silence that was only sporadically interrupted by the muted sound of a branch cracking underfoot. What could that have been? A search party, maybe. Do you think they are looking for us? It is okay. Just listen to the silence. We'll be we'll be able to hear them from miles away. All is covered in snow. I was heavy, almost too heavy to move, as I protected the tiny life inside of me, which felt close to dying out. Sigurd would go out to hunt, bringing the catch to our hiding place. But winter was harsh, harsher than the winters before, and it spread its frosted fingers across the land so that we found no refuge. We had no choice other than to return to the village, the secluded hamlet from which we had fled the previous summer. There we would plead for shelter and heat until our child was born, even though there was little chance they would welcome us. And so, with the reluctance of captives, we embarked upon the journey home. Many times I was so slow that we moved at a crawl. Many times we had to interrupt our voyage to hide from perpetual winter storms. How often was I close to giving up, fearing the little fire inside me would extinguish if I sat even one step further. But Sigurd comforted me, telling me to have courage, for he believed a great fate rested on the birth of our child, a fate connected to the very survival of our kind. And Bayfrey, for all the Allmother, watched over us throughout, chasing away foes, bringing us small prey, and in her tail I knew we followed an illuminated path. After 13 days of travel, we reached our destination, that secluded crest, setting of my tormented youth, under which our village lay, covered in snow, wrapped in silence. Such absolute, penetrating silence, as though all life had vanished for miles around. And as we descended the ridge, we found the root of the silence. Under the snow lay buried an atrocity, burnt down houses, bloody corpses of men, women, children. The war had raged throughout our homestead, leaving no soul alive, no hearthstone unshattered. Our entire clan, from which we had fled after our reunification, had been routed out from the hillside for good. Of our village, only the great dolmen remained, as an unmovable testament to the perseverance of our ancestors. We took refuge between its solid walls. Bay looked up at me with saddened eyes, just like we do now. And while we sheltered, paralyzed by listlessness, a spring broke through, a soothing, delightful, warming spring that chased away the winter storms. And amidst the glow of that beautiful, heartwarming spring, I finally found the strength to give birth. Under the comforting care of Sigurd, my own brother and husband, with Bayfrey protecting us from harm, I gave birth to twins. For two flames have burned in me all that time. Beautiful, strong infants, boy and girl. The presence of the Allmother ran strong in our bloodline, and for that blessed morning we were happy as we bathed and fed our newborn children. But with great joy came inconsolable grief. I was weak, seared. The journey, the exposure to the cold, the grueling delivery. They left me wholly depleted. It was as though, in keeping these two tiny beings safe, my own fire had given its final flame. I was weak. I could feel my fire dying out. All I saw was Sigurd holding our beautiful children. May, May, Sigurd. May had become a deathly pale, as though she were close to passing out. In silence we sat and waited, unsure of our next move. And when 2 hours had passed without any suspicious sound, we reluctantly set off to pack our belongings. At the dolmen it was so peaceful that I began to wonder if the voices in the woods had been no more than figments of our imagination, until a dark-haired figure emerged from the opening between the stones. And before I even realized what was happening, she had struck me in the head with the large leather-clad tome that she held in her right hand, so that I was knocked backwards by the blow. Rika, May stood paralyzed. There you are. Come now, Abraham. We knew you had your eyes set on Miss Walsing all along, but to imagine that you would go so far as to kidnap her. Rika took out her phone. The fugitives have been located at the same place where you found the sleeping bags. Come over right now. I wanted to grab May to make a run for it, but I still found myself disoriented by Rika's blow. A thin trickle of blood was making its way down the side of my neck, steadily staining my shirt a deep burgundy. Oh, poor boy, did I strike you too hard? I keep forgetting how heavy these old Bibles are. They really do not make them like they used to. Her lips curled into a foreboding grin. If you can stay concise for a little while longer, they have an excellent health care available for you at the municipal jail. Rika, that is so mean. Hold your tongue. You are in some deep trouble, too. How dare you run away from us? May whimpered, overwhelmed by the spontaneous outburst of rage her one-time friend had unleashed on her. Our church has always looked after you, May. We cared for you when no one else would, not even your own parents. May let out an agonizing wail. We housed you, fed you, gave you an education. Education? What kind of education? A special education, tailored exactly for. You taught her nothing, not even how to read and write. Rika grew quiet, her explosive fury making place for a severe, more articulate anger. No, Abe, you don't understand. Is what she needed. Rika shot a spiteful glance at May, who was sobbing silently. She is an abomination. Rika, ever since she was young, May has displayed a certain trait that was always there, hiding in her eyes, like an unsettling presence. We realized her early life had been eventful and hoped to have passed with the years, but it worsened the moment she entered elementary school, as she began learning how to read and write. May's classmates would come home fatigued whenever they spent too much time in her presence. And even worse, things would break in her vicinity. One day, when she had been put in detention for driving a classmate to tears, her teacher found her inside a storage room surrounded by shattered school supplies. And May just sat there, staring at her, a blank look in her eyes. I have a vague recollections of these disturbing events. For us, it was heartbreaking to see a young, innocent child be consumed by these powerful demons. The things her biological parents must have done to her to create such a horror, truly blood-curdling. Gradually, older kids began to pick up on May's weird behavior. She was bullied mercilessly to the extent that they had to take her out of school. But the thing was, while the Lazarus Foundation worked on creating a permanent curriculum for her, we noticed that May began to fare much better, unchallenged by social and cognitive stimuli. It was clearly the stress of mainstream education that brought out the worst in her, and without these outside influences, she returned to her good behavior. After we confined her to a sober regimen of solitary play and coloring books, the chilling glare slowly disappeared from her eyes, and the mysterious occurrences ceased happening. Just then, two figures appeared, taking position behind us. Rika gestured for them to stand by. While May was under auspices of the church, my parents instructed me to keep an eye on her, to be her friend, even though I did not want to. To be honest, I was rather afraid of her. May stirred. I hated it, being paired up with a retarded kid, but it was my duty as a pastor's daughter to act as a caretaker. Rika, May had begun shaking. I hated it so much that I would even play mean pranks on her, but May did not mind, as I was her only friend. Rika, May was doing so well. Her behavior grew stable under our unwavering care. But look what you have done to her. Camping trips, books. May cannot have that kind of stimulation. You are undoing all that we have worked so hard for. I can see it in her eyes already, the growing madness. Go, seize her, take her to the car. The police will deal with the boy. But as the men enclosed on the trembling, forlorn figure of May, a white light began to shine. It was a calming light that enveloped the entire scene, drowning out all the noise and violence, and it appeared to be emanating from May. At that moment, I began to wonder if maybe Rika was right, if maybe the overpowering mixture of excitement and emotion had awoken a certain attribute in the girl, a unique trait wholly inconceivable by human understanding. Rika, Rika, what is happening to me? I feel heavy, and as I strained my eyes, which had almost succumbed to the overpowering luminescence, I realized that the light did not come directly from her, but that it originated from the dolmen behind her, on which the S-glyph had begun glowing mysteriously. And then I was blind. All breaks down in cycles. What exists is fated to return upon itself, again and again, until the end of times. The apple seed sprouts into a sapling, then grows into a tree, until one day it itself is ready to bear fruit, and thus it repeats. Does that sound like the greatest torture to you, reliving your life, every second of it, over and over again, into eternity? We are condemned to recurrence, growing through infancy, childhood, parenthood, before in turn giving birth to new life. How far can we trace back the lineage? Through high story, the great civilizations, the vast seas of dark that lay in between. It all returns to that progenital event, that initial completion of the cycle that all of existence ripples out from. Each iteration of the cycle is bonded to that progenital event. All of life is steeped in its uniting essence, the essence of all. Bayfrey. Life today mirrors high story, born from anguish and despair, the reunification, the escape, the birth, the death. It recurs again and again, like an originating myth to which all of existence must atone. Each cycle attempts to come to completion, in the same way it did on that spring day. Each of our actions are steeped into the essence of all, carrying the limitless potential of the first iteration. And each time the cycle repeats, the potential accumulates, steadily growing. Suddenly, an enormous blast resonated through the forest, as a force like a tropical cyclone blew us to the ground. And beside me I saw Rika, who appeared to be in anguish, her clothes having been torn to shreds by the blast. Above the sound of the winds, I could hear her praying furiously, as though her faith was being tried to the fullest extent. She does great wonders, making fire come down from heaven upon the earth within the sight of men, and she deceives those that dwell on the earth by means of these miracles, which she performs on behalf of the beast. Gradually all returned to silence. The presence of the All-Mother is distant now. No longer do we perform the forgotten rites. Many transient gods have since been bestowed the allegiance of men, for short periods only, for these younger gods are constructed in a fashion that is bound by linear time. And as the white light continued outward, I noticed that its beams did not hurt me at all. They simply went through me, filling me with a comforting sensation of immaculate bliss. For it felt as though I recognized the light, its powerful, warming touch, as though it had been with me even from before the time I was born. And as the beam grew stronger, I further surrendered to its glow until I could no longer determine where the boundary between it and myself lay. That is when I saw how the tale ended. Inconsolable grief gave birth to the greatest happiness. Our new family, already without a mother, looked out over a ravaged world. Death echoed at us from all sides, as though taunting the last of the living to join its race. While Bayfrey nursed the twins, I laid my sister to rest inside the grave mound. Her Their mother, the last of our tribe to be entombed therein. And while we remained there, mourning for 7 moons, I etched the sigil of our clan into the dolmen's exterior wall. Sign of the river, a flowing internally, fruitfully into the estuaries of time. So flourished then blood of Walsing. It was about a week later that I received a message from Ina summoning me to her office. So, are you ready to get back to work this coming Saturday? Work? I thought we had been shut down. I thought so too, until I received a highly apologetic letter from the school board notifying me of the immediate reinstatement of our monthly funding. And their reason? No reason stated. I think we may have a hidden benefactor pulling strings somewhere. The door opened and 2 visitors entered the room. May, Karen, thank you for joining us. You are just in time. From now on, May will be writing our weekly rock solid advice section, in which she answers geology-related questions. As a managing editor, May will be positioned above you, Abe, so please make sure her every need is met. Sounds great. Does that mean she was able to enroll in high school? I have. I need to take remedial classes until the end of the year, but after that I can enter 10th grade. Karen laughed. May has been settling in just fine. She is a great help around the garden. We are almost done decorating her room. Did the church not give you any trouble? They were apprehensive at first, but I noticed your little confrontation has definitely struck some fear into them. And also, I have been doing some digging. I looked into the financial administration of the Lazarus Foundation and found out they have been misappropriating community funds ever since their inception. It was one big mess of shady bookkeeping, missing receipts, unjustified payments to offshore accounts. Once I hinted at these matters, Cooper became docile as a lamb. Suddenly, the transfer of legal custodianship was completed in a day. They even helped me move May's belongings. All the operations of the Lazarus Foundation have been suspended indefinitely. If they ever start up again, it will take only one call to the inspection board to have them shut down. Come on, Karen, let us head down to the cafeteria. I want to interview you before next year's electoral campaign kicks off. The 2 women exited the room. May turned to me, smiling self-consciously. I really like staying with Karen. This is the first time I have lived in a town. You know that? But she is helping me fit in. I am even allowed to set up a chicken coop in the garden. Those poor neighbors. Hey, give them free eggs. They'll be fine. She giggled, and in her sweet, unencumbered smile, I saw the will to life of 100,000 generations reflecting back at me. Please come to the stones with me. I want to show you something. I'm tired, May. I really have to go home. Her lips curled down in apparent disappointment. You are no fun. A terrible subject. You should do as your queen demands. Off with your head. Cheerfully, I bade her good night before heading back to town. Next day, Ina did not show up for school. During lunch break, I received a text message from her asking me to check the office and to bring her the computer hard drive. She did not reply to any of my further inquiries into her situation. The office was in the exact same state we had left it Saturday afternoon. Apparently, the damage to the window had gone completely unnoticed. I secured the computer's hard disk before informing the janitorial department about the broken glass. I found Ina in her bedroom in mostly the same state as I had left her. She appeared listless, hardly responding to my presence. Ina, I brought you the hard drive you asked for. She muttered a thank you. Have you been eating? I am okay. I stood there for a while, not really knowing what to say. Quite the story we read last night. It was. So what did you make of it? Sounded like a load of nonsense to me. It did, didn't it? Cannot believe we wasted so much time hunting down that stupid document. A feeling of relief came over me. For a minute I feared that Ina would send me hunting for cosmic abominations next. I am glad you feel that way. It makes me wonder how a document like that could come into existence. A civilization that is in a state of decline will often fall back on beliefs from a simpler age. Like a senile old grandmother singing nursery rhymes in her rocking chair. Georgie Porgy, pudding and pie, kissed the girls and made them cry. For children, singing nursery rhymes is a happy pastime, as it contributes to the formation of a developed psyche. But when a demented person sings them, there's always a sinister undertone, as they are signifiers of a great reversal taking place. These memories from childhood are all that remain to a worn out, withered mind. Our society is growing decadent. We are collectively sliding into a void of decay. And now that we are on our way out, we grow more and more receptive to pre-modern folk tales, such as that document, that dime store horror tale we read last night. So you are confident it was all made up. Pagan rituals by the seashore, It was one of the biggest farces I had ever read. A witch hunt, no more, no less. Who would have expected these kinds of hoaxes to persist into the 19th century? It must be a symptom of corrupted enlightenment for clergy to use superstitions of the distant past against communities they deemed spiritually backwards. The Presbytery likely felt threatened by the upsurge of separatist congregations, to the extent that they made up allegations of witchcraft and idolatry against dissenting pastors. And to think that Marquis Leopold willingly participated in reviving these folk beliefs in this day and age. He must be desperate, going to such lengths to paint the church in a negative light. These accusations, these lurid tales of horror and decadency, these prejudices are not natural to man, but they are often born from fertile ground, from generations of sadism, inbreeding, and false piety. To think that these matters would take place in a developed country. You should know, time is not always simultaneous. The originating high story of a modern nation always allows for pockets where time runs at a crawl, where practices and ideas remain, conserved, sheltered perfectly from the winds of modernity that rage throughout. She sighed. The irrationality of it all. We went through so much trouble just to uncover that stupid document. I should have seen this coming. I am clearly not as perceptive as I thought I was. In an attempt to cheer her up, I tried to change the subject. You know, I can hook up that hard drive for you, if you want. There are other things to write about. We could start on next week's cover article. Never mind. I received word from the headmaster this morning. They are cutting our funding. They said we have been reporting too little on school matters. She was visibly distraught. What? They cannot do that. It is no use fighting it. The school board are all church members. We will not be able to cover printing costs without additional funding, let alone your salary. I have not even been paid yet. She was too melancholy to acknowledge my comment. Do you realize how much work I put into this Sunday Abbot? All my spare time for almost 2 years, all for nothing. It was not. Oh, it is my own fault for trying to build something in a town like this. Nothing will grow in tainted soil. It will sprout and rot and fall to pieces. My life's work gone, all over a 19th century hoax. It is time to give up this pointless investigation. It's not like we have any other choice. Let us call it quits. Well, if that is what you truly want, it is okay, Abe. Do not be sad. We have tried our hardest. Not every story can become a headline. I need to be alone now. Three more months and then I am done with it all. I have never been much of an honors student, but recently I have changed my ways. Each day after school I study for 2 hours, and then more after dinner into the early hours of the night. I only have 3 more months to increase my grade point average, but if I succeed, all of Europe will open up for me. London, Berlin, even the US. For each man, a moment comes where he has to lay out his own destiny. I can remain here in small town Abbotsford, on the outskirts of the modern world, or grasp this moment to spread my wings and head for greater skies. I do not really mind the studying, as it helps divert my thoughts away from the unrest and the violence, the local nonsense surrounding this town that has left such a strange taste in my mouth. 3 more months and then I am done. Ever since our falling out, Ina had been ignoring me in class. At times it was as though she had become invisible. After graduation, I figured I would never see her again. However, there was one last occasion where we both found ourselves waiting on the same bus. Though I had resigned myself to standing with her in awkward silence, she suddenly turned to me. Have you noticed? What? It is silent, is it not? I listened and could confirm the town was entirely devoid of sound. There is not even a hint of chirping in the air. Do you know why that is? They are all dead. I found them in a pond in the woods. Thousands of corpses, all floating belly upwards, fully exhausted, deceived by the false advent of spring. It will take nature years to recover, if it ever will. Thus is our fate entered the age of decline. Nothing is born, all crumbles. The bus arrived. She chose the seat farthest away from mine. I cannot agree with that. You what? I cannot let you quit the Sunday Avant. Even if the appendix document was a dead end, there's still so much work to do. Though I will admit I was doubtful at first, over the past few weeks you have really won me over. If you will not continue the paper, I will, without you. For the first time since entering her room, I thought I noticed a faint light igniting in her eyes. You will. You really do care, do you not? Come on, Abe, let's get something to eat. Next morning, I awoke to my phone buzzing. While my eyes adjusted to the light, I could hear Ina answering the call. Really, that is a huge relief. We will head down there immediately. Thank you for contacting us. She put away her phone and began dressing herself. That was Karen. She is making a steady recovery and says she wants to issue a statement to the press. Let us head to the hospital right away. We made our way to the front desk, where we were redirected to the neurology ward. It is good to see you fine and well. Karen was doing rehabilitation exercises, carefully pacing the hall like a bird that had forgotten how to fly. A cerebral contusion. I was out for a solid minute, could not hold in food for the first few days. The police came by my bed, but as expected they were completely useless. Well, they secured the crime scene all right. I would not even allow the press in. Karen let out an exhausted chuckle. Come, let me sit on the bed. So, what can you remember of the night of the attack? Anna appeared anxious for answers. That night, when it happened, I had spent most of the day working in the garden, so the back door had been unlocked. After it grew dark, I had dinner on the couch while reading through some policy papers for the plenary meeting next morning. Then, as I got up to bring my dishes to the kitchen, I suddenly saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. Everything went blank. The last thing I remember was the sound of falling plates. The perpetrator must have snuck inside sometime during the day, lying in wait until sundown. And he just left you there. You could have died. How did the emergency services find you? Well, I got lucky. Bears had been hanging around me all afternoon, digging up the garden and acting like an all-around nuisance. When the attack happened, they must have still been close by, close enough to be alerted by the noise. He will have seen me lying out cold on the kitchen floor. The neighbor said Pierce began barking and whining, that he kept at it until she went out to take a look. He was my savior. According to the neurologist, I could have retained permanent brain damage if I had been found any later. I figure every dog has its day. And do you have any idea who did this to you? Karen sighed. I never saw the face of my attacker. but I have my suspicions. Are you guys up to date on local politics? Ina nodded eagerly. Well, Abe, you should know the Atlas Fort Town Council holds a total of 14 seats. A party needs an 8-seat majority to obtain the mayoral office. When the largest party does not secure 8 seats during the elections, a coalition of 2 or more parties has to be formed to ensure majority rule. But that is unnecessary as Air holds 8 seats at the moment. That is right. Air currently holds an absolute majority in the council. An agonized expression grew over Karen's face. The problem is, Air is not free of inner division. Our seats are evenly divided between agrarians, like me, on the one side, and church loyalists on the other. And now that I have been temporarily incapacitated, a stand-in has been appointed to take my seat at the council until I recover. My replacement, the highest listed party member who does not yet occupy a seat, is a man named Robert Nichters, who is partial to the church. I see. Someone from the Cooper faction, if you want to say it like it is. Karen laughed wryly. So you were saying that due to your incapacitation, the Cooper faction now controls 5 of Air's 8 seats? Yes, and this has greatly disturbed the balance of power. Together with Flock 5's 3 seats, the church now holds a political majority. They can bypass the 3 agrarian councilmen in our party and implement new legislation with Flock's support. It is a de facto coup. Leopold has been updating me on the most recent developments, and it is worse than I had ever imagined. The Cooper faction and Flock are passing laws left and right, all under the very nose of our mayor, who is powerless to investigate. Her voice was breaking. She paused for a moment. Oh, these hospital dorms have turned me melancholy. Maybe I was not suited for politics after all. A nurse came in, informing us that visiting hours were over. So how long will it take for you to return to work? If I stick to my exercises, I should be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Though even then it will take a while before I will be able to return to my duties. She shot us a nervous glance. Please do not tell anyone. We do not want to elicit a second incident. Are you sure you will be safe at home? I will manage. I am planning to have Beer stay at my apartment for protection. She winked. Villains beware. Good luck on your investigation. You can come visit me again when I am out. As we hung around in the lobby, deciding on what to do next, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. So, kids, have you delivered your fruit basket? I looked over to see Leopold, who had approached us from the side of the restaurant. Same Abe, different girl. I really hope you have found what you were looking for this time. Hi, Leopold. This is Ina. You may know her. I gestured at Ina, who was eyeing the Marquis suspiciously. Leopold shot her a cold look. The town star journalist. How are you? Fine. He returned his attention to me. I am so glad you have been able to visit Kieran. She has made an impressive recovery. I come here every day to fill her in on council busyness. Has she told you what is going on down there? It is atrocious, a regular mutiny. Should come along for a glass or two. I want to ask you something. They are more than signed up than I signed up for. These events
Stream
of
elements.
late.
Said. Stay
The
moist, my
Cooper
friends,
faction and
hydrate.
Flaunt have effectively hijacked our plenary sessions. All their motions are immediately put to the vote and approved with an 8 to 6 majority. They have axed all summer labor programs, blocked the construction of a gas station on the motorway, and they will be remediating all municipal tax deductions for the agricultural sector. Maybe that is not so bad. Look, I am no country boy myself, but the farms are our main source of income. However, the thing I am most worried about is a new package of austerity measures regarding our municipal water management infrastructure. They are proposing a 40% budget cut for all drainage and pumping systems. An incredibly foolish move if you ask me. We need to guard ourselves against the water. These systems are our lifeline. Please understand, the town is falling into the hands of zealots without any regard for public good. I am a cosmopolitan man. You know, I do not want this place to go down the route of so many backwater towns. You should know what I am talking about, Abe. You dated that Cooper girl for a while. Excuse me? I never. You know what they are like, these fundamentalists. So preoccupied, so principled, so judgmental. It did not take you long to trade her in. I figure Ina here does not make you wait. Ina let out a disgruntled cough. And I was wondering, Abe, did St. Anthony show mercy upon your tainted soul? What? He cackled mischievously. Anthony of Padua, the patron saint of lost things. I recall you were searching for something last time we met. And from John Cooper's shower expression the following day, I was inclined to assume you may have acquired it. I saw a twinkle in his eye. Oh, yes, we did. Most of it, at least. Ina shot me a deathly glare. I am impressed. Never imagined you kids would pull it off. Now look, although I do not want to involve myself too deeply in these matters, I know a lot about the church. I can help you with your investigation. Police records, council logs, you name it, I can get it. I could make your research go a lot easier. But the thing is, I have told you I am a selfish person. A man is no thing without a home, a dry leaf floating on the wind. What do you want? I would love to receive a copy of that appendix document. That is out of the question. For a second I thought Leopold would lose his cool as he sat toiling under Ina's contemptuous glare. You cannot have that document. It is filled with occult nonsense, but I am sure you already know. There's enough corruption and treachery in this town. We do not need to add a modern day witch trial. Although I realize that we are currently facing a crucible of journalistic integrity, I draw the line here. Do you understand? Leopold, who had initially endured Ina's exhortation meekly, was already began had already began to regain some of his former cheer. I apologized, Ina. I did not realize it was all so bad. I was regretfully never in the position to read the text myself. Lena, my gardener, one who put me on the document's trail, he was a little rigorous at times. He was a Catholic, you see. Anyway, I would still love to read it. If you ever change your mind, you'll know where to find me. Ina grunted. I am serious. We got up from our seats. On our way out, I thanked the Marquis jovially. After we returned to the house, Ina immediately retreated to her room to read. For the rest of the day she remained somber, as though a grey shroud was weighing down upon her. I mostly left her to her own devices, only checking up on her infrequently. At around 1 o'clock, I knocked on her door to bring her some coffee. She invited me in. Leopold is human filth. I will not deny that. No, really, I feel dirty even talking to him. What a revolting man he is. The curtains were drawn, a musty odor permeated the ill-ventilated room, though there was a sweet, tempting aroma hiding within. Leopold is clearly the end of his lineage, the dredges of centuries of degeneracy and spiritual failure that have slowly sunk to the bottom. The age of nobility is decisively over. The residual residue of once esteemed classes has come to form a layer of filth, coating the sewers of our exhausted society. There is but one terminus to all of the decadency, and that is death. The death of bloodlines, of cultures. Ina, although our own death still lies far ahead of us, somewhere in the murky darkness of the coming millennium. Ina, please. I am sorry. Sometimes I get caught up in depressive thoughts whenever I read too much. In an attempt to cheer her up, I tried to return her attention to the case. I was thinking about what the Marquis told us about his gardener Juan. Do you not think it could constitute a motive? Clearly, Juan was on to something. He knew about the damaging appendix document. What if it was the church that tried to take him out, to silence him? But then, when they perpetrated the murder, they accidentally killed the wrong guy. Michael, a different farm worker. Sounds plausible, does it not? When the body was found, one realized the attack was meant for him, so he fled to his hometown, never to return. And subsequently, the church, who were content now that one was out of the picture, tried to frame the agrarians for the murder, thus expanding their political influence, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Though I could tell Ina was hesitant to talk about the matter, a grand apparatus had clearly begun churning inside her head. I am impressed, Abe. Your deductive skills are clearly improving under my mentorship. To be fair, I have thought about this exact same scenario. An apprehensive look was forming in her eyes. But it cannot be. I was taken aback. Though I realized my theory was far from perfect, outright rejection seemed harsh even for her standards. What about the police investigation? The police is loyal to the mayor. Why did they not find the culprit? I do not know. I mean, it is Abbotsford. Small town police forces are rife with incompetence. Still, it is impossible. It cannot be. If there is one thing we have learned from the assault on Karen, it is that the church has its ways to deal with dissenters. Now, I do not know if they used their own people or if they hired thugs to commit the attacks. It is likely that they did not even want to kill their target. Maybe they just wanted to scare him a little, like they did to Karen, but then they struck too hard and he bled out. I mean, judging from the fact that they did not even get the right guy, we are clearly not dealing with professionals. While I was speaking, a languid expression had formed in her eyes. No, you do not understand. It is impossible. How is it impossible? Involuntarily I had raised my voice, as I was growing impatient with Ina's complete disregard for my contributions. And then she threw herself onto the bed, hiding her face in the palm of her hand. I am sorry, Abe. It is a good theory, but it cannot be. The mayor's brother, George, he has to be the perpetrator. She was speaking in a broken voice. He is a violent man, a very, very violent man. Ina. She paused for a second as not to let her emotions overpower her. Please trust me. I know. I am sorry. I know exactly how horrible and vile he is. Ina, what happened? I could feel my voice trembling. You can tell me. And at that moment, everything came to an abrupt halt. While fighting back the tears, she began to speak. Georgie Porgy pudding and pie. The age itself has turned irreversibly vulgar. Most people have no idea to what extent they have become tainted. Like me, I have always been drifting. From a young age onward, my mother was never there to hold my hand, and for that reason I was always drifting, because there was no one to guide me. She spoke the words in a monotone murmur, as though they had been repeated internally many times. It happened 2 years ago, when I was 16. Ever since elementary school, horseback riding has been my passion. I relished in the freedom of galloping through the fields. On Potato, my favorite horse, his long brown manes blowing in the wind. We were like nomads, he and I, drifting together. I would meet up at the equestrian center in town on Friday afternoons with a small group of girls. I had a lot more friends back then, though I realize now that these friendships were perpetually shallow. We would groom and ride horses, talk about horse things. She exhaled loudly. I had been warned about George Van Linden. He owned the land on which the riding school was situated. Every kid knew a horror story about George. He hated children and was prone to violent outbursts. But the thing is, he never really had much to do with the riding school. It was run by an easygoing couple, and since we were teenagers by then, we had a lot of freedom to ride the horses by ourselves. Then one Friday, it was just me and my friend Anna. We rolled the old bridleway around the island. It was a beautiful summer night. We could see dragonflies soar among the weeds and hear cicadas whisper. But on our way back, Potato faltered, likely due to a stone or a shard of glass stuck in his horseshoe. So I urged Anna to go on without me, as her parents held a strict curfew, and I stayed behind, tending to Potato's wounded hoof. I remember his patient warmth as he let me carefully remove the dirt and stones from his shoe. At that time, I thought that there was no one in the world who trusted me as much as he did. By the time we returned, it had grown late. It was dark outside, and the town was without sound. I returned Potato to his stable, applying a thick layer of ointment to his hoof to prevent infection. By now, warm tears fell steadily from Edith's cheeks. And then I noticed a figure standing in the doorway. It was him. I froze. He did not seem menacing at all this time, as though he were forcefully putting on a display of kindness. He told me it was getting late, that he would walk me home. Ina was quivering, pushing out the words in bursts of exasperation, and I wanted to refuse. I did, but I was afraid to anger him, so I meekly allowed him to lead the way. My whole skin crawled in visceral reluctance at what was about to come next. But it was useless. Of course it was useless. We were barely outside when he grabbed me by the arm. Her voice broke. He forced me, right there on the cold, hard ground. He forced me. And Ina broke out in a flood of tears as I embraced her silently, knowing there was nothing I could say that would be of any significance. I showered for 2 days, trying to wash his disgusting presence off me. Then I locked myself in my room for about a week, as I mustered up enough courage to go to the police. But at the station, they scolded me for not coming earlier, told me that without any witnesses or traces of evidence, there was not anything they could do. And they said that I should have known about George's reputation. Then I called my mother, who was on tour in Australia, and she sounded so annoyed that I would even call her about something like this. I do not really think she believed me at the time, probably thought it was a ruse to make her come home. She took a deep breath. I completely gave up horse riding after that. I lost most of my friends, as we no longer had any shared interest. And worst of all, I lost Potato. I still turn my head whenever I hear the sound of who's in town. just to see if I might be able to catch a glimpse of him. Do you understand now? Do you understand why it can only be Georgie who committed that murder? Now you know what kind of miserable person I am. No, just say it. I am a despicable human being, the lowest kind possible. How can I call myself a journalist if I cannot even be unbiased in my research? I do not deserve to be editor-in-chief of anything. I deserve all that has happened to me. A decaying society breeds empty shells of human beings, infantile, brutish, worn out. They think only in terms of dominance, dominance by the strong, dominance over the meek. Any true yearn for liberty has been decisively snuffed out. We wander among the ruins of a greater age, only destined for despair. She sighed. I am sorry, Abe. I have no right to force all this upon you. You must hate me. You must feel like I have been leading you on. And you have the right to be angry. I understand if you never want to see me again. Just tell me. No, Ada, that is out of the question. We have a murderer to catch, remember? Through her tears, I could see a thin smile appear. That night, I stayed with her and we slept until the late afternoon. After we woke up, she accompanied me to the store to help me pick out dinner, but she remained in a despondent mood. We made our way along the pavement, Ina always lagging a few steps behind, until suddenly she stopped. I turned around. Do you want to have children? A. Excuse me? Well, do you? Do you want to bring new life into this decaying world? Could you even look them in the eye? I am not ready to think about these things. When a civilization enters a state of decline, it loses its essential life force. That is when people stop caring about procreation. And now my mouse is not working properly. That's nice. Mouse, click. I am clicking, please. Having children becomes a fashion statement, something that no longer comes naturally, but it has to be carefully measured out. At the apex of the Roman Imperium, scholars would publish long tracts about the immorality of procreation. She moaned. I could not imagine going through childbirth, having my body subjected to something so instinctive. And as we walked further, a sticky, lukewarm precipitation began to rain down from the sky. This immediately caught Ina's attention. It is raining. She looked up at me. That is the first time in a very long time. A thin smile had appeared on her lips. We should head back home to get an umbrella. Who cares about umbrellas? The rain is back. Can you smell nature's funereal bouquet? The fungi, the rotting leaves. It is invigorating. Maybe autumn will come after all. Come on, let's go home. I want to make a newspaper. I thought we had lost our funding. Oh, who cares about funding? That night, to the constant noise of torrential rain beating against the window, we worked on our big feature article. Slowly, we assembled the puzzle pieces that we had gathered over the last weeks. Ina was the best mood I had seen her since we broke into Cooper's office. But in the end, it turned out that there was still a lot missing, too much to make up a convincing case. Fully exhausted, we turned in for the night. Next morning, Karen called to tell us that the Cooper faction had used their new gained political agency to obtain full executive control over the municipal water board, an unprecedented display of power. Though I could not fathom why such a bureaucratic victory was anything worth panicking about. Ina appeared highly alarmed by the whole situation. We are in trouble. If Cooper controls the water, he controls the entire town. There is a whole-scale coup going on, and we do not even have a free press to report on it. I shrugged and put my clothes on. Where do you think you are going? To school. Unlike, God damn it. Come on now, bruh. Unlike some, I still very much intend to graduate this year. We will look into this later today. Please hurry back. Like it's not broken or anything, it's just refusing to click. It makes no fucking sense. I showed up early, heading to the pool where I expected to find Rika. The swimming team had just dried off from their morning workout, members gradually emerging from the changing rooms. Fucking pisses me off, bruh. One job, and the fucker can't even do that. Excuse me, are you looking for someone? A bespectacled girl had approached me, clearly distrustful of my intentions. Click! Oh, and now you double click. So, okay, yeah, see, you can't decide to click, but all of a sudden you decide to double click. That's fantastic. Yeah, okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It has been doing good the entire goddamn game. All of a sudden now it can't. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, I can inform you she hasn't shown up to practice since the weekend. I'm not sure what she is doing, but I suspect that the coach has her on a private training schedule. He always plays favorites. That is okay. Thank you. I will go by her home. Please respect her privacy. Just as the bell rang for the first term, I set off back to town. The Cooper family resided in a large manse that was centrally situated in an affluent neighborhood. As I approached the gate, I felt a certain reluctance take hold of me. I dreaded that Rika's father would answer the door, that he would maybe recognize me from descriptions that had been passed around within the church. And as the rain fell steadily, it occurred to me that it had been pouring incessantly ever since yesterday afternoon, as though the heavens had some catching up to do for the drought of the past weeks. Warnings had been coming in on the radio about the adverse consequences of heavy precipitation after a period of drought. The rain could erode the brittle soil, carrying away large amounts of earth through the waterways, eventually clogging the drainage systems downstream. When I arrived at the residence, I encountered a miserable-looking May. She is not home. She has not been home since Sunday. The maid said she was at a swimming camp, but I know that is not true. Rika told me she was leaving for the pumping station in Rybury, that she had some important maintenance to do now that there was a changing of the guard at the water board. I was afraid she had gone with you, Abe, leaving me behind. I'm glad to see you are looking for her too. The pumping station. Did she tell you what she would be doing? No, she didn't, but she made it sound very important. Important and a bit mysterious. Then May smiled. Oh well, we'll have to hang around till she returns. Let's go and explore. Granite becomes so beautiful in rainy weather. I'm sorry, May, but you'll have to do this another time. I have to get back to school before they notice that I am gone. Playing truant on a weekday. You are a lost cause. Not planning to return to school any time soon, I went straight to Ina's house. The news of Rika's suspicious behavior activated her immediately. Together, we left for the station hurriedly as the next train was about to leave. We took the train to Rybury, after which I led Ina to the pumping station. This is it. It looks deserted. I felt the door, which did not budge. It is locked. It is still locked, you mean. Please get out of the way. After rummaging around in her handbag, Ina produced a small lock-picking set. 2 minutes later, we were inside. Quiet now. Rika could be lying in ambush. I do not think there is anyone here. We searched the main floor of the deserted building, looking for signs of tampering, but to no avail. I am going down to the basement where the pumps are. You stay up here to keep a lookout. If you see the front door open, just hide and call my phone. I nodded. As Ina descended the large spiral staircase, I stayed behind, watching the entrance with a hawk's eye. Up until now, Ina's excursions had always felt like a game, a way to keep her overactive mind distracted from the myriad neuroses that lay behind her hazel eyes. Even the break-in at the church had felt like a senior prank to me, no worse than the tricks we pulled back in high school. But now, as I stood here waiting, in this decrepit, moldy testament to 1950s water engineering, a creeping sensation began to take hold of me. I had not expected I would become so involved. Suddenly, an intense pain shot through me. So there you are. Glad to see you have joined the cause. Rico was wielding a heavy leather-bound tome. She struck it at me again, twice in rapid succession. My vision began to tinge a blood red as I cowed under her assault. I see you two have been playing detective again. I'm glad I stayed behind to keep an eye on things. Our church caretaker informed me about Ina's fine lock-picking skills. God is jealous. The Lord avenges. The Lord avenges and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserves wrath for his enemies. The Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. Then suddenly a furious voice rang out. Mika! Ina had appeared from the stairwell, brandishing a glass bottle that appeared to contain a clear liquid. Rika leapt back in apparent shock. Get away from him! Get away! Go, or I will throw it! What is it, anyway? I have seen your little setup down there. Is it acid? To eat away at the centrifugal pump? Stop shaking that bottle, you harlot! If you throw that, we will all blow up. Ina remained disquietly calm under the prospect. Why are you doing this, Rika? Sabotaging the pumping station. What is the point? Oh, Ina, you have such an analytical mind. It is so sad we do not have a school paper anymore for you to put these deductions into writing. Ina snarled. Mankind has become so arrogant. Like gods, they deem themselves creating land from water with their miserable pumps and drainage systems. But what fun is it to manipulate the water like that? Would it not be a lot more natural to let everything follow its original course? The rains will continue to fall over the next weeks, and the waters will converge and become far too much for an old, inefficient pumping station to handle. A flood, a magnificent deluge, will wash away these idle contraptions of man. Abbott will be an island again, a beautiful island in the midst of a stormy sea. Do not worry. The school is built on high ground. We may even let you relaunch the Sunday about a game, if you promise to stop publishing these hateful lies. You are insane, Mika. Centuries of inbreeding have taken their toll on your family. Oh, not at all. I have been authorized to perform this covert modification by the Abbott's Foreign Water Board. It has all been ratified by the town council. But you should know all about. And suddenly, mid-sentence, Rika swung her bibble at Ina, who was caught completely off guard. With a loud cry, Ina dropped the glass vessel into the stairwell, and as it shattered, she had just enough time to dive in our direction before A loud explosion shook the building on its foundations. Come on, Abe, run. She grabbed me by the hand, and as we made our way out of the front door, I could hear Rika's maniacal laughter behind us. Thanks, Ina. This is the kind of sabotage I could only have dreamed of. And to think that we have such a convenient scapegoat now. You are an asset to the cause. As the train rode through the murky fields, we were witness to the first effects of the persistent rainfall, which was submitting countless acres of arable land to a rapid process of padification. Ina had just made a phone call to the police to report the damage to the pumps. It is no use. They said they would redirect our report to the municipal water board, but the church controls the water board. They will obstruct all efforts to restore the pumps. All that water is slowly seeping in. Just think about all the creatures that will drown. I cannot believe they would go this far. At home, Ina remained restless, checking the news every other minute. The lower lying lands are flooding. Thousands are going to be displaced. The water has reached the city and the towns. Only Abbotsford will remain dry due to its relative elevation. Thus ends the transient era of man. What do you mean by that? Her lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Oh, I do not know. Do you not think there is a certain poetry to it all? The sea avenging itself on a civilization that has reached too far. I sighed. There was something in the cavalier nonchalance with which she spoke the sentence that rubbed me the wrong way. Please stop, Ina. Lives are in danger. You cannot just make light of the situation. Wordlessly, she walked over to her cabinet, where a small CD player stood. She took out a disc and placed it into the drawer. Please listen to this. It is the Credo from Victime Paschali Lauds, composed by the Renaissance composer Giovanni Edimuccia. Music from a more vivacious age. She threw herself on the bed. Do you know what it is, Abe? I cannot think. I am sorry. I am worthless. I cannot think. I can only regurgitate. She held silent for a moment, focusing intently on the music, as though she were deriving a sheltering comfort from the warming sounds. My thoughts are led along a transfixed path, necessitated by the logic of time. I cannot go outside that path. At most I can dutifully laugh at the primitive mythologies of our forefathers, but to even grasp at the ideas that future man might hold. I stared at her, not fully understanding the significance of her words. We uncover things, we demystify them. Such is the plight of the fully enlightened mind, to shine a light into every dark corner of the modern world. Do you believe in God, or in the giant serpent? Before I could answer, she interrupted me. Of course not. Neither do I. To conjure up this, to believe in gods, surrendering to such childish fancies, has become entirely impossible to us. But that is just because we are forced along the timeline of high story, to which all abstract thought acquiesces if it wishes to be taken seriously. We have the outlook of cynical seniles. We can no longer fathom the youthful brilliance that springs from such intense religious devotion. We can only wait bitterly till the end. You see, that is why I do not really care. I do not care if Rico wins. If everything is swept away in a giant tidal wave, the world would not be much worse off, would it? Just look at the squalor. It stretches in every direction. Look at what civilization has become. It has become visibly emotional. Cultivated land reaches as far as the eye can see. We control every aspect of our world. We lace every square inch with gallons of ammonium nitrate just so that Mother Earth can continue to exhaust her barren womb. And then we drench each of her fruits in pesticide, just in case the tiniest bug would dare venture near it. Nature shrivels beneath the absolute dominance of mankind. Every aspect is out of sync. Bee populations decrease each year. Butterflies emerge from their cocoons prematurely, horribly deformed, tricked by the false onset of spring. And these crickets, these deafening crickets, I can hear them even here in the early morning, the dead of night. Their chilling death wail resounds through my mind incessantly. Is the apotheosis of the agrarian revolution. No corner of the world remains untouched. And is not just a societal transformation, it goes further. It changes the people themselves. The world is dotted with large metropoles, filled to the brim with parasitical city dwellers. They are cynical, traditionless, religionless, rational, clever, smug, polite, and also highly contemptuous of the countrymen. At times as though the cities bound together to form one large, pulsating whole of limitless dystopia. The urbanite considers it a blemish on modernity that isolated spots of countryside elegance can still exist. Places where life is not governed by rosters and indicators and emancipated reason, but where customs prevail that are fundamentally anti-modern in nature. In the name of reason, they foster an irrational hatred of all that they paradoxically deem irrational. I am glad to see that there are still pockets of darkness left in this world. That I was wrong. That there truly are entities hidden that would drive the rational mind far beyond the brink of insanity. The modern world has become arrogant, has uncovered the secrets of nature, of space, and it moves to the future relentlessly, ever more forward, confident in its belief that a regression into a more primitive state is impossible. But can their civilization truly break free from the cosmic cycles of time? Can it truly keep moving ever forward without one day giving way to the greatest decline and fall of high story? When that eventually happens, there will be a dark age upon us, darker and more brutal than any precedent Middle Age. First, cultures are born, then they blossom, and then they fall. No culture can escape that cycle of life, no matter how feverishly it reaches for the stars. And our civilization is about to tumble, even though it is too arrogant to realize it yet. It is still childishly staring up into the cosmic expanses of future infinity, not acknowledging that it is crumbling at its foundations, that its children are dying from neglected decadence, its head is raised far too high among the stars, which revolve to the soul enchanting tones of Beethoven's Ninth, these intoxicating tones. Do you know, many consider the classical symphony orchestra to be the highest manifestation of our culture. The way these instruments converge to form harmonies that sublimate each individually into something that's far greater than the sum of its individual parts. That is the dialectic of the Faustian spirit condensed into a four-movement symphony. That reminds me, for my 18th birthday last July, my mother dedicated a concert to me. She arranged me to fly out to New York, where she was touring at the time with the Royal House of Tudor Choir. It was not even a specially organized concert, just one that was part of her tour. But at the beginning, she acknowledged me in front of the audience. She had the choir humiliate me with a rendition of the birthday song. Who could have imagined a worse birthday? I was mortified, encumbered, jet-lagged. I even missed our printer's deadline due to the whole charade. Anna looked at me with a look of sheer agony in her eyes. And the thing is, as grandiose as the whole gesture was, it was not really about me. I was invisible in the crowd, all alone, looking up at my mother as she performed in all her majesty, elevated, distant, exalted, as out of reach as ever. They performed this piece, my favorite, but how dare she try to interpret something so pure? How dare she place her contaminating hands on the artistic expressions of our civilization's youthful years? She cannot pretend to know the suffering in our world if she was not even present for her own daughter in the very darkest time of her life. Fuck. And now, the symphony has reached its final movement. Modernity decays, having completely lost all intuition and purpose. It is calling to be euthanized, to be shredded into the fertilizer for younger, more vigorous cultures to come, each filled with vibrant young people that forego thought in lieu of pure, unmitigated experience. But for us is the end of the road. We might just as well. I stopped her. I cannot listen to this any longer. She looked up at me, glassy-eyed. Where do you keep the appendix document? Is on my desk. But why? Ada, if we give up now, we will become just like the people you so despise. It is no use, Abe. Her voice sounded exasperated. It is no use. You need to understand. It is not the people. It is not like there's any honor left in anything. Quite the weather we are having. I have been dealing with reports of leaks and flooded basements all morning. I hate water. It gets everywhere. But I should not complain. We are fortunate. You know this town is situated higher than the surrounding landscape. All the farmers have begun evacuating their livestock. I figure you have brought the copies. Wordlessly, I handed him a brown paper envelope. I knew you kids would come to your senses. Politics is a game of give and take, you know? Leo, sometimes you have to go against your beliefs. But it is the greater good that matters in the end. I hope you are right. I like you, Abe. I really do. You remind me of my son sometimes. He is just a bit older than you, studying romantic theater in the city. But unlike you, he has no sense of politics at all. With him it is all lofty principles, world peace and human rights and whatnot. He does not realize that once you are in the political arena, your face marred with sweat and dust, that you sometimes need to make tough decisions to get your way. You are a much more worldly man than he is. You understand that no matter how good your intentions are, it is the consequences that count in the end. Leopold was beginning to ramble. I had to cut him off. So you think you can solve this mess? It will be tough. I will need to pull some strings. Some crossbow strings, if you know what I mean. Do you know the current whereabouts of that Cooper girl? She is probably still in Ryebury. Then you go there. Keep her busy. Make sure she does not leave. I will meet you at the shore in a few hours. Just look at it. Beautiful Sandford House, the seat of my forefathers. I cannot wait to walk through its halls again, restored to my rightful position as Lord of the Isle. It took me a while to reach Ryebury. Although the trains were still running, the station was packed with refugees who had been streaming in from the surrounding villages. The outbound train was completely empty. When I arrived at the shore, I encountered Rika staring intently at the turbulent waters of the lake, and it was as I approached her that I grew aware of a strange murmur emerging from her throat. It was an unnatural, guttural sound, unlike any other human speech. As soon as she noticed me, she turned around, a smile appearing on her lips. Ever since I was a child, I have dreamed of water, a breathing water that permeates everything, washing ashore, rinsing away the stench. I have always hated that stench, the putrid pig excrement that farmers throw on their fields. Oh, Abraham, I am so glad you have come to witness this moment of glorious retribution. It is no easy task to identify when Abbot's misery began. For so many centuries, forces from outside have made war upon us, on our traditions. Violent missionaries, greedy lords, they try to dominate the inhabitants of our isle ever since their first ship arrived. And this subjugation was perpetuated even after the world became enlightened. With the dawning of the modern age, their domineering interference never faltered. No, exactly the opposite was true. With
Stream
emboldened
elements,
zeal, these rational,
said.
disenchanted men
Stay
came
moist, my
for
friend,
us,
hydrate.
the last pocket of undiluted heritage within our modern world, and their methods of cruelty became all the more methodical. How can a civilization become so overconfident to deem itself worthy to meddle with God's creation in such a way that it becomes fundamentally degenerated in every sense? How can you look upon such a society that has completely poisoned the land and spews corruption from every orifice? Can you truly look upon such a world without innately harboring the visceral urge to orchestrate its very obliteration? A malevolent glare had appeared in Rika's eyes. We are one, we in this forsaken isle. Our destinies are intertwined to such an extent that disentwinement would entail a procedure akin to murder. How often have they tried to separate us? Through eviction, through coercive land deals. But all is vanity, for Abbot and its inhabitants remain one, indivisible. We would not leave our homestead behind, not even in our darkest hour. The storm grew stronger, and through my squinted eyes thought I saw a hypnotizing black ribbon winding its way through the furious waves. But now a new evil is upon us. Every century it develops new schemes, new ploys to jeopardize our very existence. Oh, Abraham, you have seen how it operates, how it attempts to demonize us through its wicked and treacherous ways. Us, the original inhabitants of this land. as though we do not have the right to live here. Mouse, come on now. We have waded through tides of darkness, wandered in loneliness. So long have we witnessed death encroach upon our isle, standing powerless against forces that seem far greater than ours. I want to protect our world, this world that is so fragile. So much injustice has come our way over the course of centuries, hell-bent on destroying that small flame of hope that remained. But there exist forces that are not so easily silenced, that rest silent in impenetrable depths of in the sea and under the soil of the land reclaimed. These forces cannot be banished by human acts. They cannot die. They lie silently in wait, slowly building up bitter resentment against humanity. Suddenly a loud voice boomed out over the shore. I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horns 10 crowns, and on his heads a blasphemous name. And I saw, and an angel came down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. He laid hold of the dragon, that old serpent, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he cast him into the bottomless pit, shut him up, and set the seal on him, so that he should deceive the nations no more, till the 1,000 years were finished. Leopold had appeared, a brown paper envelope clutched tightly in his fist. Well, well, old man, you have been reading scripture. I did not know they kept Bibles in the type of hotels you frequent. A typical Cooper, always eager to cast the first stone. I am here to put an end to your little scheme. I always knew your clan practiced a depraved religion. That's why my family Leo tried to keep a distance from your demonic cult. And you should have kept it that way. There is no end on the terrors I will unleash upon this land, and you will be the first to experience them. You pathetic excuse for a nobleman. What a blessing it will be to have you cleansed off this earth. Oh, I have read all about your little sect. He opened up the envelope, revealing the pages within. A look of recognition flashed across Rita's eyes, and for a second she appeared to falter. Do you recognize this document? It recounts all the twisted dealings your church has been involved in. 24 copies are with my people right now, ready to be sent out to news outlets around the globe. Once the news gets out, hordes of tourists would descend upon Abbotsford, all dying to catch a glimpse of the monster. People love a good horror story, especially one that features a pretty girl. Loch Ness will pale in comparison. Is that really what you want, Rika? For your church to become a cheap sideshow attraction? For a second, Rika appeared to be pondering his words, a doubtful glance residing in her eyes, but then her victorious grin returned. Do you really think that will stop me, old man? Look behind me. Things have been set in motion that are too great to be reverted. The pitiful era of man has come to an end. But then another, much shriller voice rang out over the noise of the waves. It is over, Rika. It was Ina who stepped out from behind the wheel pole. It was clear that she had become into action after I had left in the systematic and meticulous way that I had grown accustomed to. I saw a determined gleam in her eyes I found attractive beyond measure. And finally I realized that I was now at the center of time-defining events, here on this isolated, storm-washed shore. Karen has made a full recovery. She has reclaimed her chair in the town council, and an emergency coalition has been formed. All remaining parties have joined forces in order to regain control of the municipal water board. And there is more. The central government has declared a national emergency. Mobile pumping systems have been installed all around the marsh border, and digging crews are currently restoring the drainage canals to redirect water to other pumping stations. The water level is already receding. All land will be dry within a matter of days. Please give up, Rika. There is still a way out of this. But Rika had never seemed farther from giving up. All trepidation had traceously evaporated from her being, and her eyes showed the look of a feral beast backed into a corner, an expression of fanatical desperation of someone fully reconciled with the prospect of death. You do not understand, Ina. If the pumps are restored, you'll just have to make a crack. How will you deal with a small, 7 mile long tear along the length of your embankment? Will your pumps truly be able to deal with the combined force of Earth's gravity? And then the lake erupted in roaring turmoil, as though the endless wire that coiled therein was preparing to strike. But I was almost too transfixed to notice, as all my attention was drawn by Rika's eyes, that were burning with a pure, irrational madness, the extreme devotion of an individual that had fully taken the leap of faith, and was now eternally departed from any habitual thought pattern. And for a second the burning fire in her eyes appeared almost alluring, when suddenly a white flash, fierce. The dog had appeared out of nowhere, running up to Rika through the surf and lodging his jaws firmly in her left thigh. Rika let out a loud shriek, immediately tossing all her former composure and collapsing to the ground, where she lay swinging frantically at the fighting hound. But Virus would not let go. Can you believe it, Rika? That dog must have swum over 20 miles just in order to bite you. How much I would give to be in its place. And while Rita's wails of agony resounded out of the rainy shore, I could sense the large being in the lake growing quiet, as the line of communication with his high priestess had clearly been severed. And looking at Rika, how she lay there, writhing in pain, her thin summer dress drenched in brine and blood, I felt a wry sense of pity, because somewhere Ina's words had rang true with me. She was, in a sense, a dying breed. Let us get back to town. I think we are needed there. It is okay, Virus. You can let her go now. We do not want you developing a taste for human flesh. And as we left, carrying Rika between the three of us, the lake gradually returned to its peaceful self. After a national state of emergency had been declared, extensive measures were undertaken to reclaim, once again, the portions of land that had been submerged by the flood. While the maintenance crew worked day and night to restore the three centrifugal pumps that had been damaged by the explosion, additional ditches were dug to divert the excess water to pumping stations to the north and east of Abbotsford. Although the deluge had displaced many civilians and livestock, the overall number of casualties remained limited due to the gradual nature in which the flooding had occurred. The exact cause of the disaster was never disclosed by the government, but most contemporary sources attribute the flood to a succession of extreme weather patterns that had been insufficiently planned for. Sounds like a decent cover article. Let us publish it as soon as possible. Our subscriber count has been increasing again. I am sad we never could write anything on that old church inquiry. I feel like our readers deserve to know the truth. At least the school board has reinstated our funding. Definitely. Increased even. But do not get any ideas, Abe. This envelope includes your back pay for the previous month. I regret being unable to pay you sooner. However, you are probably aware money does not grow on trees. And the good news is, your paper round will be shorter from now on. We have a new man on the delivery team. A new woman, actually. May is happy to do the work, and she does not even require reimbursement. I will do more houses if you let me. Do not do it, May. Get out while you still can. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hi, I have the results of the regional swimming championships. Please print them in your next issue. They should be fit for publication the way they are. Thanks, Rika. We will definitely include them. Naomi must be so happy with her medal. Now she will have the chance to represent the province at nationals. Rika smiled a sad smile. I am so sorry I could not compete with my leg wound and all. I have to keep it dry until the stitches come out. I hope you do not end up catching that hydrophobia they always talk about. After Rika had left the office, Ina turned to me, blaming it on her leg wound. Such a convenient excuse. I imagine she is not ready to talk about the weeks he spent in involuntary commitment. Well, you cannot blame her. In Orthodox religious communities, mental health issues are often stigmatized. It must be hard on her to be the talk of the town. The bell rang and May hurried out, muttering something incomprehensible about alabaster formations. As Ina and I gathered our bags, she shot me one last, meaningful glance. And as I looked back into her burning eyes, I felt a warming comfort expand throughout my chest, reassuring me that no matter what the coming century had in store for us, be it the crumbling of our biosphere, the degradation of mankind, or even the entire downfall of civilization, there was no one more capable of chronicling the decline than the brown-haired girl standing there before me. That morning, I had felt like making omelets. Ina had left early without waking me, and I had slept in until about 9:30 when a nagging hunger drove me from the lazy comfort of my sheets. And as the eggs lay there, squeaking in the pan, their scent carried me back to last summer, when Ina and I stayed at a small bed and breakfast at the lakeside, spending long mornings in bed, doing nothing, eating breakfast, drifting in and out of each other, and a place without time, like endless dream. Lost in thought, I screwed open our aluminum percolator, shook out the old grounds, and carefully measured out 2 scoops of coffee before tightly resealing the collector head and placing the pot on burner next to the sizzling omelets. And my mind was electrified by the tones of Brahms' Third Symphony that drifted from Ina's record player. To be fair, I was searching for something that morning. The lyrical harmonic shifts alternate with introspective crescendos, all played in the stark dynamic of the great master. I was yearning for a certain sluggishness that I had felt once, an indeterminate edging through time that made minutes feel like hours. But no matter how perfect the scene appeared in my mind, a lazy breakfast enjoyed on the edge of the world, I just could not rid myself of the nagging realization that I was proposing, that I was carefully recreating a sensation that should have come in a more natural way. It is 10:30. I cannot sit around forever. Just then the doorbell rang. May, good morning, Abe. What you doing? Oh, nothing. I just finished having breakfast. Is Ina home? I wanted to ask her something. Without waiting for a reply, she slipped past me into the living room. Smells like eggs in here. Do you have any left? I am sorry, May, they are all gone. But if you have the time, I could. No, it is okay. She stood there, inspecting the place like a detective hunting for salacious clues. Our kitchen looked out onto a vista of pale, late 70s duplex housing. The morning sun was just completing its final stage of ascent into a clear blue sky. Ina is not home, right? She is out, attending an open house event for the journalism major at Riversbrook University. Oh, right. I remember her mentioning that. She stood there pouting, as though she were trying to determine if she really did remember. An awkward silence filled the room. Would you like something to drink? I could make some more coffee. She looked up at me and smiled. Lemonade, please. She sat herself down at the dining room table. Abe, I must speak to you. About what? Wallaby World. She spoke the words reverently. Excuse me? Even though I'd heard the name before, its sudden utterance had caught me off guard. Wallaby World. Ina promised me she would take me to a theme park this summer, and I have finally made up my mind. Wallaby World is not far from here. I have heard other girls talk about their trips there, but of course I was never allowed to go, as church deemed it too exciting. I nodded. Will you come too, when I go there with Ina? I have to see. I'm not very brave when it comes to amusement park rides. Let me fetch you that lemonade. I walked over to the fridge. Ina's going to be a great journalist, is she not? You better keep your eyes on her before she runs off to work as a correspondent in some faraway land. She needs to decide on a major first. We return to the living room, where I poured her a glass of lemonade. Journalism spots are hard to come by these days. It is a competitive field. I would not worry about that, Abe. If anyone can make it, it is Ina. She is the best. Did you know Ina was only 15 when she started as editor-in-chief of the Sunday Avant? I am editor-in-chief now, but she still has to help me out. A lot. I am useless when it comes to sticking to a schedule. I do not think Ina minds helping you. It was rough on her, letting go of the Sunday Avant after her final year. I think she is happy to be able to continue doing her bit every once in a while. And you are doing great, May. Do not let anyone convince you otherwise. Just remember that you were not even in high school a year ago. And now you are about to enter your sophomore year. She smiled. I like school, and I like living with Karen. May was silent for a second. I noticed her eyes glancing over the remains of my lavish breakfast. Abe, should you not be joining Ina at the open house? A creeping anxiety came over me. Me? Why? I am enjoying my life at the moment. You cannot crash over at Ina's place forever, you know? While May spoke, her words playful and teasing, I found my mind lingering on thoughts more sinister in nature, because at times I would become plagued by the nagging suspicion that my happy-go-lucky mode of existence was not born from some carefree characteristic of mine, but that it originated from compulsion. These aimless days and lazy mornings, they no longer came as naturally as they once had. They had turned into something forced, mere manifestations of a panic yearning for the freedom of my childhood that was veritably slipping away. Abe. She sat there, sipping lemonade as she brushed her hand through her golden hair. You are right, you know. I should do something with my life. She smiled shyly. You know what? Maybe we should go to Wallaby World tomorrow. The three of us, with Ina. We'll make the most of this summer, before you go back to school and Ina goes off to college. And I fell silent. But it was okay, as my words had sent May into a whirlwind of ecstasy. She waltzed through the room, giggling and gushing about wallabies and space wheels. Now I want to go to Wallaby World. That sounds fun. After May left, I made myself an espresso, which I sipped patiently as I flipped through a large coffee table book documenting the construction of the new Berliner Philharmonie. Feeling a misplaced fatigue, I made myself another espresso, and then a third, which I swallowed with 5 spoonfuls of sugar until well beyond the point of saturation. But no matter how strong or sweet I made the coffee, it would only energize me momentarily before the familiar morning drowsiness took hold of me again. And as I lay there on the couch, drifting in and out of consciousness, I felt myself revisiting that dream-like summer. We stayed in bed until midday, Ina wearing nothing beneath her off-white camisole, until the bright rays of sunlight, sent out by that cosmic core of nuclear fission high up in the sky, had finally built up enough potential to drive us from our hole. and so we scuttled forth like small creatures disturbed during hibernation. We ventured out into the harbor where would purchase a bottle of wine and some fruit. Our bodies did not require much sustenance during these days. We would share our food at the lakeside to the sound of dry shrubs rustling in the late afternoon air that was pregnant with dust and sounds of the nearby city. The accumulated heat of the summer days radiated off the concrete embankment, and then we would change into our swimwear. Ina wore a dark blue, standard issue swimsuit that she had owned since the beginning of high school. Its color had faded, and it was failing to keep up with her developing female figure, appearing as though it could burst from the seams at any time under her timid voluptuousness. We swam out, unhindered by waves and currents, far onto the lake, to where the water was cool and the shore appeared as a thin line in the distance. There we would strip naked and embrace and kiss and revel and banter in the open water where no one could see us. And we would stay there until our legs grew tired from threshing and we would become nauseous from swallowing the sickly sweet lake water, which had a tendency to cling to the palate. And then we would scramble for our swimming clothes and swim back to shore to rest until sunset, drinking the remainder of the wine and watching the sunset in the west. Before heading back to our room, drunk with love, wine, and sunlight, to wash ourselves and make love on the three-quarter bed until we gradually fell into intoxicated slumber. This ritual would repeat day after day with minor variations. Even though the B&B where we stayed was run down and spartan, we were elated simply for being away from home, together. And after 2 weeks we decided to extend our stay, even though it was already halfway through September, as neither of us has enrolled for college. And we both wanted to make the most of these final days of summer that were as hot and sticky as the previous years. But sunset crept a little earlier every night, and I could tell that something was stirring in Ina. A certain restlessness had come over her that put an end to the instinctive way of living that we had grown accustomed to. What if we just kept going on like this, Abe? I thought the world was on the verge of collapse, that everything would start to crumble. But now it feels like our days are only repeating, as though we are going round in circles. Is this all there is to life, Abe? Just repeating the same day, over and over again? Although she had initially appeared to indulge in our carefree summer life, it was as though she had put up a barrier. And while I tried to continue like nothing had changed, she began making plans and spent her time on the phone, instructing May, who was in the process of taking over the Sunday Abbot. We are going round in circles, Abe, every day, aimlessly, like the undefined periods of time that separate civilizations. She could not surrender to it. That afternoon, I went out to the store. I was planning to cook a stew for dinner, but by the time it was later than I expected, so I decided to go with some frozen pizza and fresh artichokes. Even though the temperature had been on the rise for more than a week, the grass was still green and the air was heavy with pollen. I am home. Ina was not very talkative at first. She entered the living room and dumped her bag in the corner before collapsing tiredly onto the couch. I threw her a can of German lager from the kitchen before putting a pan of water on the stove for the artichokes to boil in. God, these introductory lectures are so infantile. The way they try to lure you in. There was a professor there, Benjamin Van Dam, who thought so highly of himself, bragging about how he had been for A&P and the evening beer. But I looked him up on my phone, and you know what he did there? She chuckled mirthlessly. He was a damn sports journalist. Can you imagine that? He never even got to cover any real news. And what is worse, he had not heard of the Sunday Abbot, thought it was a school paper. I smirked. Maybe it is better that way. She glared at me with a piercing expression in her eyes. That poor professor would not know what to teach you. She smiled. All I need is a diploma, and I am free to work wherever I want. So how was your day, Abe? Did you have fun playing games with the dust bunnies? I spent my time very productively. I bet. May came over. She was looking for you. Ina blinked curiously. May? What did she want? I think she wants you to take her to a theme park. Kangaroo Land. It's somewhere in the fields near hometown. You mean Walt Aping World. That's it. She wants. In the meantime, the artichoke water had come to a rolling boil, and I could hear the hissing sound of water making its way over the rim of the pan. I ran into the kitchen to turn down the stove. 15 minutes later, we were sitting at the dinner table. It feels pointless. Going to college, finding a job. I felt like I was in some kind of high during our last year of school, with the whole investigation and the events that went down at library pumping station. But now, it feels like a distant memory. I feel stuck here, going round in circles. I wish I could reach out, leave this place, and venture among the stars. But there is so much drudgery ahead. I will be stuck in a dusty lecture hall for the coming years, listening to the likes of Mr. Van Dam, before being forced to demonstrate my value in the press room of some backwater newspaper. There is so much drudgery ahead. I do not know if I have it in me to live in a period of decline, to pretend like everything is fine and well, to make plans for a happy future. The downfall of Faustian civilization is all the more humiliating because its ambitions were so lofty. The higher we rise, the harder we fall. Gingerly, she tore off an artichoke crack and placed it in her mouth, gently scraping off the flesh with her bottom teeth. This is great, Abe. Thank you. I'm sorry for bringing you down. I smiled. You know, maybe college won't be so bad for you. It may provide an opportunity to branch out and meet new people. Once you know where you want to major, we could get an apartment together. I will find something to fill my time with. I do not really care. We ate in silence for a while. Then she looked up at me, her lips forming a watery smile. Thank you, Abe. Thank you for wanting to be with me, even when I am like this. When I am looking for something that I cannot find. Sometimes I wish I were more like you, capable of taking things one day at a time, living life without care. I care, she giggled. After dinner, we cleared the table and filled up the dishwater, and then we headed upstairs. We were about to change into our sleeping clothes. I've been seeing circles everywhere, going round and round. Carefully, she began undoing the buttons of her blouse. If your life was a circle, repeating endlessly, would you be able to live like that? This life as you now live it and have lived it, say you would have to live it once more, and then innumerable times more, and there would be nothing new in it, just every pain and every joy and every thought and sigh and everything small or great in your life. Would you enjoy living like that, reliving your existence from beginning to end, again and again into infinity? Or would it kill you? You mean I would get to do this again and again? I kissed her on the cheek. She flinched. It is a thought experiment to gauge if you are master of your life, if you are truly in control of your own destiny. It implies that you would gladly relive every second of your life until the end of time. But otherwise, the mere thought would fill you with inescapable dread. Nietzsche's concept of endless recurrence is distinct from Spengler's cyclical view of civilizations, you know? Spengler's circles are like the seasons of the year. Even though we pass through distinct phases, time continues onward literally. But with Nietzsche, even time goes round in a loop. I kissed her again, passionately on the mouth this time, while my fingers grasped for the fastening of her skirt. This shut her up. She stripped off her blouse and undid her lacy white bra before changing into a set of beige and white pajamas. It was later that night, while I was inside of her, that she suddenly clasped her legs around my thighs, pressing herself down on me. She gazed deeply into my eyes. Would you do it, Abe? Would you make a child in me? She stared at me unwaveringly. Would you dare affirm me in such a way, Abe? Into the annals of human genealogy? Would you dare reduce me to a state of mere existence instead of becoming? Condemn my entire bloodline, both our bloodlines, to reliving the cycle of aimless being in this pathetic age of societal decline? I felt her grip around me tightening as she began moving up and down slowly, sending paradisiacal sensations through my loins. You are free to do it now, Abe. Make a child in me. I will take care of the housework while you go out to make a living. I do not care. It is better than this pitiful yearning. Please affirm me. Please complete the cycle of life in me. They are everywhere, these circles, spinning, going nowhere, as though we are stuck in a strange loop. I felt her breath against my chin. I would not mind being stuck in a strange loop with you. She pulled the sheets over our heads, and we became one, a completed being. Our nymph-like bodies surrounded me in a primal sea, and every caress and moan was filled with a sense of biblical prophecy, as though we truly were writing ourselves into the annals of human high story, as definitely as Adam and Eve once had, after their expulsion from the Garden of Eden, and all those that came thereafter. The next morning, Ina had gone downstairs early to make coffee and read the morning paper. While lying in bed, I thought back to the time we had shared at the lake, how we had spent our mornings in bed together, entangled, shifting in and out of love making, without plan or purpose. How different it had been from last night. I reached for my phone that lay beside the bed, but it was just out of reach. So I sank back, falling into slumber again, slowly drifting into night. Abe, it's 9:30. You need to get up now. Guess what? I called May and it is all worked out. We are going to Wallaby World today. I feel like indulging her. It has been a while since we did something spontaneous. How about that? Wallaby World. She crept onto the bed and got real close. Thank you for what you did last night. I am happy that you are willing to go along with that. Even though it will likely surmount to nothing, it shows that you really care. I care. She ruffled my hair. Please be downstairs and ready by 10:30. Our lovemaking back then had been different from last night's. Lighter, more natural, like cells in meiosis. My eyes followed her as she left the room. She was beautiful, the way she moved. I turned over once more. When I joined Ina downstairs, she poured me a cup of coffee. I packed a bag, water bottle, sunscreen. She was beaming. You look good, Ina. I had not expected you to be so excited for a trip like this. This will be our first theme park date, even though we will have May as a third wheel. Do not call her that. The whole thing was her idea. I am glad you are in a lighter mood than yesterday. Looks like you slept well. Does it really? To be honest, I was lying awake, thinking, but they were not bad thoughts. For a moment her eyes turned distant. In space, there is no up and down. Every single direction is up or down, or whichever way you want it to be. And the same goes for us, going about our day-to-day lives, orbiting the Earth. If you really want to venture out, to walk among the stars, it does not matter which way you go. All we need to do is to keep orbiting our world in a circle until we reach that critical speed, that single quantitative change that becomes a qualitative change, fully counteracting gravity's pull, granting escape velocity. Once we have reached that critical speed, we will be propelled up or down. It does not matter, but we will travel far, beyond the stars, to new galaxies of understanding. In space, there's nothing to slow us down. Abe, sometimes I felt like we were too different for things to work out between us. That you would prefer to stay here, going round in circles. That you were content in life, while I yearned for the unreachable. But now I realize the two are not incompatible. I want to stay here with you, orbiting the Earth, while we gradually build up speed. That critical speed will break us free and allow us to escape, together, into the wide open vistas of infinity. She finished her coffee. We need to go now. May is waiting at the station. During the train ride there, May could hardly conceal her excitement. I am so glad you would take me, and at such short notice. Karen did not want me going alone. She says I am fluttery. That sounds like an accurate assessment. As the train pulled into Riversburg Station, May got up to disembark. We stopped her just in time. Do not get off just yet, Faye. We have to wait one more stop for Fall AV World. One more stop. This train ride is taking forever. The train resumed its course, going through Grimmersburg's dreary suburbs. As soon as we had left the last houses behind, they spied the outlines of Walibi World in the distance. There it is. From that moment onward, she had her eyes glued to the window. There is the Big Dipper and the Space Wheel. It was not long before the train ground to a halt at a small station. When the doors opened, we were met by the scent of freshly fertilized fields. Wallaby World was not much of a theme park, a collection of underwhelming fairground rides, all done up in mock Australian themes. They, however, having no point of reference, was blown away by the majesty of it all. Tina, we are really here. I never expected it to be so big. The Wallabies must have worked so hard to build all of this. They are all part of one big family, you know? Look, there's one hopping by over there. I want to go in the Space Wheel, and the Canterbury Jump, and the Big Dipper. Oh, there's too much to choose from. What shall we do first? Ada smiled wistfully. I say we start off with a ride in the Space Wheel. Yes, let us. Follow me. And May rushed off at lightning speeds, with Ina and I struggling to keep up with her. There it was, the Space Wheel. The sun reflected off the rigging of what looked like an overflowing Ferris wheel. After queuing for a short while, we took place in one of the gondolas, and to the sound of May's excited squeals, we were gradually lifted up into the air. Our gondola halting at times, so that more passengers could get in. I looked over to Ina, who still had a mysterious smile on her face. I asked myself if she was wasting her time with me. She definitely has the potential to achieve great things. And who am I? I will probably never amount to anything. I like simple luxuries, like eating food and laying in the morning. I like beautiful women with chestnut hair. I am definitely too laid back to ever become a great man. I could be content all day, just doing nothing, wasting my time with Tina. As I reflected, the great wheel continued to lift us up until we could look out over the expanse of the lake, all the way to the great floodgates up north, before plunging back down again in a gut-wrenching dive to earth. And so we continued, round and round, again and again. Tina, even if she does reach the stars, I would like to remain by her side, to catch her if she ever falls.